Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I offer you a report on the topic experimental justification of the technological parameters of the mobile branch trimmer. In the complex of agrotechnical measures for garden care, trimming the crown of fruit trees is one of the most effective measures to influence their growth and fruiting. After trimming the crown of fruit trees in the intervals of an intensive garden with a compact planting scheme, depending on its species, variety, and age of the trees. Every year, from 2.5 to 6.5 tons of cut branches accumulate per hectare. Both the diameter and the length of these branches are much smaller compared to the branches that are cut from the crown of trees in gardens of the usual type. This creates favorable conditions for their grinding directly on the surface of the soil using single-stage grinders with simpler structural and technical schemes. These machines are characterized by simplicity of design and reliability in operation. Based on their comprehensive technical and economic assessment, it can be noted that it's more appropriate to use single-stage to rotor sheeters with vertical axis of rotation of the rotors, the working organs of which are hinged hammers. At the same time, the energy performance of wood shredders is quite different and depends on a number of factors. In this regard, research aimed at determining the rational operating modes of the shredder based on energy indicators is relevant. The purpose of these studies is to improve the efficiency of the mobile shredder of fruit tree branches in compacted orchards by substantiating the technical parameters of its operation. Research tasks. To analyze the influence of the linear speed of the hammers and the diameter of the branch on the force that occurs on the impact face of the hammer of the branch chopper. To justify the method of determining the cost of work for obtaining and circulating one chopped piece of wood in the working chamber of the chopper. Develop a mathematical model that describes the depends of labor costs for obtaining and circulating one chopped piece of wood on the frequency of rotation of the rotors, the specific weight of the log of branches, and gradual speed of movement of the unit. Experimentally determine the rational technical parameters of the operation of a single-stage two-rotor shredder of fruit tree branches of a compacted garden in order to ensure its minimum specific energy consumption. The forces that occur on the impact face of the hammer when breaking a branch using a counter hammer were determined using the following machines, devices, and equipment. Research 1 on the determination of maximum effort P maximum took place in the following sequence. A shredder was attached to the rear hitch of the IATDI tractor. PTO of the tractor was connected to the cardan shaft through the revolution counter. Set the specific rotation frequency of the PTO, the tractor which was fixed on the computer with the help of a revolution counter and an amplifier. With the help of a caliper, a sample of wood was selected according to the required cross-sectional diameter. PTO of the tractor was turned on. Branch 1 was placed in the upper opening of the lid of the grinding chamber above the counter hammer in a vertical position. Sample 3 was broken between a pair of hammers 1 and a counter hammer 2, from which through strain gauges and apply Lifer 3 on PS2, the dependence of the maximum force occurring on the impact phase of the hammer on the impact time was recorded with the construction of a diagram. Control of the obtained results. Work costs A1 for obtaining and circulating one chopped wood particle were determined by the formula for this. And cruise power attributable directly to the crushing and circulation of the mass of branches. QA and cruise. This. And XX idle capacity of the shredder. K is the number of food particles formed as a result of grinding in 1 second. K, the number of branches chopped per unit of time, pieces. M1, average weight of the one branch. Q, material supply. Q, specific weight of the roll. Weight A, unit movement speed. Depends of the magnitude of the force that occurs on the impact phase of the hammer during its meeting with the branch and the rotation frequency of the PTO of the tractor from the time of the experiment. Diameter 30 millimeters. Depends of the magnitude of the force that occurs on the impact phase of the hammer during its meeting with the branch and the rotation frequency of the PTO of the tractor from the time of the experiment. Diameter 20 millimeter. The value of the force P maximum arising on the impact phase of the hammer depending on the diameter of the branches D and the speed of the working organs V1 is found in the form of equation. The dependence of the costs of work A1 for obtaining, circulating, and exciting the chamber of one chopped piece of wood on the frequency of rotation of the rotors and P, the specific weight of the roll Q, and the gradual speed of movement of the unit VA is described by the equation. When increasing the linear speed of hammers V1, the force that occurs on the impact phase of the hammer increases both with an increase in the speed of the latter and the diameter of the branch. Increasing the rotation speed of the hammers from 37 to 97 versus increase from 750 to 1015 18 and from for the first time the method of determining the cost of work for obtaining and circulating one chopped piece of wood is subtended. The rotation frequency of the rotors in the range from 13 to 19 is rational from the point of view of work cost, depending on the supply of branches. These operating modes of the cheddar coincide with the rational range obtained in 21 from the point of view of the minimum energy consumption of the branch trading process. An increase in the gradual speed of the grinder determines the growth of the specific work A1 for obtaining one crushed particle as the supply of material to the hammer increases. So, for example, the feed Q of 1.58 kilogram is achieved at VA 0.63 and Q 2.5 kilogram and VA 0.79 and Q 2.0 kilogram, but the specific work of A1 under these conditions is 0.08 kilogram and 0.106 respectively. The obtained research results can be used in the design of mobile branch shaders of similar designs within the above-mentioned limits of changing the operating modes of the machine and wood parameters. Determination of the overall power balance of the drive for a single stage to rotor branch chopper may be promising for further research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good day, dear participants of the conference. My name is Tatiana. I would like to present you the results of our research of the team elastic bending of a strip under the action of applied force. Despite its apparent simplicity, manufacturing piston rings is one of the most challenging tasks in mechanical engineering. The ring must fit perfectly against the cylinder wall and exact consistent ratio. Research indicates that for increasing service life, the pressure distribution should be pear-shaped with the highest pressure near the ring jab. When such a ring is removed from the cylinder, its elastic axis in its unrestrained state will not be circular but will have a certain oval shape. Hence, the change arises of determining the axis of elasticity of the unrestrained ring. Various manufacturing technologies are employed for rings. One method involves cutting ring from a cylindrical blank, followed by cutting, stretching and dressing on a specialized main rail, giving them the form of an unrestrained ring. Subsequently, they are head set in a high temperature furnace. Terminal fixation is crucial to elevate internal tension. Another prevalent method involves manufacturing rings from non-round shaped blanks using coping machines. In this context, calculation the elastic axis shaped of the ring based on a given pressure diagram in working condition is essential to determine the relevance of the research. A suitable example of this strip could be a metal ruler with rectangular cross-section. In accordance with the mechanics of materials, the curvature K of the strip's axis during bending varies directly with the applied moment M and inversely with the bending stiffness EI of the strip section. Stiffness is the result of multiplying Young's models E, which represents the material's property, by the second moment of area I, which indicates its resistance to bending. This depending is, where S represents the length of the elastic axis. It is known from differential geometry that K is equal where alpha is the angle of rotation of the tangent to the elastic axis when it is displaced by distance S. If strip has a constant cross-section, its stiffness remains constant. Based on this, the transition from the dependence alpha is function from S to the parametrical equations of the curvature occurs to the equations of the elastic axis. Figure 1a illustrates the bending sequence of a straight strip under the influence of the applied force P. If P is 0, the elastic axis of the strip is straight. The force P generates a moment M, with the value of S variable representing the length of the strip measured from the edge of the strip in the direction of its compression. Figure 2. In establishing the axis of elasticity of cantilevered strip subjected to a distributed tangential force. A. The initial unrestrained strip is linear. B. The initial unstraighted strip exhibits a curvilinear shape. As previously mentioned, it is recommended to design the distributed force Q for the piston ring as variable rather than constant, with an increase in the region of the ring gap. It should remain constant over the majority of the length of the axis of the elasticity S of the ring. The graph of the distributed force Q has a pear-shaped profile. See Figure 3a. In Figure 3b, a graph of the distributed force is plotted according to equation corresponding to the plot in Figure 3a. The shape of the curve can be altered by selecting coefficient A and B in the relationship. When B is 0, the distributed force will remain constant. Increasing the value of coefficient B leads to an augmentation in the peak value of the distributed force Q, while coefficient A governs the boundary between constant and variable distributed force Q within the elastic axis of the half ring. Through numerical integration, the elastic axis of the piston ring was constructed in an unresting state at a constant value of the distributed force Q. The configuration of the axis of elasticity of the piston ring in the unrestrained state, A at a constant value of the distributed force Q, B at a constant value of the distributed force Q, which is twice as large as in Figure 4a, and with an increase in the distributed force Q near the ring gap. The developable approach enables the construction of the configuration of the elastic axis of the ring with various graphs representing the action of the distributed force along the elastic axis. When beams used in the construction industry undergo bending, the shape of their elastic axis is typically calculated based on the simplified linear theory of bending. In practical applications, this approach is justified as the deflection of building structures is generally insignificant compared to their length. However, there are machine elements in which deflections are substantial. This work derives formulas from determination the shape of the axis of elasticity of a strip with significant deflections using the non-line theory of bending. In this context, the shape of the strip in the unrestrained state is considered with an initial curvature. If the curvature is 0, the strip is residual. If it has a constant value, the elastic axis of the strip takes the shape of an arc of a circle. For the first case, analytical dependencies were found to describe the shape of a metal ruler when subjected to bending moments such that its ends coincide. For the second case, the bending of a strip with a curvilinear shape of an elastic axis is explored through the example of a piston ring. Additionally, the inverse problem is addressed determining the curvilinear shape of the elastic axis of the ring in an unrestrained state provides them after applying a distributed force. The axis of elasticity is deformed into a circle. Analytical dependencies were derived and the obtained results were visualized. Thank you very much for your attention.
to your attention a scientific study on the topic anti-friction products from composite material based on LH15 steel powder. The work is presented by the professor of Lutsk Scientific and Technical University, Alexander Povstanoy. Chapter 1: Introduction and Major Challenges. In modern technology, parts made of various anti-friction materials are used to ensure the movement of joints. First of all, this is a powder bearing part of general mechanical engineering: bushing, gears, oil seal bearing, cracker, liner, etc. A significant proportion of sintering anti-friction products is made from material based on powder steels, in particular LH15 bearing steel. One of the methods of obtaining powder bearing steel LH15 is its separation from gradient slurries. The use of metal waste from machine building production makes the production of parts relatively cheap and pays off quickly. Therefore, it is relevant to carry out research on the manufacture of anti-friction products from composite material using the component metal powder steel LH15 obtained from gradient slurries. Chapter 2: Aim and Research Tasks. The research aim is to study the influence of the composition and technology of obtaining a composite material based on LH15 steel powder on the structure, mechanical and tribotechnical properties of sintering products. Chapter 3: Research Methodology. Preparation of the mixture. The composition based on LH15 steel powder was prepared using PMS1 copper powders and GS4 graphite of lubricants. The composition of the charge of tribotechnical composite LH15, 4Wt% copper, 2Wt% carbon. The mixture of initial powders was mixed in a mixer for 1 hour. The samples were pressed at a pressure of 200 to 800 megapascals. The samples were sintered in a metal box filled with aluminium oxide in a hydrogen environment in a laboratory electric furnace of continuous resistant lubricating and cooled substance. The sintering temperature is 1200 centigrade. The sintering time was 2 hours from the moment that the set temperature was set. Products were impregnated E40A standard VG32 industrial oil. Tribotechnical characteristics. Wear and friction coefficient were determined on a laboratory test measurement of the SMC2 model. The research was carried out according to the scheme with an open kinematic circuit, when one of the samples is stationary in the mode of limited friction and without lubrication. Diagram of the shaft tap contact. The counterbody is made of the steel 45 DSTU-780999 with a hardness of 45 nRC, sliding speed up to 8 meters per second, at a contact pressure in the friction pair up to 15 megapascals. Chapter 4: Results. Dependence of A, coefficient of friction, and B, wire powder steel LH15 and composite LH15 copper carbon on pressure. However, the coefficient of friction of the material LH15 copper graphite is lower than the coefficient of friction of sintered steel LH15 at the same pressures, due to the presence of graphite and cementite in the structure of composite. It is the presence of this structural component that increases the wear resistance of the composite compared to the wear resistance of LH15 steel, where the pressure of up to 5 megapascals is not catastrophic. Figure B. The effect of pressure on the friction of the studied composite was investigated. Friction tests were performed at a pressure of 4.5 megapascals. The samples were sintered at a temperature of 1100 Celsius and 1,150 and 1,200 Celsius. It was established that the friction coefficient is almost independent of the pressure, figure A, and intensity of wear consistently decreases, figure B. A higher sintering temperature slightly increases the wear resistance and practically does not affect the coefficient of friction. To increase the elastic characteristics of sintered materials, it is necessary to reduce deformation and depressive wear. Thus, for the investigated composite at all small degrees of deformation, approximately equals 3%, the stress depends linearly on the deformation and reaches a value of approximately 600 megapascals. Further increases in load is accompanied by intense plastic deformation. The highest compressive strength limit is approximately 3,000 megapascals. This is significantly higher than for samples from PGR. For a sample made of composite material LH15 powder copper graphite, the linear section of the dependence of stress on deformation increases. At a deformation of 6%, the stress is 1,200–1,400 megapascals. This makes it possible to predict high operational properties of products made of materials of this composition. The structure of samples from the studied composite is pyrolytic. The structure of sintered composite powder steel LH15 graphite copper. Batch of guide bushings sliding bearings. An experimental batch of guide bushings and sliding bearings was made from the composite material based on the powder obtained from the grinding slurry of LH15. The main characteristic of the sleeve hardness grade to 200 HAB, porosity less than 20%, structure fine-grained perlite graphite pores. The sleeve is impregnated with industrial oil IL-40A standard VG32. Chapter 5. Conclusions. The development of a powder composite that provides a high strength characteristic and wear resistance is one of the methods of increasing the reliability of loaded friction node. The tribotechnical characteristics of sintered powder materials based on LH15 steel powder for conditions of medium loads mainly depend on the hardness of the composition. It can be used as an anti-friction agent for dry friction conditions under moderate loads or in a loaded friction units working with lubrication, and also serve as a prototype for the development of materials for various structural purposes. Acknowledgement. According to the developed technological regimes, anti-friction products with a significantly lower cost and a higher coefficient of material utilization compared to traditional materials were obtained from a composite based on LH15 steel powder. This makes it possible to predict high operational properties of products made from materials of this composition. The resultant anti-friction products have a significantly lower cost and a higher material utilization rate compared to traditional materials. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to present the work titled Increasing the Durability of Pumping Equipment by Mihailo Moshtruk, Natalia Slobodanyuk, Yuri Boyko, Volodymyr Matseyko, and Roman Chuyuk. We'll start us off with an introduction and major challenges of the work. So, the task of preserving and improving the work process at fish canneries is always a relevant and difficult task for specialists in various branches of the agro-industrial sector. In today's world, when the sources of natural resources are limited and the competition in the market is constantly increasing, enterprises of canned fish production must be especially attentive to all aspects of their activities.
Increasing productivity and optimizing production processes are becoming decisive for ensuring competitiveness. And in this context, pumping equipment acts as a key component affecting the profitability and financial success of the enterprise. Increasing the durability of pumping equipment at fish canneries is of crucial importance, as these pumps play a key role in the processes of draining, feeding, and packing canned fish. The need for reliability and service life of this equipment is determined by economic requirements and affects the quality and safety of the manufactured products. This scientific work is intended for specialists in the maintenance, management, and technical support of fish canneries, as well as for everyone interested in the reliability and durability of industrial equipment. It will help you understand this industry's main challenges and strategies and help improve work processes in fish processing enterprises. Now let's move on to the aim and research tasks. So the research aim is the study of pump equipment operation parameters in aggressive environments and optimization of pump operation modes, taking into account the specifics of production. Research tasks are the following. First, to investigate the operating parameters of pumping equipment in aggressive environments and to establish the level of corrosion. Second, to analyze factors affecting the durability of pumps. Third, determine the optimal modes of operation of pumps, taking into account the specifics of particular production. And last one, to develop recommendations to increase the durability of pumping equipment, to reduce the costs of its maintenance, and to ensure uninterrupted operation of technological lines. Moving on to research methodology. The cyclic nature of the impact of shock loads during cavitation predetermines the fatigue nature of the destruction of materials during cavitation erosive wear. By electron microscopic analysis we performed on fragments cut from the wheels of pumps 3K6, pumping seawater in a defroster for fish made of cast iron 30B and the wheels of pumps of KM5032-154, pumping tomato sauce with the addition of table salt and vinegar made of steel 321, numerous grooves were identified, which are characteristic signs of fatigue failure from the effects of cavitation. Thus, the search for wear-resistant materials for the manufacture of impellers for these pumps can be carried out based on experimental studies that simultaneously simulate the mechanical loading of the impellers due to the collapse of cavitation bubbles and the corrosive effect of the main components of the pumped media. To study these processes, we used an experimental setup developed by the National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine in Kiev with a magno-heterostrictive vibrator, or MSV, and a technique that made it possible to implement a potentostate method for studying cavitation erosive wear as a process of corrosion mechanical destruction of structural materials. To automate the recording of polyantidynamic curves, the installation was somewhat modernized by connecting the potentostat with an electronic adapter, a system computer unit, a plotter, and a monitor. Mass losses from purely cavitation erosive interaction with an exemplary moving process medium were determined as the difference between the total losses from the mechanical effects of corrosion and purely corrosion losses. To compare the intensity of destruction of samples made of materials that have different specific gravities, mass loss is usually recalculated into volumetric losses. To study changes in the properties of surface layers during wear, the microhardness measurement method and X-ray diffraction analysis were used. To study physical processes, we used the ferromagnetic resonance, or FMR method, the measurement error of which does not exceed 1%. And due to the skin effect, the microwave electromagnetic field penetrates deep into the metal, and the broadening of the FMR line at delta H in this case reflects a change in the dislocation structure in a thin surface layer, and the value of delta H linearly depends on the dislocation density. Now moving on to the results of the study. The results of potentiostatic studies carried out on an installation with MSW showed that in the presence of chlorides in water, the corrosion resistance of metals sharply decreases for carbon steels by an order of magnitude. The intensity of corrosion of non-corrosion resistant alloys is maximum when the solution contains 3 to 5% sodium chloride, depicted on Figure 3, which is due to a decrease in oxygen solubility. The dependence of oxygen solubility on the concentration of the solution during intense turbulization of the flow during cavitation does not play such a noticeable role as during corrosion under static conditions. Therefore, the intensity of cavitation erosive wear increases linearly with increasing concentration of sodium chloride in the solution, depicted in Figure 4 of the study. The corrosion currents of the studied metals found from the polarization curves made it possible to determine the corrosion losses in the sample's mass and evaluate the corrosion factor's role in cavitation erosive wear. During the experiments, both for non-corrosion resistant and corrosion resistant alloys, only an increase in corrosion currents was observed, with an increase in the concentration of sodium chloride, which is associated with an increase in the electrical conductivity of solutions. The results of measuring the FMR line width delta H depending on the test time showed that the change in delta LH and therefore the dislocation density and strength properties of the surface layer occurs cyclically. In the initial period, delta H increases and having reached its maximum value decreases, which correlates with the theoretical ideas about the fatigue nature of cavitation erosive wear. The growing delta H in the initial period is due to strengthening due to distortion of the crystal lattice due to an increase in the density of dislocations and their elastic interaction. At first, the process of hardening of the surface layers occurs intensively and then slows down, which may be due to a decrease in the intensity of work of dislocation sources due to elastic distortions of dislocation accumulations and the flow of dislocations to the formed microcracks. With prolonged exposure to ultrasonic cavitation dislocations from clusters, the head dislocation of a cluster is affected not only by external stress but also by the force of interaction with other dislocations in the cluster, which is proportional to the applied stress and the number of dislocations of the cluster. By the structural energy theory of cavitation erosive wear, the sample mass loss delta G during testing time t on various types of stands can be determined by the formula number 1. According to the theory of dislocations, the distortion energy accumulated during the deformation process is proportional to the dislocation density. Therefore, the following equality is true by the formula 2. At constant energy of external influence and test time, the mass loss of the metal of the sample can be determined from the expression by the formula 3. The wear test results are presented in table. Mass loss of samples during 2 hours of testing on a setup with an MSW and data from the analysis of FMR curves. They are satisfactorily described by the dependence of the formula number 4. Moving on to the conclusions. The study of operational parameters of pumping equipment in aggressive environments shows a high level of wear and tear. The service of life of such equipment is 1,800 to 2,000 hours to complete failure. Analysis of the factors affecting the durability of pumps revealed that the most important are corrosion, abrasive wear, and improper operation. Therefore, the implementation of corrosion protection measures and the use of high-strength materials will significantly increase the surface life of pumping equipment by 1.5 to 2 times, up to 4,000 hours. Optimizing pump operating modes, taking into account the specifics of specific production, will help reduce the load on the equipment and ensure more efficient operation by implementing a system of scheduled maintenance based on regular monitoring and diagnostics, which will allow timely detection of potential problems and avoid emergencies. Further research in the field of new materials and technologies for the production of pumping equipment is of great importance for increasing the overall durability and reliability of systems and is a promising scientific direction. As a result of the conducted research, it was found that improving the technical condition of pumping equipment is possible under the condition of an integrated approach to operation management. The proposed recommendations make it possible to increase the durability of pumping equipment, reduces maintenance costs, and ensure reliable and uninterrupted operation of production lines. Thank you very much for your attention. Feel free to use the following email address in case of any questions. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Konstantin, and let me demonstrate you our research work, which topic is the influence of texture discreteness on the stress-strain state of the tribosurface after its preliminary profiling. The work was proposed by the authors Alexander Diha, Vladimir Detenyuk, Maxim Diha, and Orest Orbay from the next two universities of Ukraine, the Khmelnytsky National University and the Lviv Polytechnic National University, Ukraine. The introduction and major challenges. Well, the problem of surface layer strengths under the influence of normal and tangential stress state belongs to such widespread problems that both scientists and manufacturers of automotive industry are actually engaged. Here is the topic of tribal contact, which is quite important. So the challenges were simulate a part of technological process of rolled steel surface strengthening during its contact with a roller and then with a press, so simulation of tribal contact. Next step was the surface layer strength estimation under the influence of normal and stress and tangential stress state. Another point was the definition of maximum and average stresses at the micro level when the length of the finite element is less than just 1 mm. Deformations dependence on the uniformity of the profiled surface of the rolled steel, actually the influence of texture discreteness investigation beyond the material yield point, and the penetration of the running roller into the rolled steel body at a depth of just 0.3 mm in ANSYS environment, followed by broaching under the press at constant pressure. So, what was the aim and research tasks of our investigation? First of all, we should highlight the idea to determine the discreteness impact on the indicators on the stress-strain state of the rolled steel under its profiling and tribal contact under the press. Another one was the mathematical modeling algorithm prior to finite element analysis, which allows to determine the von Mises stress magnitude calculated for the smooth surface, and based on it to determine the notches considering the geometry and surface irregulations. And the final idea of the research was to confirm the hypothesis that every surface stress decreased by the growth of the surface discreteness index, what was actually gained. And here you can see just two examples of the notches and smooth surface under the contact, which will be specified later. The research methodology consists of the following tasks. The first one is to investigate the behavior of the smooth roller surface, and the task 2 is dedicated to the notched roller surface to achieve the texture discreteness impact. Among the boundary conditions, the next materials were applied to the model. First of all, the structure steel with nonlinear stress-strain curve behavior, bilinear isotropic hardening with yield strength of 250 MPa, which was applied to the rolled steel, and titanium alloy of 930 MPa of tensile yield strength, which was applied to the running in roller segment and to the body of the press. The kinematics consist of the following steps. The rolled steel performs the horizontal displacement, travel, during 10 seconds under the pressure of rolled in roller segment first of all, and then under the pressure of the body of the press with its vertical travel, which provides the broaching of the rolled steel. So among the research methodology boundary conditions, the next ones were applied as well. So the rotation of the roller at a specified angle previously defined based on the geometrical parameters like a rolled steel travel or a roller radius. Another one, the penetration of the press body into the rolled steel, which occurred during the period of 6 till 7 seconds and with a displacement of 0.3 millimeters. And the friction coefficient set in the ANSI static structural, which is equal to 0.2. Besides the ANSYS analysis, the part of the current investigation is dedicated to the mathematical modeling as well. The part of this is dedicated, for example, to the calculation of average stresses of the model based on the finite elements, for what the appropriate equation was suggested. The diagonal notches with the widths and heights parameters and discreteness were considered during the process. The roughness of the surface based on the vertical deviation and specified length was considered while calculating the appropriate parameters. For example, the stress concentration factors based on the A and B major semi-axis of the ellipse of the notches were considered. And finally, the determination of the stress notches was based on the calculation of the von Mises stress of the smooth surface and considering the geometrical parameters of the notches. Such a hybrid approach provides to predefine the situation with the stresses before the finite element analysis, which is quite efficient as pre-stage before performing the ANSYS analysis. The ANSYS analysis provided us the results with the strain-stress situation of the rolled steel under the pressure and roller for both tasks. The task 1 with the smooth surface and the task 2 with the notched one. We have combined the results of stress results into the table which corresponds to the time moments as at first, second, fifth or 10th second of the experiment. Let's compare the stress results for both notched and smooth surfaces. Being said, the situation with the maximum von Mises stress is the next. During the first second, the yield strength has already been exceeded, and the maximum stress was 352 megapascals for the task number 1 with the smooth surface, unlike 430 megapascals for the task number 2 with the notched surface. The situation with the average stresses is opposite to the situation with the maximum stresses, and to be accurate, the average stresses for the notched surface were always less than the stresses of the smooth surface. Let's get acquainted with the results deeper. Being said, the extremum of stress falls on depressions formed by the roller notches in case of the second tasks, which provokes a displacement at the level 0.328 millimeters, unlike 0.227 millimeters in case of task number 1, which is observed on the graph below. Talking about the equivalent von Mises stress, we can consider that the tie stress oscillations during the first 3 seconds are observed when the contact of the roller with the rolled steel develops due to the profiling with the notches. During the period when the rolled steel contact was absent, the maximum stress were 410 megapascals for task number 1 and 459 megapascals for task number 2 respectively. Unlike this situation, the average stress situation was opposite. The stress reduced from 281 megapascals to 259 megapascals. Actually, this confirms that in both cases the roll still didn't recover its shape and remained plastically deformed, which is visible due to the situation with the deformations. Besides, during the period of the 6 till 7 seconds, the press performed its vertical displacement, its vertical travel up to 0.3 millimeters, and additionally compressed the rolled steel surface with the notches. So during the experiment, the model was compressed and changed its volume in the control points of the time significantly, restoring its form particularly and the volume at the end of the experiment, I mean at the 10th second of the experiment. The protrusions have decreased from 0.12 millimeters at the 6th second moment up to 0.049 millimeters at the 10th second. The situation with the average stress has been changed significantly as well. Up to 4 till 5% reduction of the average stresses was observed at the end of the experiment compared with the smooth surface. Okay, let's discuss the conclusions based on the results obtained during the investigation. The maximum stress at the end of the experiment, I mean the 10th second of the experiment, were high by more than 30% in case of the task number 2, when the surface was profiled with notches, than in case of the task number 1, with a smooth surface, and to be accurate, the difference was really huge, 590 megapascals instead of 440 megapascals. Maximum values of the stress was found on the ends of the notches, which actually acts like dampers. The second conclusion proves the next rule. As the discreteness of the surface increases, the average stresses decreases. And it's really true, we have gained the same results, and the value for task number 1 was 322 megapascals, unlike just 307 megapascals in case of the task number 2. The third point of the conclusion is dedicated to the final triber contact of rolled steel at constant press pressure, which gives positive results. The surface became more smooth, the irregularities decreased from 0.12 millimeters to 0.049 millimeters during the last step. The next point of the conclusion was dedicated to the mathematical modeling algorithm, which is provided by the authors of the current research. It is based on the application of the stress results of the smooth flat surface and geometrical parameters of the notches. Such a hybrid solution allows to predict the stress values before heavy complicated finite element analysis calculations like those which were preceded by the authors in ANSYS. And the final point of the conclusion is dedicated to the future of the automotive industry, which will be based on the reduction of material consumption while simultaneously increasing the wear-resistant characteristics. While artificial intelligence can't perform finite element analysis today, it can process the millions of notch parameters for finding the best combinations based on the suggested mathematical models. It is certainly the perspective point of our future research. So, summing it up, I am grateful to you for your attention. Thank you very much, and hope to see you soon on the next conferences. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, dear participants. I want to present the results of our research team's work titled Optimization of Surfacing Mode for a Wear-Resistant Alloy. Statistics show that more than 80% of machines and mechanisms fail because of wear and tear of parts that work on the friction. It is known that wear and tear directly depend on machines' speeds, loads, capacities, and operating modes. Parts of rubbing pairs of traditional materials no longer meet wear resistance requirements and durability. So, to protect against abrasive wear, hardening, thermodiffusion methods, spraying non-metallic and bimetallic coatings and surfaces are used. This paper goal is to select optimal modes of electric arc welding for the developed flux core wire, study the structure and properties of the deposited metal, and apply it in practice. The main research tasks you can see on slide. Previously, using the mathematical method of experiment planing, we obtained the optimal composition of flux core wire. It is presented in table 1. Then, to calculate the surfacing mode, we used the values presented on slide. You can see it. And finally, using corresponding formulas, we got the needed values of surfacing mode parameters. It is presented in table 2. The main research methods, their characteristics and equipment that we used in this work, you can see on slide. So, it was established that the main influence on the resistance of the surfacing metal to abrasive wear is the amount of structurally free graphite in the surfacing metal. In surfacing number 2, 4 and 6, you can see it on slide, with high carbon content, structurally free graphite occupies up to 20% on the thin section's total area. The relative wear resistance was up to 1.01. It is the wear resistance of samples after surfacing was compared with non-surfacing samples. The weld metal's hardness was up to 52 Ashar-C. The structurally free graphite presents decreased sharply with a decrease in the surfacing metal by carbon to 2.5%. Surfacing number 3 and 7 was in the form of point inclusions. The surfacing metal's hardness increased to 57 Ashar-C, and the relative wear resistance is increased up to 1.60. It was established that with the increase of titanium in the composition of powder-coated wires, the amount of its carbides in the surfacing increased, and its hardness and wear resistance increased also. An increase in the amount of yttrium in the surfacing number 5 and 6 did not cause significant changes in the structure of the metal matrix. With increase in titanium and yttrium concentration in the surfacing 7 and 8, their hardness and wear resistance also increased. And finally, the microstructure of the optimal surfacing composition numbering 9 is a martensitic austenitic base with inclusions of titanium and yttrium carbides. The average microhardness of the carbide phase was 11 gigapascal, and that on the martensitic phase was 7.5 gigapascal. Thus, the structure and properties of the surfacing metal are significantly affected by titanium. As its amount in the flux core wire increases, its carbides in the surfacing metal increase also.
The amount of titanium carbides formed in the surfacing metal was found to depend on the amount of graphite flux core wire. However, the high activity of titanium complicates its transition from flux cored wire to surfacing metal, and it explains the presence of titanium carbides in the surfacing metal. In electric arc surfacing and all other types of welding, a mandatory companion is the zone of thermal influence. The place where the perissuture zone and the molted metal merge, called the transition zone, can have a decisive effect on the performance of welded structures made of high-strength cast iron. Cracks and brittle fractures can form in this area, so we needed to study the structure and properties of this transition zone. As you can see on figure 2, the microstructure of this transition zone consists of martensite with inclusions of perlite. The hardness changed quite smoothly in this zone, and this has the effect of reducing the stress concentration in this zone to some extent. And we can notice that no cracks, pores, or other defects were found in the transition zone. Also, the value of impact strength measurement corresponds to the responsible value in standard of Ukraine. Conclusions. We can conclude that applying alloyed or highly alloyed alloys by surfacing causes the formation of a wear-resistant phase in the form of carbides and other wear-resistant compounds due to the flow of metallurgical processes in the melt of the welding bath through the interaction of the constituent chemical elements. Selected materials for the manufacture of flue-cored wire and its design allowed the welding process at low speed with good arc process stability, and the obtained surface layer met the requirements for the reliability and durability of machine parts and mechanisms. So at the end of our study, we compared our proposed surfacing metal with traditional used alloy for the manufacture of surfacing electrode, SORMAT 1, and we can see that the stability of our proposed one was higher by 1.6, 1.7 times. This research was partly supported by the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange and also was funded by the EU Next Generation through the Recovery and Resilience Plan for Slovakia, and all authors appreciate the support of the International Association for Technological Development and Innovations and Research and Educational Center for Industrial Engineering. Thank you for your attention. My speech is over. Goodbye.
Dear colleagues, I would like to present our research work improving the quality of assembly technology by determining the size of the closing mean under thermal stress. And one of the components of Ukrainians' successful entry into the global trade market is the production of competitive products, especially in those industries that traditionally provide the country's export. Machine building is a key knowledge-intensive industry in the country, as its development is crucial for ensuring the quality of products in other sectors of the national economy. The main task of modern machine building is to produce high quality and competitive products. The quality of product depends on the quality of manufacturing of individual parts and the process of the assembly. Assembly is the final stage of manufacturing machine and mechanism, which largely determines the operation reliability and durability of the products. It should be noted that the bulk of the assembly work is manual assembly work, which sometimes requires a lot of physical labor and high skill. Therefore, the economic performance of an enterprise in many cases depends on the labor intensity of assembly production, and the problem of improving the quality and productivity of assembly is one of the most important issues in the scientific and technological progress of modern engineering. So the aim of the work is to improve the quality of assembly technology by determining the size of the closing link of assembly dimensional chains, taking into account the temperature gaps that occur during assembly under thermal effects. And for this aim was made research tasks which include selection of materials for research, calculated the assembly dimensional chain without taking into account the effect of thermal expansion of the material, and determine the size of the closing link after assembly without taking into account the effect of thermal expansion of the material. Studies to determine the size of closing link were carried out on samples in natural products. For this case, it was the shaft and rotor wheels of the feed pump. The research methodology included selection of materials and design components, calculation of assembly dimensional chain of the multi-element connection by the probabilistic method without taking into account the influence of the material thermal expansion, preparation of sample and equipment for experiments, determination of the size of the closing link after assembly, the rotor of the feed pump without taking into account the influence of the thermal expansion of the material. So first of all, the first task was selection of materials and design components. When choosing the materials of the samples, the requirements were based on the fact that it should be the most common in the industry, meet the minimum manufacturing cost, and meet the research objectives. Therefore, the material used was steel 45. You can see chemical composition and mechanical properties of metal samples. Also, general view of the experimental sample. The control dimensions in the distance between the ends of the bushing during assembly by heating. In order to conduct a study of the dimensional dispersion process, at least 80 tests are required. Pumps of this type are among the most critical auxiliary machine in the thermal power plants. The special operation condition of the pump requires that all rotor spuds, in addition to being securely fastened against the effects of the operation environment, must also be able to expand freely. For this purpose, the actual dimensions must be precisely maintained. The rotor is a multi-element assembly consisting of a shaft and 6 stainless steel impellers mounted on it in series. The wheels are mounted on the shaft with tension. As you can see, all parts are large size. The rotor is assembled using induction heating, which has a number of advantages. The ability to program the heating parameters of the products, preventing the blades from overheating to dangerous temperatures that lead to material weakening, obtaining a mating surface without scratches or deformation, and increasing labor productivity. The disadvantages of such an assembly are the difficulty in maintaining dimensional accuracy due to linear expansion of material as a result of temperature. The calculation of assembly dimensional chain involves obtaining a gap between the ends of the wheel and the hub of the discharging disc of certain size. For this purpose, based on drawings that you can see, a dimensional unit diagram was built. Dimension A1, as you see, is a component of reducing link equal to the distance between the end of the first wheel and the end of the shaft stage. Dimension A2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is a component of reducing link of the assembly dimensional chain, which have the value of the length of the wheel landing surface. H is a component of the increasing link, which has the value of the total length between the ends of the first wheel and the discharge disc. And it is a closed link which has the value of the distance between the ends of the last rotor wheel and the discharge disc. So our main task was calculation of dimensional chain of assembly unit. Since the rotor production is small scale and the number of links in the dimensional chain exceeds 4, the solution of to the problem was realized by probabilistic summation. From the surface purpose of mechanism, it follows that the minimum gap between the end of the last rotor wheel and the end of the discharge disc should be 0.4 millimeters and the maximum 0.6 millimeters. So clearance will be 0.2 millimeters. We some coordinate of the center of the dominance field of the closing link, it's 0.5 millimeters, and the solution to the direct problem is summarized in the table, which you can see. For the component link, column 1 shows that the number of the components link, column 2 shows its nature, column 3 shows nominal size. In column 4, we entered the values of the squares of the tolerance units of all components links based on the specified nominal size of each link. In column 5, the number of tolerance units, which were determined by the formula, the qualification of all links in the dimensional chain, except for one of the optional links, in the case link H was left, was determined by the value of H and recorded in the column 6. Sorry. Next step was the dimensional tolerance of the component links, except one were determined according to the regulatory requirements based on the nominal size, column 3, and qualification, column 6, and entered in column 7 and 8. Half of the tolerance field of the closing link and component link were determined by formula that you can see. The data obtained were entered in column 9 squared and recorded in column 10. The remaining half of the tolerance field of the components link was determined by expression that you can see. Then we determined the coordinate of the center of the tolerance of all component links except one. The obtained values were recorded in column 11, where the individual coordinates of midpoints of the tolerance fields of the increasing and decreasing links were summed up. The limit deviation of the remaining component link were defined, as you see, by this formula and recorded in the remaining graphs. To solve the inverse task, it is necessary to define the nominal value of the closing without taking into account the linear expansion of the material and its maximum deviation. Now you can see how it was. Next, to determine the accuracy of compilation, the risk coefficient and the value of the risk percentage were found. In this case, for t equal 3, the risk percentage is 0.27%, though the tolerance of the component links are within the limits of economic accuracy, and assembly will be performed with full interchangeability. This means that the individual parts of components have been manufactured with precision within specified tolerance, allowing them to be easily replaced without compromising overall assembly performance or functionality. We determine the nominal value of the closing link of the dimensional chain, taking into account the linear expansion of the material, and it is equal 12.6 millimeters, and the last step was used to assemble the rotor of the feed pump and determine the size of the gap between the ends of the last wheel and the discharge disc under production condition with or without additional technological operation. The purpose method can be used for any distribution and has a number of advantages over known methods. The estimates obtained by this method are consistent and unbiased. These estimates are almost optimal because the sample size equal to optimal, and for sample size equal 7 or more than 7, they almost completely coincide with the known optimal estimates of parameters and distribution of parameter and distribution for which they were found. In conclusion, I would like to say that the efficiency of dimensional chain calculation using the probabilistic method depends largely on the extent to which the influence of random factors on the values of the constituent lengths and the closing lengths is taken into account. Until now, the existing methods of dimensional chain calculation were based on the use of outdated normative documents, which is in some cases is unacceptable in use. At calculation of assembly dimensional chain in condition of the thermal influence by hidden method on the basis of the carry-out research invoked normative material, which allows to increase accuracy of calculation of dimensional chain at the expense of account of influence of temperature gaps, is offered. Studies on determining the size of the closing link during the calculation of every dimensional chain taking into account the influence of temperature gaps have shown that the results of calculating the nominal values of the closing link does not meet the task in hand compared to the results obtained during the calculation without taking into account the influence of temperature gaps. However, the practical implementation of the assembly of the rotor feed pump type taking into account accuracy in the actual direction by 5 to 13% and reduce the size of the gap between the ends of the rotor wheel and the discharge disc by 6 to 10% without the use of additional technological equipment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Increasing the service life and reliability of structural components of machines with the help of innovative engineering solutions, by authors Olena Devyatko, Mykola Denisenko, Mikhailo Moshtruk, Natalia Kanivets, and Natalia Slobodanyuk. Part 1: Introduction and Major Challenges. The reliability of agricultural machinery is primarily determined by its faultlessness, maintainability, safety, and durability. One of the main properties of a machine is its durability, which makes it possible to maintain the performance of its structural elements for a long time up to their limit state. Reliability and durability are determined by maintaining the dimensions of their structural elements, weight retention, quality of the friction surface, and surface strength of friction joints. The scale and significance of the external friction problem is estimated to take up about 1/3 of the world's energy resources. The costs of machine maintenance and repair are extremely high and are growing annually. This scientific work is intended for engineers and specialists of the agricultural sector who work in the field of increasing the service life and reliability of machines through the use of innovative strengthening technologies. Part 2: Aim and Research Tasks. The aim of this work is to develop innovative solutions to improve the technical service of machines under the condition of structural adaptation of construction materials, to increase hardness, reduce friction surface deformation, minimize the activation of surface layers when metals interact with the external environment, and to substantiate rational parameters of material composition. The research objectives are as follows: to study the parameters of external friction wear mechanisms, and the phenomenon of structural adaptation of materials using modern methods of material science, physics, electron microscopy, and X-ray analysis. To analyze the factors of combining macroscopic understanding of the characteristics of friction contact, i.e. its geometry, strength, and plasticity of surface layer materials, with microscopic and submicroscopic understanding of atomic mechanisms of adhesion, dislocation mechanisms of deformation, diffusion, etc. To determine the thickness and depth of the surface layer by SEM and EOS using an Auger spectral microprobe. To develop powdered nanocomposites to reduce the energy intensity of agricultural machinery and increase the surface life of their parts and working bodies. Part 3. Research Methodology. Mass losses from abrasive friction were determined as the difference between the total losses from the mechanical impact of abrasive particles and corrosion mechanical wear. To compare the wear rates of samples with different geometries, the loss of mass was converted to the linear dimensions of the materials, the margin of error between weight and linear wear being 5%. The mechanisms of formation of secondary structures and the mechanisms of their destruction determine all surface quality characteristics of a large number of parts used in the agro-industrial complex machinery, which operates under normal conditions of technological exploitation. The mechanism of the creation of surface-level secondary structures is also caused by external factors, which intensify the wear processes of the machines. At low loads and sliding speeds, the time for secondary structure formation increases. With an increase in load that exceeds the elastic limit of the material, its base undergoes plastic deformation and the film is destroyed. Intermolecular and interatomic forces are formed between the friction surfaces, and, accordingly, diffusion processes are activated and the material loses its performance. Structural adaptability is formed in a certain range of loads, minimizing the effective volume of various mechanisms of interaction between solids and the external environment. In contrast to the equilibrium state, three areas can be distinguished in the cross-section of the surface layers of materials, which differ according to their structural state. The first layer being the secondary structures, the second layer being the subsurface deformed layer, and the third layer being the base and changed material. Part 4. The results. Secondary structures with extreme turbotechnical properties are thin layer objects with a thickness ranging from 20 to 80 nanometers, the characteristics of which determine the mechanisms of the formation of friction and wear forces. According to studies of the microstructure and chemical composition of the friction surfaces of nanocoatings, a secondary structure of type 1 is formed on them, with a thickness of 105 nanometers. On the surface of the substrate in contact with the external environment, there are oxide layers. The outer layer is loose and has a thickness of 4 to 10 micrometers. The inner layer is dense and has a wavy border with a substrate material and a thickness of 8 to 25 micrometers. The oxide layer thickens near the grain boundary. For sample number 1, a typical relationship between chromium and iron concentrations is observed, with the iron content ranging from 6 to 58 weight percentage. A chromium carbide coating forms on the surface. Carbon is an oxygen reductant that prevents the oxidation of the nanocoating surface and the formation of a secondary structure of type 2. So these secondary structures can be attributed to the secondary structure of type 1. In this case, an oxide carbide coating is formed, the thickness of which is determined by the duration of irradiation of the friction surface. The formation of secondary structures occurs in a certain range of friction modes, in the presence of dynamic equilibrium of activation and passivation processes. This is a prerequisite for the formation of the phenomenon of structural adaptation of materials under friction. The essence of the phenomenon of structural adaptation is that under normal friction and wear, ordered dissipative structures are formed on contact surfaces, which have the properties of minimal entropy production. The formation of secondary structures occurs in a certain range of friction conditions in the presence of dynamic equilibrium of activation and passivation processes, which is a prerequisite for the formation of the phenomenon of structural adaptation of materials. A 90 nanometer thick graphite coating is formed on a coating substrate interface, which is held on the surface by adhesive forces and secondary structures of the second type, with a thickness of 150 nanometers. For sample number 2, a chromium iron type dependence is noted within an iron concentration range of 4 to 46%. Real solid surfaces exhibit irregularities of different scales: waviness, roughness, and submicro roughness. These irregularities vary in height from 0.005 to 500 microns. Consequently, direct surface contact occurs only in specific areas, through which the pressure of the entire system is transmitted. Part 5. Conclusions. Standardized techniques include the use of known materials and technologies, such as coatings that protect against wear and corrosion, as well as stress analysis and diagnostic methods that allow for the timely detection of problems in engineering structures. The durability of machine structural elements is dependent on the intensity of formation and destruction of Type 1 and Type 2 secondary structures. The concentration of carbide-forming elements on the working surface of machine parts increases, with the concentration of chromium being 2.5 times higher in the vertical section than in the cross-section of the part, and silicon being 2 times lower. During the technical operation of machines, nanocoatings containing chromium carbide phases wear out less because they remain in the base of the material. The chemical composition of materials changes as a result of contact with the external environment through selective oxidation and wear of the matrix components of the microstructure. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear colleagues, your attention is presented with a report on the topic, changing the output characteristics of a planetary hydraulic motor during operation. Introduction and major challenges. The effective use of self-propelled equipment depends on the reliable operation of all its components and assemblies, and first of all, control units and actuators, since their failure leads to loss of performance of the entire machine as a whole. To hydraulically drive the active working parts of mechatronic systems of self-propelled vehicles, hydraulic machines of the planetary, orbital, type are used. The failure-free operation of drives in mechatronic systems of self-propelled vehicles is determined by changes in the functional parameters of the hydraulic drive elements during operation. Changes in the output characteristics of an orbital hydraulic motor during operation are primarily determined by its technical condition, as well as changes in the load on the hydraulic motor shaft and the amount of working fluid supplied by the pumping station. Under operating conditions of hydraulic drives of self-propelled machines, the technical condition, operability, of planetary hydraulic motors is determined by the size of the gap between their internal and external rotors. Therefore, predicting changes in the technical condition of planetary-type hydraulic motors during operation depending on changes in torque and the amount of working fluid is an urgent task that solves many operational and economic problems. Aim and research tasks. Under operating conditions, the technical condition, operability, of a planetary-type hydraulic motor is determined by a change in the diametrical gap between its rotors. Therefore, to determine, predict, changes in the output parameters of a planetary-type hydraulic motor during operation, it is necessary to substantiate the main factors that determine changes in the output characteristics of a planetary hydraulic motor under operating conditions and determine their levels of variation. Plan experimental studies to obtain regression equations describing the change in output parameters in a given range of changes in load, flow rate of working fluid and diametric clearance between the rotors of a planetary hydraulic motor. Study the influence of load, working fluid flow and diametrical clearance between the rotors of a planetary hydraulic motor on changes in its output parameters. Research methodology. When studying changes in the functional characteristics of a planetary-type hydraulic motor during operation depending on its technical condition, increase in diametrical clearance, changes in load and amount of working fluid, mathematical planning of a full factorial experiment was used. In the studies carried out, the main factors determining the technical condition of the planetary-type hydraulic motor, PRG-22 with a displacement 630 cubic centimeters, were taken as input parameters: load on the hydraulic motor shaft, working fluid flow and diametrical gap in the cycloidal gear, were taken as response functions, output parameters: rotation speed of the hydraulic motor shaft, pressure drop of the working fluid, volumetric efficiency, mechanical efficiency, and overall efficiency of the planetary type hydraulic motor. The controlled unchangeable factors that determine the technical condition of the planetary type hydraulic motor are temperature and kinematic viscosity of the working fluid. The use of a full factorial experiment when studying the influence of load are working fluid flow rate and diametrical gap between the rotors of a planetary hydraulic motor on changes in its output parameters allows us to significantly reduce the number of experiments. In this case, the resulting mathematical model expressed by equations makes it possible, with a probability of 0.95, to determine the influence of the load, the flow rate of the working fluid and the diametrical gap between the rotors of a hydraulic motor on changes in its output parameters. For all calculated and theoretical values of the Fisher criterion, the following condition met: the theoretical value of the Fisher criterion greater than the calculated value. Thus, the obtained regression equations adequately describe the process under study. Analysis of the above equations confirms that a change in the diametrical gap from 0.02 to 0.23 mm does not affect the change in pressure drop, hydromechanical and overall efficiency of the planetary hydraulic motor. It should also be noted that the diametrical gap has little effect on the change in volumetric efficiency, due to the self-sealing of the pressure and drain zones. Analysis of equation 1 shows that with known values of load, working fluid flow and diametrical clearance, it is possible to determine the change in the rotation speed of the hydraulic motor shaft, as the most sensitive parameter for determining the technical condition of the hydraulic motor. In this case, the load can be determined by monitoring the pressure drop, for which equations 1 and 2 are decoded. The resulting expressions make it possible to determine the change in the output characteristics of a planetary hydraulic motor under operating conditions within a given range of varying load, working fluid flow and diametrical clearance between the hydraulic motor rotors. Results: to determine, predict, changes in the output characteristics of a planetary hydraulic motor during operation, depending on its technical condition, changes in load and amount of working fluid, experimental studies were carried out. Analysis of the results of the research shows that in the presence of a diametrical gap, the internal rotor loading up ensures self-sealing of the discharge and drain zones. The technical condition of the studied planetary hydraulic motor PRG-22 with a working volume 630 cubic centimeters is determined by the size of the diametrical gap. Over the entire range of torque variation, working fluid flow, diametrical clearance, the operating state of the planetary hydraulic motor is presented as the corresponding platform. With diametrical clearance values equal to 0.23 mm and working fluid flow rates of 110 and 90 liters per minute, with an increase in load to 490 and 392 newtons, respectively, there is a sharp drop in the rotation speed of the hydraulic motor shaft. A further increase in load leads to a complete stop, loss of performance, of the hydraulic motor. When the flow rate of the working fluid is 70 liters per minute, the hydraulic motor completely loses its functionality. Conclusions: the studies carried out have established that during operation, during wear, the mechanical efficiency and torque of the planetary hydraulic motor remain practically unchanged over the entire range of changes in the diametrical gap. Consequently, the pressure drop of the working fluid, in the range of changes in the torque, will remain unchanged, but under operating conditions it will change only with a change in the load. Studies of the influence of load, flow rate of working fluid and diametrical clearance on changes in the output parameters of a planetary type hydraulic motor have established that the rotational speed of the hydraulic motor shaft decreases not only with a decrease in flow, but also with an increase in load and diametrical clearance. It should also be noted that with a diametrical gap of 0.23 mm and a working fluid flow rate of 110 and 90 liters per minute, there is a sharp drop in the rotation speed of the hydraulic motor shaft, and with a flow rate of 70 liters per minute the hydraulic motor is not operational at all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Efficient models of turbo unit for evaluation dynamic characteristics. Сергей Красников, Андрей Роговий, Нина Гречка, Ольга Венюк, Иван Чижиков. Introduction and major challenges. Vibrations of the rotor supports have a significant impact on the performance of the turbo unit. Increased vibration leads to accelerated wear and failure of the entire tubing unit or electrical elements, rotor bearings couplings. In most turbines, the rotor bearings are mounted on the foundation. Therefore, when studying the dynamic strength of turbine units, the shafting foundation model is usually used, in which the influence of tubing casing is not taken into account. The 3000 MW steam tube under consideration, the rotor bearing built into the low pressure cylinders. Therefore, when solving this class of problem, it is necessary to consider the shafting housing foundation system. It is important to use widespread criteria for the calculation of hydraulics and pneumatic devices. Initially, a simplified model was used to analyze the strength of low pressure cylinders, in which the upper part was taken into account by considered masses and kinematic constraints. This work is devoted to the analysis of such models' possible use. Aim and research tasks. The research aim is to study the possibilities of using simplified turbine models. Research task: construction of different models of turbine units, obtaining characteristics of free and forced vibration of turbine unit as a result of neural calculation, assessment of applicability of different turbine unit modes. Research methodology. The study of possibilities of using simplified turbine models was carried out in the following order: creating a mathematical model of research, creating meshes, carrying out calculation and analysis of natural frequencies, carrying out calculation and analysis of force oscillation, general confusions, and applicability of the models based on the analysis of the results. Results. Mathematical model. In general, problem can be presented as follows. To solve a dynamic problems, it is convenient to use the Lagrange equation of the third kind. In accordance with the finite method, the problem of natural frequency and forms of the system has the following form of solution. To find the value of natural frequency, the method of iterations in the space is used. To determine the values of the amplitude forms of oscillations, the method of expansions in terms of engine models is used. Calculation models. The most playable part of the turbine is the low pressure cylinder. Medium and high pressure cylinders are quite rigid. Therefore, it is sufficient to analyze turbine vibration based on simulation of low pressure cylinders. Turbines, as considered, have a single casing of 3 low pressures flows with an attached medium pressure cylinder. The presence of a plane of symmetry allows to consider half of the structure. A complete finite element model and two sacrificed ones were built. Nature of preferential calculation. The finite element method was used for modeling calculation of natural frequencies and forms of complete and simplified models of the two beginnings were carried out. The analysis of natural frequency showed that the first simplified model has a denser frequency spectrum in relation to the full model null. Comparison of form showed the following feature. One following form of the complete model null, SRO, corresponds to several forms of the first certified model 1. The second certified model significantly differs from the complete one in the terms of spectral composition and was excluded from consideration. Force acceleration calculation. Calculation of forces acceleration were carried out when exposed to a force of 1 Newton in the bearing supers. An analysis of the acceleration amplitudes of these supers confirmed the feature described above, shown on the graph of the supers acceleration on the vertical direction and the semi-over. As can be seen, the graph is a simplified model 1, has significantly larger number of percent peaks in the area of the resonance peak of the full model null. There are two peaks of the simplified model 1. In general, the graphs of vertical acceleration of the models supers are similar. Almost range from 0 Hz to 50 Hz. The plots of the simplified model 1 lay above the plots of the full model null. The vibration amplitudes in the plane of the connector and the load in the plane x-axis differ significantly and are not comparable. Conclusions. Modeling and comparison of the full model and two simplified models were carried out according to the characteristic of natural and forced vibrations. Of the characteristic of natural oscillations, comparisons were made based on the frequency spectrum and the models of natural oscillation. Among the characteristics of forced vibrations, the comparison was carried out according to the most important characteristics, the vertical amplitudes of forced vibrations of the rotor supers. The first certified model 1, is suitable for primary assessment of the amplitudes of the rotor super vertical oscillations. In this case, however, mathematical traces will be obtained. The second certified model 2, is unreliable. The second certified model 2 has significant differences in the frequency spectrum from models 1 and 0, and therefore is unsuitable even for primary estimates. To analyze the dynamic characteristic of the structure, it is necessary to use the complete model of the turbine unit. The results obtained can be used in further studies and in the creation of large-scale models of the turbine unit foundation-based array. Thank you very much for your attention.
Optimization of the counterweight mass of a passenger elevator. Currently, residential and administrative buildings, mainly up to 16 floors, in Ukraine are massively equipped with elevator wishes of a traditional design with a worm gearbox, an asynchronous two-speed electric motor, and relay contact control. The application of a voltage converter, this phase parametric control to power the which drive motor, introduce a number of features into the overall picture of energy conception by the elevator lifting mechanism. This defines the research aims. Development of a universal machine algorithm and a program for calculating the energy consumed by a witch with a asynchronous motor, both single speed and two speed, and a thyristor voltage converter. Optimization of the counterweight mass according to the criterion of minimum energy consumption. A research task is to converter weight according to a criterion of minimizing the energy consumed by the electromechanical system has been optimized. To select the counterweight mass of the lifting mechanisms of passenger elevators, a well-known calculation expression is used. The idea of optimizing the counterweight mass according to the criterion of minimum energy consumption is based on the following basic principles. Then choosing the power and size of a winch motor with thyristor phase parameter control. For a passenger elevator, the parameters of dynamic modes are of great importance. Cabin load factors during ascent are greater than during descent. The average load weight for round trips during peak hours also differs from half the rated load capacity. The approach to the optimum will be closer if optimization is carried out over as long a period of time as possible, for example, a year. However, the information necessary for this calculation, average cabin load factors, length of trips and their frequency during ascents and descents, is missing, and therefore calculations there carried out taking into account the parameters characterizing the operation of the elevator during peak hours. The national data required for the calculation are divided into three parts. Parameters of the movement of the cabin and passenger flow, speed, acceleration, jack of the elevator cabin, number of floors of the building, load capacity, load factors of the cabin during ascent and descent, stop time on the floor. Parameters of the elevator lifting mechanism, mass of the cabin, mass of the ropes, moments of inertia of the pulleys and progressively moving parts of the lifting mechanism. Asynchronous motors loss coefficients. The calculation algorithm involves 5 stages. At the beginning of the calculation, the preliminary engine power is ATDI, determined according to the expression. The calculation program includes the parameters of the base drive motor, a moment of inertia of the motor, rated slip, synchronous speed, rated and maximum torque, efficiency, rated power losses. At this stage, it is possible to calculate the winch motor power based on the new adjusted parameters of the lifting mechanism. The type of optimal elevator movement diagram based on the specified values of speed, acceleration, car jack, number of floors of the building, and the probably number of stops during ascent and descent is determined at each section of ascent and descent. The optimal diagram for one elementary trip includes starting, running at a steady speed, and braking. This diagram is calculated and divided into 7 characteristic sections, within which the cabin speed changes according to one specific law. Calculation of power losses in the winch is carried out taking into account the nominal parameters. Checking the choice of a winch motor for heating and overload capacity. The calculation of the energy consumed from the network is also carried out taking into account the operating mode of the winch and depending on the ratio of static and dynamic moments. In the process of research based on the developed algorithm, there were also analyzed the values of power consumed by the winch and the values of the maximum reduced load moment of the lifting mechanism in addition to energy costs. The results of the study of the basic version of the passenger elevator, the main parameters for which are given in table, showed that with the existing method of stating balancing of the cabin weight, taking into account half of the nominal weight of the cargo, all 3 calculating indicators of winch motor power, energy consumption and maximum load values are not optimal. Dependence of power consumption of counterweight mass before optimization, after optimization. depends on the energy consumed during one round trip on the mass of the counterweight. Before optimization, after optimization. A dependence of load moment on counterweight mass. Before optimization, after optimization. For each of these indicators, the value of the optimal counterweight mass turns out to the different. But in all cases, the optimal mass is less than the mass of the actual counterweight of the elevator under study. Applied to the elevator winches of traditional design, these two-speed asynchronous motors, this regulation from varistor control stations, optimization of the counterweight mass based on the proposed algorithm can lead to a reduction in its mass. At the same time, the installed winch motor power, energy consumption and maximum load torque can be reduced. It has been determined that the generally accepted expression for calculating the counterweight mass does not take into account the parameters of dynamics models. A difference in passenger flows during ascents and descents. Difference in cabin load factors during ascent and descent. The difference between the average value of the amount of cargo moved during round trips during peak hours and half of the rated load capacity, etc. It is shown that the number of starting and braking operations taking place in the proportion the most uneconomical and in the braking more economical modes is not distributed optimally with the existing method of choosing the counterweight mass. A method for calculating the optimal counterweight mass in order to minimize the energy consumed by elevator wishes is proposed. A universal software algorithm that allows a comprehensive implementation of the proposed method has been developed. Using the example of elevator lifting mechanisms with winches of traditional design and parametric control, the recommendations for optimizing the mass of counterweight according to the criterion of minimum energy consumption are given. It is demonstrated that the following indicators can be reduced: the mass of counterweights, energy costs, and the installed power of winch motors. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning. A report on the topic is presented to your attention.
Investigation of cylindrical particles' sphericity and roundness based on the extreme vertices 3D model. Introduction and major challenges. The use of computer-based mathematical experiments is gaining increasing demand in various fields. In this context, scientific data derived from actual experiments are employed to ascertain structural features, including connectivity, geometric properties, and roundness. This process involves the careful consideration of three key components: 1. Repetitive structure, 2. An explicit method, 3. A method extreme vertices. However, a method, extreme vertices, is often used in the context of linear programming and optimization. In the field of optimization, particularly in linear programming, extreme vertices represent the corner points of the feasible region, which is defined by the constraints of the problem. These extreme vertices are the points at which the linear constraints intersect, and they help to define the boundaries of the feasible region. In a linear programming problem, the optimal solution typically occurs at one of these extreme vertices. The idea holds crucial significance within the simplex method, a frequently utilized algorithm for addressing linear programming challenges. The research aims to utilize scientific data derived from actual experiments to understand and ascertain structural features such as connectivity, geometric properties, and roundness of elements, particularly spherical cylinders. Therefore, the urgent task involves employing 3D computer and mathematical modeling methods to calculate the sphericity of elements and roundness of elements of cylindrical particles using the extreme vertex model. Aim and research tasks. The research aim is to create a three-dimensional computer model and perform calculations for the sphericity of elements and roundness of elements using the extreme vertices model. Research tasks. 1. Assessment of particle sphericity and roundness. Examine and analyze calculations of sphericity and roundness of spherical elements using the extreme vertex model. This is important for determining particle shape in heterogeneous environments and their impact on functional properties. 2. Determining the relationship between sphericity and roundness. Investigate correlation analysis between particle sphericity and roundness to identify the connection between these geometric properties. This will enhance understanding of how changes in one property can affect the other. 3. Analysis of particle shape impact on environmental properties. Determine the influence of particle sphericity and roundness on the mechanical properties of heterogeneous environments. Processing processes, and other important aspects. This will help understand how particle shape affects their functionality and application in various fields. Research methodology. 3.1 Overall principles of spheres and rounded particles with different shape factors. Sphericity refers to how closely a particle resembles a sphere, regardless of its size. Conversely, roundness is associated with the sharpness of the particle's edges and corners. These two parameters measure different aspects of the particle's morphology. While sphericity is influenced by elongation, roundness is primarily determined by the sharpness of the circular component's protrusions and indentations. Sphericity and roundness are geometric parameters used to describe the shape of particles or objects. Sphericity is a measure of how closely an object approaches the shape of a sphere. It is a dimensionless parameter that quantifies how spherical or ball-like an object is, irrespective of its size. Sphericity is often calculated using the surface area or volume of the particle, providing an understanding of its overall roundness. Roundness, on the flip side, roundness pertains to how sharp or smooth the edges and corners of an object are. It is a measure of how closely an object resembles a perfect circle. Unlike sphericity, roundness focuses specifically on the object's edges and corners, determining how circular or curved it is profile. Roundness is often used to assess the degree of angularity or smoothness of a particle's outline. Spherical and rounded particles with different shape factors are as depicted in Figure 1. Both sphericity and roundness are crucial parameters in various fields, including mathematical sciences, computer sciences, material science, geology, and particle engineering, as they provide valuable insights into the physical characteristics and behaviors of particles or objects, aiding in their classification and characterization. It should also be noted that we compare the proposed approach with two common alternatives: traditional empirical methods and computational methods without extreme vertices. 3.2. Sphericity of elements. Sphericity of elements can be defined as the degree of similarity of the particle's shape to a sphere. This is an important parameter as spherical particles typically possess specific properties that distinguish them from irregular or improperly formed particles. The main methods of determining sphericity are: 1. The theorem of sphericity. This theorem states that sphericity can be determined by measuring parameters corresponding to spheres, such as radius, diameter, volume, or surface area. Comparing these parameters with the corresponding parameters of the particle itself can provide an estimation of the degree of sphericity. 2. The theorem of gyroradius. This theorem is used to measure the degree of deviation of a particle from an ideally spherical shape by measuring the gyroradius of the particle. 3. The eccentricity theorem outlines the level of eccentricity exhibited by a particle, indicating the extent to which the center of mass is displaced from the center of the geometric figure. A higher eccentricity corresponds to a less spherical shape. Sphericity is determined according to the following Formula 1. This represents the main purpose of the ratio between the volume of an ellipsoid and that of a sphere. A more frequently employed measure indicating the sphericity of these elements is. Thus, we obtain Formula 3 here. V represents the object's volume. The index of sphericity, denoted as C equals 4.pi.s perimeter 2, represents a 2D counterpart of the true sphericity index of the elements. Indexes V and C vary in the range from 1 to 0. 3.3. Rounded particles. Convexity is a characteristic of the shape of particles that can be crucial for material properties, their interaction with other particles, or behavior under specific conditions. Moreover, the convexity of particles can impact their structure, strength, surface properties, adhesion capability, and other physical characteristics. To determine the convexity of particles, the following theories are applied. 1. Curvature theory. This theory is based on geometric principles describing the shape of particles as convex or concave. It employs the concept of the radius of curvature to measure the curvature of the particle's surface at specific points. 2. Geometric parameter theory. This theory utilizes various geometric parameters such as surface area, volume, or projection area to calculate the convexity of particles. It relies on comparing the geometric characteristics of the particle with the ideal geometric shape, aiding in establishing the degree of convexity. 3. Material distribution theory. This theory studies the distribution of material along the particle's surface and its influence on convexity. It takes into account how the material is distributed on the surface, which may involve an analysis of internal voids, irregularities, or other features. 4. Particle interaction theory. This theory explores how the convexity of particles affects their interaction with other particles or materials. It analyzes properties of adhesion, coagulation, and other physical processes that may depend on the shape and convexity of the particle surface. We can propose the following provisional definition of the roundness of elements, based on measurements of length, external surface, and volumetric dimensions to the following Formula 4. It should be noted that this ratio is calculated according to the voxel mathematical model, where the basis is the relationship between the surface area of the elements or particles and the ratio of a sphere with the diameter of each individual particle. Results.
4.1 Basic properties of extreme vertices. Modeling of elements, particles. The proposed theory of extreme vertices in the context of modeling particles or elements, particularly in voxel-based modeling, is essential for defining the boundaries and limits of objects in three-dimensional space. Primarily, it is used for analyzing and representing the shape of objects using a voxel grid. The main properties of the developed theory of extreme vertices for particle modeling can be attributed to the following. Extreme vertices in voxel objects. In voxel-based modeling, extreme vertices correspond to voxels located on the boundary of an object or particle element. They define the contour and shape of the object in three-dimensional space. 2. Representation of shape. Extreme vertices aid in representing the shape of an object or particle in the form of a three-dimensional grid. They determine the external appearance of the object and its boundaries, enabling the analysis and processing of its structure. 3. Data analysis and processing. Utilizing extreme vertices allows for the analysis and processing of data regarding the size, shape, and positioning of particles in three-dimensional space. This provides detailed information about the characteristics of objects. 4. Voxel representation of objects. Extreme vertices are the primary components of voxel representation of objects. They define the contour of the object in the form of a three-dimensional grid, which can be used for visualization, analysis, and simulation. 5. Geometric computations. With the use of extreme vertices, various geometric computations, such as volume calculation, surface area calculation, and other parameters can be performed, which are important for the analysis of particles and their properties. An ellipsoidal particle, element, developed using the theory of extreme vertices in voxel modeling is shown in Fig. 2. Spherical modeling of elements based on the developed theory of extreme vertices in voxel modeling is presented in Fig. 3. Overall, the proposed theory of extreme vertices is crucial for the analysis and modeling of any form of particles, spherical, ellipsoidal, polyhedral, in three-dimensional space using voxel methods, enabling the acquisition of detailed information about their structure and properties. (4.2) Correlation dependencies of sphericity and roundness according to the developed theory of extreme vertices. The above calculation of sphericity and roundness of elements using the theory of extreme vertices is primarily used to determine the shape of particles, particularly those in the form of spheres or spheres. Our proposed method is based on measuring the coordinates of the extreme vertices of the particle and calculating parameters that characterize its shape. In the figure 4 is depicted the correlation relationship of the sphericity coefficients on the diameter of the spherical elements of the components. The application of the extreme vertices theory to correlate sphericity and roundness contributes to the advancement of mathematical modeling techniques. This enhances our theoretical understanding of geometric properties in mathematical contexts, particularly in the realm of linear programming and optimization. The correlation data offers a basis for establishing quality standards, enabling better control and assurance of the desired geometric properties in cylindrical components. Figure 5 illustrates the correlation between roundness coefficients and the diameter of the spherical components, elements of the particles. The obtained results allow conclusions to be drawn about the shape of the component's particle. A sphericity value nearing 1 suggests a particle with a spherical or nearly spherical shape. It's important to highlight that values below 1 indicate a more ellipsoidal or non-spherical nature of the particle shape. Conclusions. The proposed calculations of sphericity and roundness of spherical elements using the model of extreme vertices allow for the following conclusions. 1. A sphericity value close to 1 indicates that the particle has a shape very close to a sphere or a sphere. This is important to consider in analyzing the properties of heterogeneous environments, where the shape of particles impacts their behavior and overall functional properties. 2. A sphericity value less than 1 indicates that the particle's shape may be more elliptical or non-spherical. This can be crucial for understanding the mechanical properties of heterogeneous environments, processing processes, and other important aspects related to particle shape. 3. The roundness of particles is also a key parameter that affects their properties and applications. The closer the roundness value is to 1, the more rounded the particle shape, which may indicate improved machinability, strength, or other important physical characteristics. Through the meticulous application of 3D computer and mathematical modeling methods, we have successfully calculated and analyzed the sphericity and roundness of elements using the extreme vertex model. The correlation analysis has revealed compelling relationships between sphericity and roundness, showcasing the intricate interplay of these geometric properties. The data obtained through the study demonstrates a statistically significant correlation coefficient of a sphericity value nearing 1, indicating a strong association between the two parameters. This correlation is crucial in understanding how changes in one property may affect the other, providing essential information for various fields where such cylindrical particles play a significant role. Acknowledgement. The paper has been written within the project, the Operational Program Integrated Infrastructure for the project, National Infrastructure for Supporting Technology Transfer in Slovakia, NITTS KIL, European Research Development Fund. Thank you very much for your attention.
The theme of work is controlling the gas mode of a mode for producing thin wall castings. Introduction and major challenges. One of the main trends in the development of designs of cast parts for engineering purposes is a decrease in their artificial mass, which is associated firstly with a decrease in the thickness of their walls and a more complex surface topography, and secondly, with an increase in the mechanical properties of cast alloys. In the view of this, there is a tendency to increase the share of thin-walled industrial castings with developed relief. This type includes artistic, jewelry, and dental castings. Aim and research tasks. The research aim is to develop a mathematical model of the gas regime of casting molds for the production of thin-walled and artistic castings with developed relief, and to optimize the process of filtering gases from the elements of the casting mold closed by liquid metal. Research methodology. Practice shows that among the various macroelements of the casting mold relief, elements of a conical nature have the worst reproducibility. The driving force for filtration is the pressure in the mold cavity, which consists of metallostatic pressure of the metal and gas pressure. To produce high-quality thin relief castings, it is necessary to optimize the parameters of technological processes so that the amount of profile loss is minimal. Under normal conditions, the average profile loss is 20–30%. And its fluctuations are in the range of 3–80% depending on the geometry of the casting, the type of casting alloy, and the technological parameters of the casting process. An important role in the formation of the relief is played by the kinetics of the formation of gas pressure in the mold, which is described by the function P. Existing experimental data show that the gas pressure in the casting mold increases abruptly at the moment of contact of the metal with the casting mold to a value of 2.0, 4.0 in PA, and then quickly decreases. The optimization problem for the case under consideration is formulated as follows. We believe that the casting is made in a two-layer mold and the gas is removed from the gas pocket by filtering it through the molding sand and through special ventilation channels. Calculation of the amount of gas removed by filtration through the casting mold can be made on the basis of solving in the general equation of the thermal gas regime of the casting mode for the case when the equation of state of the filter gas has the most general form. For real gases, the state of which can be described by the well-known van der Waals equation, the one-dimensional case, the equation will take the following form. This equation relates the temperature and gas pressure fields at any point in the mode at an arbitrary point in time. The equation can be solved numerically using a difference scheme using an iterative cycle of calculation at each time step. Results. The relief element of the casting mode. At R equals 0, the element takes the shape of a cone. The casting mode consists of a facing layer of thickness B and a filling layer. To obtain castings with high surface cleanness, a thin facing layer is made on the basis of highly dispersed refractory fillers and therefore has low, close to zero, gas permeability. In view of this, in the upper part of the relief element, it is necessary to make a ventilation channel D, which ensures the removal of gas and when a gas pocket is formed in this element. Solving the optimization problem comes down to determine the values of the diameter of the ventilation duct D and the gas permeability of facing layer G, which provides a minimum of the objective function F, which describes the dependence of the time of gas removal from the relief element that if, in mathematical terms, it is necessary to solve the problem taking into account restriction on filling time and gas channel diameter. The time for gas removal from a relief element was calculated as follows. Removal of gas from the relief element occurs simultaneously by filtration through the mode and outflow through the ventilation hole. The rate of gas outflow from a relief element was determined using the Saint Venant formula known in gas dynamics. The mass of gas M, which is located in the element and is removed by outflow through the ventilation hole, is found by the formula, which you can see on the slide. The function V, which describes the change in the unfilled volume of the mode element under consideration, was determined based on analysis of its geometry and the kinetics of the filling with the melt. The density of the gas was determined by the equation of state, and its temperature was determined based on the solution of the auxiliary problem of heating a gas into contact with a heated solid. To determine the volume of gas removed by filtration at variable pressure and filtration area based on Darcy's law, it was found that by the moment of time, the volume of filtered gas will be equal to, you can see the formula on the slide. The resulting relationships make it possible to determine the time of gas filtration from a given relief element for given technological parameters of casting manufacturing and the geometry of its relief. This problem can be used to quantitatively study the influence of various factors on the formation of in-relief of castings and select the ranges of their change when solving optimization problems. In this slide, for a conical relief element of a copper casting with geometric dimensions R equals 10 mm, R equals 2 mm, H equals 50 mm, the dependencies of the ratio of filling at a given moment of a part of the volume to the total volume of the element are presented depending on gas permeability facing layer. The calculation results show that by changing the diameter of the ventilation hole and the gas permeability of the facing layer, it is possible to ensure the required time for gas removal from the thin relief elements of the casting mold. It has been established that the lower the gas permeability of the facing layer, the more time is needed to remove gases from the thin relief elements of the casting mold. To numerically solve optimization problems of this class, an algorithm has been developed and implemented. The optimization problem is solved for each typical relief element. The implementation of the algorithm made it possible to develop recommendations for improving the technology for manufacturing thin relief castings. For example, for the study in relief elements, it was found that in order to ensure the time of gas removal from it in less than 10 seconds, it is enough to ensure its gas permeability of 2 standard units and the diameter of the ventilation hole 2 mm. The work passed production tests on castings for Art Foundry. It was proposed to form a hole in the casting mold by making a change in the model drawing. This made it possible to optimize the process of filtering gases from the elements of the casting mold, completely eliminate defects due to unfilled corners and edges, and obtain a high-quality relief of the artistic product. Conclusions. In foundry production, there is a tendency to increase the share of in-walled castings currently. The formation of the air quality is greatly influenced by the parameters of the thermal gas regime of the casting mold, which are still insufficiently studied. The organization of the gas regime of the casting mold is a necessary condition for obtaining high-quality artistic and industrial castings with a developed relief. The calculation results show that by changing the gas permeability of the facing layer of the molding mixture and the diameter of the ventilation duct, it is possible to calculate the required time for complete removal of gases from the thin relief element of the casting mold. For example, for the studied relief element, it was found that in order to ensure the time of gas removal from it in less than 10 seconds, it is enough to ensure its gas permeability of 2 standard units and the diameter of the ventilation hole 2 mm. It has been established that the lower the gas permeability of the facing layer, the more the time is needed to remove gases from the thin relief elements of the casting mold. To solve this problem, a mathematical model and optimization method and recommendation for organizing the thermal gas regime of thin relief casting molds have been developed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexander. I represent the Dnipro University of Technology. The topic of my report for this conference is virtual device for assessing the reliability control of geometrical parameters, mechanical product depending on the accuracy of the tool. Introduction. In today's realities of mechanical engineering, the requirements for the quality of manufactured products are constantly growing. The requirements for the accuracy of measuring the dimensions of parts are also increasing. To date, the task of justifying the rational choice of accuracy of measuring device continues to be relevant. At the same time, there is no methodological support for calculating the reliability of procedures for controlling the geometric parameters of engineering products. So what are the aim and research task of our study? The aim of our work is to develop a virtual device for assessing the reliability, controlling the geometrical parameters, mechanical products dependence, the accuracy. In additional research task that we have set, so first of all, it's to select a creation for the reliability control of geometric parameters. Second, to create an algorithm for calculating and selected creation, selection of the program environment, and development of the program code. And third, to conduct a series of computer experiments and obtain the dependencies of the reliability creation of the accuracy of the measured device. So research methodology, I emphasize that the modeling was carried out in 2 stages. First in the Excel environment, and the final stage was in the LabVIEW environment. On the main methods used in this work is a simulation method of modeling the procedure for controlling the geometric parameter for compliance with the tolerance field. The Monte Carlo method was also used to model random errors of measuring device, namely the Monte Carlo method for the technological system normal distribution and the Monte Carlo method for the measuring device uniform distribution. Also analyzed the methodology for creating a device in a LabVIEW environment for the software implementation of virtual tool for automating computer experiments based on the results of the analysis, the Claritative Analytics knowledge base. We can also look at some examples of created algorithm blocks. The algorithmic model is based on the flat sequence structure. There are 11 blocks in total, but 3 blocks are shown. For example, block T1, it's a technological block. It's Monte Carlo function was used with random number generation. And block C1, it's a function of simulation modeling of control process. Also, the program code of the next block for calculating the reliability of product dimensional control shows the ratio of the sum of correctly, incorrectly accepted and rejected products for the total volume. So let's talk about our results. So first of all, a virtual device has been developed to access the reliability of controlling geometrical parameters, mechanical products depending on the accuracy of the tool. And now you could see the general review of the front panel of the created virtual device. On the left is the initial data, and on the right is a graph of reliability versus maximum measurement error. And now we could analyze the results of statistical and simulation modeling of shaft diameter control reliability. And it's a normal equipment accuracy. L, it's a reduced equipment accuracy, and I, it's increased equipment accuracy. Normal accuracy green curve gives about 0.27 degrees degrees percentage of outside the tolerance field. So the main conclusions. The terminating factors were the value of normalized maximum measurement errors and numerical value of the tolerance for the size of production. Second, scientific novelty is to obtain a graphical dependence of selected validation creation of the maximum permission limit of random measurement error, taking into account the accepted constraints and initial data for modeling. And the main last thing that is the created virtual device for assessing the reliability of control has been successfully implemented in the educational process in the preparation of masters. Probably that's all. Yeah, thank you for your attention. So questions are welcome.
On the use of nanomaterials and nanotechnologies to increase the durability of agricultural machinery working bodies. By authors Микола Денисенко, Олена Дев'ятка, Наталія Канівець, Наталія Муштрук, and Михайло Тузюк. Part 1. Introduction and Major Challenges. The development of new materials and technologies for the creation of wear-resistant functional coatings for parts of agricultural machinery, and especially tillage machines, is an important and complex problem that largely determines the technical level of agricultural engineering and the agro-industrial complex as a whole, where various equipment is used both in technological operations and in the processing of agricultural products. All machines have friction pairs. The technical condition of the friction pairs directly affects the durability, reliability, and productivity of the machinery. Increasing the service life and other operational characteristics of agricultural machinery's working bodies is a complex problem that has three main areas: material science, technology, and design. A promising area is the use of nanotechnology and the creation of nanomaterials to improve the technical level of loaded parts of agricultural machinery that are capable of nanostructuring under technological influence, i.e., changing their internal atomic structure. Part 2. The aim and research tasks. The aim of this work is to increase the durability of the working bodies of agricultural machinery by modifying the surface layers of materials through the use of multi-layer nanocoatings and nanocomposites. The research objectives are as follows: study the durability of working bodies of agricultural machinery through the use of nanotechnology and the nanomaterials, analyze the features of the combination of nanocoatings and the base material of machine parts, identify the nanostructural elements of the coating, which reflect the processes of its formation and their distribution at the coating substrate interface with certain properties. Determine the microhardness of the coating areas with nanocrystals in the structure and the coating areas formed by the solid phase. Part 3. Research methodology. Methods for studying nano-objects are primarily aimed at determining the size and structure of nanoparticles, as well as establishing the influence of dimensional elements on the properties of nanomaterials. The properties of nanomaterials, including their performance characteristics, are determined by their structure. The basic scheme for creating a nanostructured material in the surface layer includes computer modeling of nanosystems, physical materials science, quantum theory, physics and chemistry of surface hardening coatings with a nanocomposite structure, molecular biology, and chemical synthesis. It should be noted that in the surface layer, which is measured in nanometers rather than micrometers, the grain refinement of the material structure is even more intense and fast. The following research methods were used in this study: electron microscopy, X-ray, and ochre spectroscopy. The nanocoatings were examined using a scanning electron microscope, CAMScan 4DV. Part 4. The results. The working surface of a tungsten-cobalt alloy for the knife edge of a feed chopper is presented and manufactured. Tungsten carbide is much harder and performs much better in terms of wear and corrosion under high-impact loads than martensite, iron, and chromium carbides. The volume fraction and size of carbide particles can vary depending on the requirements for machine performance, where there is a tendency to use nanocrystalline carbide particles that effectively increase the wear resistance of alloys. According to the results of the X-ray phase analysis of the friction surface of the VK6 nanocoating, it was found that in addition to tungsten monocarbide and cobalt bonds present in the initial state, tungsten monocarbide formation is possible in the carbide. It is known that this formation of tungsten monocarbide in the near surface layer has a higher hardness than that of tungsten carbide, with a nano hardness of about 18,000 to 20,000 MPa. Electron microscopic studies have confirmed that the coating forms a nanostructure with a grain size of 50 to 100 nanometers. The presence of nanocrystals in the coating structure is the main advantage of doubling the wear resistance of such a coating. The porosity of the formed nanocoating does not exceed 1.5%. Matrix nanocomposites are the most common, the typical representatives of which are hard alloys of the carbide-tungsten-cobalt system. As the size of tungsten grains moves into the nanometer zone, the hardness of the grains increases, and the thickness of the intergranular cobalt layer decreases. This leads to a decrease in ductility and makes it more difficult for grains to break out during wear, and, as a result, contributes to a significant improvement in the mechanical properties of the alloys. For example, in a tungsten carbide hard alloy with 6% cobalt, when the average grain size of tungsten carbide is reduced from 1.5 to 0.5 micrometers, the strength, hardness, and wear resistance increase by 1.5 to 2 times. Our research has confirmed that the size of the tungsten carbide phase in hard alloys varies from 1 to 8 micrometers, and the size of the interlayer space varies from several angstroms to 4 micrometers. Thus, the structural elements in a hard alloy are bonds, grain size, grain-to-grain boundary, and grain-to-bonding boundary. Part 5. Conclusions. Research shows that it is possible to control the process of nanostructure in building materials and various coatings, and obtain new structural states with different arrangements and structures of nanoparticles. When designing working bodies of machines based on hard alloys, it is necessary to create multi-layer coatings. The lower layers must provide strong adhesion of the coating to the carbide base, and viscously inhibit the formation and growth of cracks in it in case of damage to the coating. It has been previously established that through the use of new nanostructured materials, it is possible to create competitive domestic tillage tools that should have higher wear resistance of up to 3.5 times, increased strength 1.7 to 2 times, and up to 20% improved agrotechnical and energy characteristics, such as tillage depth, soil formation, cutting of harmful plants, fuel consumption, etc., compared to serial products. High carbon, iron carbon, boron containing hard alloys with impurities of up to 32 to 38% of cast tungsten carbide, relight with a hardness of 65 to 70 HRC, are more effective as hardening, mainly welded layers for tillage tools. The development and creation of technology for the restoration and repair of machinery mechanisms by the methods of forming ultra-dispersed and nanocomposite coatings seem to be economically feasible measures, which underscore the relevance of this development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Increasing the vibration resistance of finishing and boring machines when cutting ends using the plunging method. Alexander Badovsky, Anna Balanyuk, Gennady Aborsky, Alexander Argian, Odessa Polytechnic National University, Milan Edel University of West Bohemia. Introduction and major challenges. The technology of combining operations of finishing boring machines provides for two fundamentally different methods for performing the end trimming operation, the radial feed method and the axial feed method. The main requirement for this operation is high quality of processed surfaces as well as optimal productivity. Fine trimming of ends is often performed using the radial feed method. To ensure the production of an accuracy and with a high surface finish, but the productivity of this processing method is relatively low. The development of assembly of a cutting head for radial feed of a cutter poses significant difficulties. The presence of radial feed mechanism make it difficult to produce a compact and well-balanced head. A simpler in terms of kinematics and more productivity of the axial fit method, plunging method. That is terminal with a wide blade cutter knife. This finished trimming of the ends is still a relatively new technological operation. There the fact that the capabilities of this method have not been sufficiently studied, this work carried out experimental and theoretical studies of the technological possibilities of trimming solid ends of finishing and boring machines based on studying the dynamics of fine tuning. Aim and research tasks. The goal of this work is to increase the vibration resistance of finishing boring machine when finishing the ends of parts uses the tapping method. Research tasks determine the parameters of the elastic dissipative inertial system and the cutting process, ensuring the feasibility of the trimming operation as well as the vibration resistance of the finishing and boring machine. Determine the difference of vibration when turning ends of different diameters. Develop a calculation method for determining of the maximum cutting width, width changing and parameters of machine subsystems, cutting modes and characteristics of the material being processed. Research methodology. An experimental study of stability conditions when trimming. An experimental study of stability conditions when trimming. An end was carried out according to the scheme. The scoring cutter 6 was installed on a rotating mandrel 7 and the workpiece 5 has fixed in the whole of device the rigidity of which can be varied which wide limits. The retractable plate 1 fixed between the posts 2 was made in two versions in terms of thickness and height weight of cross section. Oscillations in the direction of the processing axis were measured at idle and during cutting, which are induction sensor 3 mounted on the plate as well as an inductive sensor 4. Results and discussion. On this slide, you can see characteristics of the elastic device system. Rigidity C is measured in the direction of the machining axis and the natural frequency and the logarithmic determinant of vibrations and determined from the oscillation grams of damped vibration exceeded by the impact. The study of the stability limit is processing when trimming the ends of steel samples was carried out with values of end with B equal 1, 2, and 4 millimeters. The stability limit was determined by the ratio of vibration amplitudes during cutting and during idle. The value of this ratio corresponding to the beginning of the region of the sharp increase in oscillation amplitudes. Amplitudes ratio is approximately 1.5 is taken as the boundary value. In this slide, you can see uh, the influence of the overhand of the device console on the amplitude of vibrations at three values of the with the cut and experiment and approximately um, turn here. And then you can see uh, oscillations of the device model A. Idle, B. Relatively stable cutting, C. Cutting near the stability boundary, where to A. Range of oscillation. Now we move on to calculating the maximum weight of the cutting end without loss of vibration resistance. The closed system is described by the equations 1. The equation of motion in the form 2. Using criterion Rausa-Hurwitz, we get the characteristic equation. To analyze stability, we will reveal the value of Hurwitz determinant. Writing this condition in the cutting process parameters and moving to the maximum value of the cut with B maximum. We find B maximum for the resulting expression makes it possible to calculate the maximum permissible width of the cut and for a given rigidity of the device as well as known parameters, the material being processed, and the cutting mode. In the table, results of calculations of the maximum width of the ends for normalized devices. The experimental determination of stability conditions is carried out using a special device, the rigidity of which varies over a wide range. In this figure, normalized adaptation to finishing and boring machine where one work twice. The limit values of the end weight for cast iron and steel are shown in figure. Here, limit values is cut weight for normalized device. 1 En, 2 steel, C 45 points experiment, curve calculation. Conclusion. Conclusions are written on the slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear colleagues, we are presenting to your attention a presentation of the work modernization of drive well transmission for the machine center, performed by representatives of the Volodymyr Dal East Ukrainian National University, Ukraine, and Trakia University, Bulgaria. Introduction. Among the the machine center, there are machines with a fixed portal which combine accuracy, reliability, power, and operation in three-dimensional along 5 axes. This shot with a fixed table and a movable portal, which allows full use of the working space and the design of processing complex workpiece with optimal readability and speed. In various configuration of machine center, three layout option of main motion drives are most often used. The first, belt drive with a standard configuration for most machine with a tape shank number 14. The third, gear drive using three mechanical transmission to increase the range of rotational speed and torque. To process complex houses parts made of steel, cast iron, and non-ferrous alloys, universal multi-operational machine with gear drive are used, improving their design in the direction of searching for promising designs of mechanical transmission in a wide range of processing moves is an urgent task. The aim. The research aim is to create a tree drive with expansion functionality and improve the design of a belt drive using a specialized model for parametric models. Design research tasks. The first, machine-centered design with a creative methods of parametric such as generative design and real-time modeling were used. The designer is faced with housing part with a complex geometrical configuration with arm manufacturing. The third, a parametric modeling of modified bell. The parametration toolkit in the APM graph model has a convenient interface that involves the use of two windows, variable windows and comment windows. Next, a design of the tooth web bell transmission named TVBT, which implements a compromise between smooth operation without belt slippage on the one hand and overall dimension as well as material intensity on the other. The fundamental possibility of such a design solution is confirmed by the corresponding patent developed by the authors. Research methodology. We consider design machine center. The machine center design model MC200 with a movable column and the 3D model in cryoparametric is presented in figure 1. The machining center is equipment with a storage of pallet tables for 6 to 10 positions and a tool magazine for 42 tools. I consider the 3D modeling of MS Drive, Machine Center Drive. In the process of creating a 3D dimensional model of the drive devices of this machine, figure 2, creative methods of cryoparametric such as generative design and real-time modeling were used. At the same time, the designer is faced with housing part with a complex geometrical configuration, which are manufactured by casting. Using CAD, computer-aided design cryoparametric, allows you to effectively solve the problem of disparity between the design idea of the housing part, named design part, on the factory casting mold of the housing part, casting part. Data of the manufacturing casting part, the principle of associability at the parametric level. You can see on figure 2. Parametric modeling. The development of parametric models and a database section of modified structures is aimed at creating a universal apparatus for computer-aided design of Pele on belts of multivariate design mode. The parameterization toolkit in the APM graph model has a convenient interface that involves the use of two windows. The first window is variable windows and second window is command windows. In the parametric model creation mode, a drawing or any part of it is drawn by creating a special parametric model. In figure 4, shows the windows of variables in the problem of designing of V-belt transmission as the stages of selecting the V-belt section, figure 4a, and calculating the other width of the groove, figure 4b. Results. The main idea of works. The main technical and economical characteristic of machine center to a certain extent depend on the design of the belt drive. As its first kinematic link, the work proposed a fundamentally new design of the two-swap belt transmission, TVBT, which implements a compromise between smooth operation without belt slippage on the one hand, and a compromise between overall dimension as well as material intensity on the other. The fundamental possibility of such a design solution is confirmed by the corresponding patent developed by OSIS. Next, the production of TV belts is carried out similarly to belt steers, a flat toothed profile by laying a fabric covering spiral threads on the supporting layers and layers of elastic materials on a profile assembly drum, followed by molding of the workpiece and vulcanization. The difference is the shape of the assembly drum cavity, which corresponding in shape and size to the cross-section of the wall belt drive, which is a mere factor in difficult increasing. Desired structural part. The TVT transmission with a tooth bell shown in figure 6 combines the design feature of two transmission. One bell transmission VBT and tooth bell transmission TBT. Therefore, the algorithm of calculation, the transmission in question contains elements of methods for calculation this transmission. The main criterion for the performance of bell drives, the main elements of which are presented in standardized catalogs, is the traction capacity of the bell, which is estimated by the value of reduced specific force. The level of such load depends on the degree of load concentration in stress fields. The search for new design related to the profile of working surfaces is an effective way to increase the efficiency of using bell drive. There is an experimental part, where comparative assessment of the parameter of the proposed TVBT tooth web bell transmission and the existing web bell transmission option 2 and TVT option 3 transmission calculation as geometric parameters were carried out. In comparison with the V-bell transmission, the TVTB transmission creating a significantly lower load on the shaft force F in the table of V-bell transmission equal 453 Newton and TVT transmission F equal 119 Newton, respectively. A smaller number of bell runs for TVT and web bell transmission, respectively, creates the prerequisites the greater transmission durability. The second, as the main design advantage of the TVT transmission in comparison with the tooth bell drive is its smaller overall dimension. In addition, since the width of the new design of the web bell is almost 2 times less than the tooth bell, the size W equal 13 millimeters of the TVT bell and B equal 25 millimeters of the tooth bell. Design conclusion. This is work. A comparative 3D design of machine center has been developed for the manufacturing of complex drilling and boring methods in the cryoparametric computer-aided design environment. In cryoparametric introduced a special inheritance procedure. The produce provides a one-way analytical relationship between geometrical data on element types of the design part at the detailed design stage with the data of manufacturing casting part. This inheritance mechanism can be effectively used in the technological preparation of housing part production at the manufacturing ability analysis stage. The third, specialized application programs for parametric modeling of bell drives based on the CAD syntaxis APM graph is developed. Parametric models of belt drive pulleys for the machine-centered drive have been constructed. The use of the developed parameterization mechanism is aimed has been constructed. A project for new design of two web belt transmission TVBT has been created. In the new design, the TVBT belt cross-section in shape and size coincides with the sections of the web belt at the same time. It becomes possible to realize a compromise between smooth operation without slippage of drive elements on the one hand and overall dimension as well as material intensity on the other. The fundamental possibility of such a design solution is confirmed by the corresponding patent development by the author. Our report is over. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good day, dear participants of the conference. The topic of my report is design improvement of the rotary pulsation device by resonance phenomena. Authors of the report I am Kirill Samaichuk, Vladimir Yalpachik, Dmitro Motorny, Tavria State Agro-Technological University, Irina Holobtseva, Dmitro Dmitrievsky, and Vitaly Chervony. All authors are from Ukraine, where, despite the military situation, we continue to conduct scientific research and develop science. Introduction and major challenges. In the technological production schemes of drinking milk, fermented milk products, ice cream, mayonnaise, ketchups, juices, and other products, homogenization is a necessary process. Due to the high degree of dispersion and versatility, whale homogenizers are widely used in dairies. But such machines have high energy consumption, reaching 8 kilowatt per ton with an efficiency of less than 0.1%. If the energy consumption for the homogenization process is reduced to 1.5 to 2.5 kilowatt per hour, the total energy consumption in drinking milk production line will decrease by 40–50%. This will make it possible to reduce the cost of such a widespread and strategically important products. The further development of technologies in the field of good processing should be aimed at the research and implementation of energy-efficient types of equipment, one of which is the developed homogenizer. They have been trying to find a replacement for whale homogenizers for more than 15 years, creating devices with different operating principles. But a real alternative appeared only in the last 15 years after conducting thorough research on rotary pulsation devices, RPD, which, like whale devices, are capable of processing a wide range of both liquid and viscose dairy products, but have much lower energy consumption and cost. For the full advantage of rotary homogenizers over whale ones, it is necessary to improve the quality of their processing, the degree of dispersion of the emulsion, the degree of homogenization. They tried to do this by reducing the gap between the rotor and stator, increasing the frequency of rotation of the rotor by creating various wireless protrusion and deepness of different
shapes and size of the inner surfaces of the rotor and stator, additional holes in the rotor and stator. Despite all these methods, the dispersed composition of liquid milk after processing had particles of large sizes and was distinguished by the unevenness of the fractional composition. To solve the problem, the design of a rotor pulsation device with vibrating rotor, RPDVR, has been suggested. The main unit of the pulsation with a vibrating rotor of the homogenizing unit, which consists of the rotor 3, the stator 4, and the body 5. Holes are made in the rotor 7, which periodically coincide with the holes of the stator 11. The rotor rotates at a frequency and is connected to the electric motor 2 through the belt transmission 1, which allows a deviation of 2 to 3 mm during operation. The crank mechanism 6 causes the rotor to vibrate along the axis of its rotation, and amplitude of which depends on the radius of the crank. The crank rotation frequency N is equal to the rotor vibration frequency. Aim and research tasks. The purpose of the research is to analyze the possible combinations of axial movements of the rotor with the position of the holes of the RPDVR modulator, which determine the phase relations of the rotation angles of the rotor and the crank, and to determine the most effective of them from the point of view of increasing the degree of dispersion of milk fat. Research methodology. The theoretical problem of finding the emulsion speed had been solved in 3 stages. On the first one, the speed of the emulsion has been determined during oscillation axial movements of the rotor, not taking into account the centrifugal pressure of the liquid created during the rotation of the rotor. On the second, the speed of the emulsion when passing the breaker of the apparatus, which is caused only by centrifugal forces. On the third stage, we found the total velocity of the liquid of RPDVR. After transformations, equation 1 had been obtained in the form which you can see on the slide. Equation 2 relates the main structural and kinematic parameters of the apparatus, but does not take into account the ratio of frequencies and phases of the start of the movement of the rotor and crank, which significantly affect the parameters of the homogenizer. Results. The synchronization of the axial movements of the rotor with the position of the holes of the RPDVR modulator is determined by 2 parameters: the ratio of the rotation frequencies of the rotor and the crank, and the shift between the angles B and phi. Let's analyze the most characteristic 3 options of the ratio of frequencies N rotor and N crank. Option 1, 2 and 3 you can see in the slide. For each of the options we will analyze 4 cases of phase shift between the angles B and phi. Analyzing the graph, we see that the phase shift between angles B and phi significantly changes the character of the total velocity of fluid movement in the breaker RPDVR. The maximum value of the speed reach a maximum at B equal 0, with the phase shift B greater than 0, the maximum speed decreases and again reach a maximum at the shift of B minus phi equal P. It is impractical to use variants of phase synchronization in which phi less or equal beta divided to z due to the decrease in acceleration and therefore the degree of dispersion. The value of the speed in the holes of the RPDVR modulator at the ratio option 3. And therefore the modes with larger phi do not coincide with the period of the change in the area of the interrupter. The condition of equality of pulsation in the openings of the device is not fulfilled, which make it impossible to obtain a homogeneous dispersion of emulsion in RPDVR. Therefore, of the analyzed options, the optimal option is option 2. Conclusions. Imposition of high-frequency oscillations, vibrations, on the emulsion product being processed is a key factor for leveling the shortcoming of rotary pulsation devices and creating more efficient homogenizers that can replace Weyl homogenizers in milk processing enterprises. Thanks to the vibration, uniform power dissipation is created at the interface of the dispersed and dispersed phases, which leads to an increase in the degree of dispersion and the uniformity of the dispersed composition of the processed emulsion. The most effective resonance mode of operation of RPDVR, the speed emulsion, had been defined, which is the key to finding the relationship between the sizes of fat globules and milk and the operating parameters of the experimental homogenizers. This equation makes it possible to develop a homogenizer that has low energy consumption and high quality dispersion characteristics of microemulsions, for example, whole milk as a material for the dairy industry. For RPDVR, the ratio between the parameters of the rotation and oscillation frequencies of the rotor and the phase shift of the rotation and oscillatory movements of the rotor determines the condition for the occurrence of resonance phenomena in the dispersed emulsion medium. The similar nature of the speed change caused by the oscillations and rotations of the rotor leads to the emergence of resistance phenomena, which are expected to lead to an increase in the amplitude of emulsion pulsations, an increase in acceleration, and an increase in the dispersion of the fat phase of milk. The conditions for the occurrence of resonance and the ratio between the frequencies of rotation and the rod and crank and the phase shift angle between them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear colleagues, let me report on the following topic: an approach for modeling city defense means SUME region case study, authored by Master of Science Igor Titarenko, PhD student of Alexei Beketov National University of Urban Economy in Kharkiv, and me, Ivan Pavlenko, professor of the Department of Computational Mechanics, named after Volodymyr Marcinkovsky at SUME State University, Ukraine. The unauthorized Russian military invasion of Ukraine and full-scale war have led to massive destruction of Ukrainian cities and their civil infrastructure. Therefore, the problem of ensuring the defense capability for cities and communities is highly topical. So, our research aims to answer the question: how can we introduce the model of city defense into the structure of a modern Ukrainian city using a SUME region case study? Modern Ukraine faces the threat of permanent Russian aggression. In this regard, cities should all adopt to a new reality, turning into places that meet security requirements and are ready to perform their function of fortress cities. The city should become a refuge for residents, a modern defensive element in a complex of fortifications and an impregnable fortress. Creating a concept of the practical application of underground urban planning is essential. To ensure the permanent defense, the city should adapt to transport logistics in peacetime and wartime. Today, this problem is insufficiently studied since it requires more thorough research, systematization, and adaptation to actual conditions. Modern warfare trends have shown that taking control of cities is one of the most challenging tasks since the aggressor does not have an advantage in conducting combat operations in an urban environment. Therefore, due to self-inability, the aggressor takes measures to destroy territories using artillery, aviation, UAVs, and so on. Under such circumstances, civilians and energy infrastructures are vulnerable. Thus, it can be concluded that defensive structures should be designed for civil and military defense. These factors make the city a reliable fortress. Therefore, creating a system of appropriate defense fortification is an essential problem for the frontier regions. The research aims to model the defense framework in the urban space of modern cities in Ukraine based on the available experience of other countries worldwide. The following objectives were formulated to achieve their goal. Firstly, collecting information by researching state-of-the-art. Secondly, analysis of the topographical situation with further analysis of potential threats. Also, assessment of urban planning features for modern Ukrainian cities. Moreover, identification of the main factors and measures impacting the creation of city defense means based on the analysis of the information mentioned above. And as a result of analytical research, an approach for modeling city defense means should be proposed. The following approach were used during the research. Observation for research and analysis of the research objects. Data collection and analysis using available scientific, archival, and cartographic sources. Classification for further systematization, and modeling for reproducing the research objects in schemes and digital models. The prerequisites for creating a modeling approach are the study of historical and modern practices regarding the defense of cities. Particularly after the First World War, the primary defense powers in Europe designed long-term defense lines to protect the key territories using fortified districts. Each country equipped its fortified areas in its own way. For example, with forts, shelters, barriers, medical and communication parts, and many others. Engineering and the military used various solutions to contain potential attacks. The following stages of analysis can be distinguished to create preliminary ideas for modeling city defense. The first general stage includes an analysis of the general topographical situation in the region, followed by determination of the likely direction of potential threats. Also, the second local stage includes the analysis of the local urban planning space of the city. As a region with a potential military danger, the city of Sumy was chosen as an example of applying the proposed approach. Reforming the residential sector of cities with the introduction of civil defense means should provide for the creation of modern bomb shelters, the installation of elementary protective structures in public places, and the modernization of courtyards of residential quarters for general protection and the public. A design scheme for Sumy city defense should include the following means: simple shelters in public places, underground critical and military infrastructure, the adaptation of the city for military operations, a modern alarm system, an up-to-date air defense system, and of course public and private bomb shelters. As a result, an initial model of the military framework for Sumy city was modeled. The corresponding scheme is presented in this figure. This scheme was developed to analyze a landscape, the directions of roads, the location of nearby towns, and the identification of dangerous directions based on our own occupation experience. In addition to carrying out measures of the defense system in the forest area, the defense of potentially dangerous areas should be created in the form of long-term reinforced concrete firing points and strongholds to ensure control of the territories. The necessary system should be located on the appropriate defense lines, considering the terrain, roads, turns, and landscape features. A design scheme of the proposed city defense means is presented in this figure. And the main conclusions are as follows. Firstly, based on the proposed design scheme, a scientific methodological approach to creating a model of the city's defense system has been proposed by introducing a military framework. Secondly, the obtained results have allowed for extending the formation of measures aimed at defense, creating security for citizens, and maintaining modern Ukrainian cities with the help of military framework in the urban planning space. Overall, the complex approach to creating a system of fortifications relying on external and internal factors allows for a systematic approach to deterring military and terrorist aggression by introducing a military framework into the city. Although the border of Ukraine limits the results, I hope they can also be considered as an approach applicable to other modern European cities and regions. I think European countries like Poland with a border with Belarus and the Baltic countries with borders with the Russian Federation also feel the real threat. Further research will be aimed at designing and implementing a comprehensive 3D model of city defense means in the structure of the Ukrainian cities and regions according to the developed methodology. And finally, let me express deep appreciation to this conference for participating and representing our research achievements. And many thanks for your attention.
Hello, dear participants of the International Conference DSMIE-2024. Today I would like to present you our work, Features of the Formation and Characterization of Zirconium Nitride Coatings using Vacuum Arc Deposition. From a sustainability perspectives, reducing consumption of natural resources in the era of energy-saving technology dictate the need to create and develop new types of material. Now the pressing questions are: is it worth creating tools and critical machine parts from expensive material using labor-intensive technology? Or is it enough to apply a coating that will significantly increase the service life of the coated product? At the same time, understanding the mechanism for creating protective coatings can generate new knowledge about predictable and controllable coating technology. That is why we think that the solution of these problems are industrial coatings, and we think that this is the best way to keep a variety of the surface safe. The field of coatings material science and engineering is defined by the interrelationship among properties, structure, composition, synthesis, and the performance of these elements. According to this, the research aim of this study was the effect of the bias potential and nitrogen pressure on the fast structural state, substructural characteristics, and the hardness of vacuum arc zirconium nitride coatings. Research task according to this was to identify the influence of deposition parameters on the formation of the structure of vacuum arc nitride coating, identify the features of the formation of vacuum arc nitride coatings and the relationship of properties with the characteristics of structure, and to establish the relationship of microhardness obtained nanostructured coating with the characteristics of the structure. The specimens were deposited using installation Bulat 6M, which additionally equipped with the generator of high voltage pulses, which are applied to the substrate during deposition. The atmosphere pressure in the chamber was nitrogen. Also here you can see the scheme of vacuum arc method of evaporation. For the examination of fast composition and structural state, X-ray diffraction analyses were conducted on DRON 3M diffractometer using copper alpha radiation with the focus on Brega-Brentano. Here also schematic representation of an indentation section under hardness measurements. Now we will discuss a little bit our results. Here you can see the section of the diffraction spectra of zirconium nitride coatings, which were deposited under constant potential Vs minus 150 volts. Here we have a single phase zirconium nitride with the preferred orientation 111 and 311. The texture 111 increase even more with the increase of the pressure. An analysis of substructural characteristics presented on this slide. And at low pressure, zirconium nitride with the cubic lattice and axial texture is formed, and general trend of decreasing in micro deformation and crystal size with increasing pressure is observed. This may be caused by the decreasing in the average energy of the particles and as a result of the decreasing in the length of the free path of the particles. An increase in pressure leads to an increase in the number of formation sites, therefore leads to decrease in the average size of crystals when they are plenary filled with the formation of continuous film. This is explained by the low degree of chemical interaction in the deposition process without additional impulse simulation. The second section of the pressure greater than 0.13 Pascal is characterized by output of the dependence of microdeformation to an almost constant level 0.5–0.55% and significantly increase in the size of the crystallites in the direction of the fall of the film-forming particles. At pressure 0.4 Pascal, when the texture with a preferred orientation 111 is formed, the degree of perfection leads to increase the average size of the crystallites. The next task for this research was to determine the effect of high voltage impulse simulation on the fast composition and structural stability. According to this, we choose three different values of input potential, minus 800 volts, minus 1200 volts, and minus 2000 volts. The presented sections of diffraction spectra obtained from the coating deposited under conditions at pulse potential minus 800 volts, where we can see the tendency to transition from the texture state with the texture 111 plus 311 transfers to the monotexture state with the texture axis 111. Also, at the same time, this leads to a small relative increase in the intensity of the peak 200. Under condition of pulse simulation with the amplitude of pulses minus 1200 and minus 2000, it can be see that with general similarity in the patterns of change in the texture component with increasing pressure compared to the non-pulse mode. At substructural level, pulse simulation leads to deformation, relaxation, and crystal size growth. The course of dependence observed during ion simulation can be explained by a greater energy transferred to the dissipated particles and accordingly the greater mobility and chemical activity during the formation of nitride, which leads to an increase in the perfection of the structure and with increasing in the pressure of nitrogen atmosphere. To complete study of these coatings include the determination of mechanical characteristics such as hardness. Dependence on the change in the hardness on pressure in the correlation with structural data, the dependence of hardness on pressure can be divided into two characteristics sections. The first section up to 0.1 Pascal with a continuous increase in hardness with increasing pressure, which can be associated with the saturation of the bonds with nitrogen atoms in the conditions of the formation of the texture state, at which the hardness increased to 42 gigapascal. The second section, higher pressure, the hardness remains almost constant at level 37-38 gigapascal. The high hardness of zirconium nitride coatings obtained in this work is explained within the framework of the combination of substructural characteristics. Due to the reduction in the average energy at the pulse potential minus 800 volts of the accelerated particles at higher pressure, there is a reduction in the crystallite size, and this is the main factor behind some of the increase in the hardness found for this type of coat. And conclusions of our work. We have single-phase zirconium nitride coatings with a crystalline FCC lattice were obtained by the method of vacuum arc deposition. With an increase of pressure from 0.026 to 0.4 Pascal and under the conditions of negative constant potential minus 150 volts, without the influence of high energy pulse stimulation, we observe the growth texture 111 and appearance of the bitexture state 111 plus 311. At the substructural level, pulse simulation leads to relaxation of deformation and growth of crystallite size. Hardness without pulse simulation increases with increasing pressure and reaches a value of 42 gigapascal. Pulse simulation leads also to a shift of the maximum hardness towards higher pressure due to more effective stimulation of the formation of nitride during the growth of the coat. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, just contact with me, and have a nice day.
Dear participants of the conference, we present to your attention a report on the topic research of the stress-strain state of anisotropic parts of interference feeds based on the variational RVR method. Introduction and major challenges. Recently, a lot of scientific work has been devoted to the research of composite materials with anisotropic properties, which are increasingly used in technical products of structures. However, only a small part of scientific works is devoted to the study of parts of interference feeds made of composite materials. Although composites are often used for this joint. Assessing the performance of elastic cylindrical feed parts involves calculating their stress-strain state based on solutions to the corresponding boundary value problems of the three-dimensional theory of elasticity. The efficiency of numerical methods is determined first of all by the possibility of obtaining reliable results. Therefore, is improving existing and developing new methods for studying anisotropic cylindrical shells of arbitrary thickness is still a relevant and practically significant scientific problem in the mechanics of deformable solids. The main direction of the solution of this task is the creation of the complex system approach with the automated search of the variant of the design solution and taking into account the stress-strain state of interference feed parts. Aim and research tasks. The aim of this work is to research the SSF of anisotropic parts of interference feeds based on a new variational method, the algorithm of which is used in the modular structure of a computer program developed by the authors. In order to achieve the set goal, the following research tasks are envisaged presented on the slide. Research methodology. The methodology for studying the SSS of elastic parts with interference fits is based on the use of the variational RVR method, the algorithm of which is used in the modular structure of the applied computer program Shell RVR. This program is designed to calculate the strength of stiffness of anisotropic, in particular isotropic statically loaded cylinders of arbitrary thickness. In this work, a specific type of hub bandage joint consisting of two elastic cylinders is considered as an object of numerical research. These parts, when jointed with interference, are contact with the outer cylindrical surface on the shaft, with the inner cylindrical surface of the bandage wheel. Since the contact interaction of two elastic bands from a mathematical point of view is complex boundary value problem, therefore, as a rule, to separate problems are calculated for cases where, among the elastic fitting parts, the shaft is considered rigid first and then the bandage wheel. To use the RVR method, considered the Reisner variational equation in the orthogonal coordinate system S1 S2 that introduced in the middle surface of the cylinder. Since for the axisymmetric problem under consideration there is circumferential displacement U2 equal 0 as well as tangential stresses sigma 1 2 equal 0 and sigma 2 3 equal 0. Therefore, the stationary condition of Reisner functional for the calculated anisotropic cylinder will have the form. For a cylinder with stress-free ends, let's consider the following boundary conditions. Results. In order to find out how the results converge, let's us first consider the case when of the two parts of the interference fits, the hub is considered to be the rigid one. Then the calculation of the stress-strain state of bandage can be reduced to the solution of the boundary value problem for an elastic isotropic cylinder. with boundary conditions with the following version of the geometric parameters. To evaluate the effectiveness of using the proposed area method, let's first perform its numerical implementation for comparison with the now solution to the Lame problem. When studying a bandage made of an isotropic material with parameters. Depending on the shear model of a cylinder, Table 1 presents the result of calculation of Lagrange and Reisner functional as well as displacement similar to stresses, respectively at the conditional in the section as 1 equals 0. In the table, the exact results of highlighted in bold, which the column coincide with the results of the now formulas of the Lame problem. Let's consider the boundary value problem of scientific interest about the SSS of an anisotropic cylinder for condition the form. On the face surface. Numerical implementation of such a problem was carried out for a transtropic cylinder with elastic parameters. Depending on the anisotropy of the bandage material, when the shear model Lig equal 5. Table 2 show the values of displacement and stresses. In the section x equals 0 along cylinder thickness. The parentheses in the first column on of the table indicate the values of south quantities calculated using formulas Lemma in the case of an isotropic material at equal 1. Let's consider a calculation performed for an orthotropic bandage with previously accepted geometric parameters. Made fiberglass on the basis of polyester resin PN3 and glass fabric ASTTB S2O with geometric and elastic characteristic. Thus, for bandage under study, table 3 present the value of displacements and stresses in section x equals 0 along the thickness of the cylinder depending on the selected shear model Lij. At number nodes Ng equal to 156. Figure 3 shows the distribution in cross-section S1 equals 0 of stress 22, sigma 22 and sigma 33 across the thickness of the cylinder depending on the selected shear model of the bandage. Circles in the figures indicate exact solution for Li equal 5. Conclusions. The main conclusions are presented on the slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear colleagues, the topic of a presentation is contribution to improving a process of completing a positive connection of hub-shaft type using combined methods. In the manufacture and operation of mechanical engineering equipment such as rotors or turbine, compressors and pumps, shaft with gas for reducers, axles and shafts for agriculture machines, there is a need to create positive connection of hub-shaft type. The press connection or connections with granted tension, which are characterized by the impossibility of their mutual movement, are one of the most common assembly units applied in mechanics and mechanisms. For this reason, increasing the efficiency of this connection is one of the most important tasks in connection with ensuring the reliability and long service life of machine parts. The most obvious type of failure, the press and press key units, are joint strengths, violent ties, fretting, fatigue damage, and fatigue fails. Given that the distribution of parts starts from the surface, many technologies are detected to improving the quality parameters of part surface layers. The positive connection of the complete parts are characterized by the impossibility of their mutual movement, which is provided by tension. The strength of the connection is determined by the fit and accuracy grades. Positive connection can be made using press fit, guaranteed tension or transition fits, tension or jab. On figure 1 and figure 2 shows the press connection of a hub. The height of the ring, its T, should be specified taking into account the tension in the connection and the transfer load, which depends on the amplitude of the relative slippage of hub 1 and shaft 3. The presence of rings 2 made of more flexible material in the zones and maximum contact pressures smooth out the stress peak and reduce the degree of damage resulted from threatened corrosion. Increasing the diameter of the hub shaft section with a smooth transition from the main diameter of the thickness is one of the most popular methods of increasing fatigue strength. Casing occurs here. The end of the hub hang over the hub fills, you can see on the figure 3. And end of the hub allocated flush with end of the hub shaft portion, and the end of the hub does not reach and the end of the hub shaft portion. In order to significantly increase offload carrying capacity of press feed connection, a recent tent has been produced coating of varying hardness at the contact zone. The analysis of literature source shows the absence of single mechanisms of protection against threatened corrosion. It has been shown that threatened corrosion of parts can be reduced or eliminated by improvement of quality parameters of the working surface. To achieve this, it is necessary to apply corrosion protective coating with a necessary hardness, thickness, with specific tribotechnical properties, roughness. The coatings must also have good adhesion to the base of the part. At the same time, the coating should not reduce the fatigue strength. Electrospark alloying ECA is one of the most promising methods of forming the surface layers of components with the required properties. Complex plasma chemical process take place during ECA. Studies have shown that alloying can take place without transfer of the anode material to the cathode surface, and that a modified layer is formed mainly by a diffusion process. Such a process is characteristic of non-metal saturation, for example, during cementation by the electrospark alloying. The thickness of the hardened layer depends on the discharge energy and treatment time process productivity in the cementation electrospark alloying process for steel parts. The thickness of the hardened layer increase as the distant energy and alloying time increase. Surface plastic deformation, SPD method, are commonly used to reduce surface roughness after electrospark alloying. Among the CPD method, the following deserve special attention: rolling with ball, processing of roller and ultrasonic hardening. That is method of non-abrasive ultrasonic finishing. So the aim of the work is therefore to optimize the quality and positive half-shaft connection by improving the process of making the coating produced by the combined electrospark alloying and surface plastic deformation technology and their contact surface. The material used for the research are divided into material for cathode part and materials for anode, allowing electrode. The anode and cathode materials used the research, as well as some of their physical and mechanical properties, are shown in tables 1 and 2. The surface were modified using a vibrator model IATDI. To improve the positive connection of half-shaft type of steel parts, a method is proposed in which there are several processing options. In the first option, it is recommended that the 5-10 millimeters wide alloy layer of copper on thin be formed on the inner surface of the patch in areas adjacent to its end using the electrospark alloying method. The process should be carried out along a ring using a metal electrode tool in air or in argon in as a medium. In the second option, the hub shaft surface is objected to the cementation electrospark allowing process, after which a layer of soft anti-friction material made in silver, copper, or tin bronze is used for the carburized layer by the electrospark allowing, and then it's proposed by the surface plastic deformation method. In the third option, using the ESA method, with a copper on thin bronze electrode tool, a 5-10 millimeters wide angular diffusion layer is formed on the inner surface of the hub in the zones near its ends. The hub shaft surface is objected to the cementation electrospark allowing process with a graphite electrode, after which a layer of soft anti-friction material with silver or copper is used in for the carburized layer by the electrospark alloying, and then it is processed by a surface plastic deformation method. The above mentioned three options process are aimed at solving one technical problem, namely increasing the fatigue strength of the shaft of the positive connection. Solving the problem is based on the general principle, which consists in containing a high quality wear-resistant layer of the necessary roughness, and which is object to compensate residual stresses at least on one of the connector surfaces. The problem is solved by the electrospark allowing method, followed by the surface plastic deformation treatment. Therefore, it can be concluded that the above said technological options are united by a single technical idea, and they are the variant of a process aimed at solving a single technical problem. Our research made it possible to propose the most effective values of specific deformation forces to improve the quality parameters of electrospark allowing coatings. In order to generalize and facilitate the selection of the most reasonable deformation force, it has been proposed to divide all the electrospark coating into three groups according to the micro hardnesses of the layer to be strengthened. It's soft electrospark coatings, medium, hard, and hard ones. It is recommended the soft coatings are hardened by ball rolling. Medium and hard coatings can be hardened by both ball rolling or diamond polishing. When selection the deformation methods of surface roughness and thickness of the coating must be taken into account. For each electrode material, the thickness of the coating produced by electrospark alloying process can be determined either by using the mass transfer equation or by measuring with micrometer. Consider the change in the geometric parameters of the contacting conducting objects as a function of the micro-hardness of the surface layers obtained by electrospark allowing process. When machines are hard, wear-resistant material using the electrospark allowing method as spherical and enter under the influence on the load detected onto it depends of hardened while put into softer transition sublayer, thereby strengthening the latter. Conclusions. The improved technology of increasing equality of positive connection of the hub shaft type of creation coating of the contact surface produced using the combined technology of electrospark alone and sequence surface plastic deformation. In practice, after applying an annual layer of copper on tin bronze of inner surface of the hub of the zone, adjustment of its surfaces using the electrospark alloying method, it is suggested that the resulting coating be subjected to surface plastic deformation treatment by rolling with a ball. This results in the creation of compressive residual stress in the coating and the improvement in the fatigue strength of the hub. For practical use, it is recommended that the after cementation electrospark alloying of the hub shaft surface, it should be further machined by the surface plastic deformation, which will result in the presence of residual compressive stress in its coating and improve the fatigue strength. If a layer soft anti-friction metal, copper, silver, or tin bronze is applied to the carburized coat using electrospark alloying method and then machined using the surface plastic deformation method by rolling with a ball, fatigue strength of the shaft is increased. In this case, the layer of soft anti-friction material between the solid carburized layer and the indenter is deformed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear colleagues, your attention is presented with a report on the topic, assessing the adequacy of a mathematical model of work processes occurring in a hydraulic drive to a real object. Introduction and major challenges. Predicting the operation of a hydraulic drive as a real object is possible if there are appropriate mathematical models that describe the ongoing processes with varying degrees of idealization of the research object. The connection between a mathematical model and a real object is carried out using mathematical dependencies, hypotheses, and simplifications. The most important criterion for developing a model is its adequacy, which characterizes the resulting reliability probability with which the process under study is described. The description of the processes occurring in the hydraulic drives of mechatronic systems allows the use of the results of mathematical modeling in optimizing and predicting the processes occurring in the hydraulic drives during the operation of self-propelled equipment. This description is also used when designing hydraulic machines with specified output characteristics. Therefore, the development of methods for determining the adequacy of the developed mathematical models that describe the processes occurring in hydraulic drives of real objects is an urgent task today. Aim and research tasks. To confirm the reliability and given probability of a mathematical model that describes the working processes occurring in the hydraulic drives of mechatronic systems of self-propelled vehicles to a real object, by determining the adequacy of theoretical research. It is necessary to develop a dynamic model that implements a method for theoretical research mathematical modeling of the processes of changing the pressure of the working fluid and the rotational speed of the hydraulic motor shaft during acceleration of the hydraulic drive, a methodology and conduct bench tests of a planetary hydraulic motor in order to determine the experimental dependencies of changes in the pressure of the working fluid and the rotation speed of the hydraulic motor shaft during acceleration of the hydraulic drive. A program that implements a methodology for assessing the adequacy of developed mathematical models that describe the processes occurring in hydraulic drives by assessing the adequacy of theoretical research. Research methodology. To predict the operation of a hydraulic drive as a real object, theoretical studies were carried out, taking into account the operating conditions of the mechatronic system of self-propelled vehicles. Mathematical modeling of the working processes occurring in the hydraulic drive during the operation of self-propelled equipment was carried out on the basis of a universal model of a mechatronic system with a planetary hydraulic motor. The developed model took into account the design features of rotor systems and the distribution of working fluid of planetary hydraulic motors, as well as operating conditions using a passive pulsation damper. Based on the presented dependencies, a dynamic model of changes in the pressure of the working fluid and the rotational speed of the hydraulic motor shaft during acceleration of the hydraulic drive has been developed. Results. Based on the presented dependencies, a dynamic model of changes in the pressure of the working fluid and the rotational speed of the hydraulic motor shaft during acceleration of the hydraulic drive has been developed. Block 1 describes the change in geometric parameters of the working fluid distribution system, and Block 2 describes the rotor system of the planetary hydraulic motor. Operating conditions are set by Block 3 generating pump flow oscillations and Block 4 generating changes in load resistance moment. Theoretical studies were carried out using the VISIM simulation package, as a result of which theoretical curves of changes in the pressure of the working fluid and the rotational speed of the hydraulic motor shaft during acceleration of the hydraulic drive were obtained. The theoretical studies carried out included the development of mathematical and dynamic models of the processes under study, parametric and dynamic studies, which is associated with a number of assumptions and limitations that led to some idealization of the results obtained. Analysis of the change in the rotation speed of the hydraulic motor shaft shows that the nature of the change in the rotation speed, both in theoretical and experimental studies, is almost the same, with steady rotation of the output shaft. Damped oscillations of the rotation speed are observed in both theoretical and experimental studies. In this case, the rotation speed values reach the nominal value of 600 revolutions per minute. Fluctuations in the output shaft rotation speed during experimental studies are up to 15 rpm. Analysis of the change in pressure of the working fluid shows that the nature of the change in pressure in the hydraulic drive is almost the same in both theoretical and experimental studies. With steady motion of the hydraulic motor shafts, pressure pulsations in the hydraulic drive discharge line of up to 1 megapascal for the theoretical curve and 5 megapascal for the experimental curve are observed. As a result of the research, it has been established that the theoretical curve obtained as a result of modeling the acceleration process of a hydraulic drive with a planetary hydraulic motor adequately describes the process under study with probability 0.95. Consequently, all the results obtained by modeling the working processes occurring in a hydraulic drive with a planetary hydraulic motor are reliable, and mathematical dependencies. A dynamic model and a program for determining adequacy can be recommended when studying hydraulic systems and their elements. Conclusions. The developed mathematical model of the working processes occurring in the hydraulic drives of mechatronic systems of self-propelled machines includes models that describe the processes occurring in their elements: pump, safety valve, hydraulic motor, etc., and takes into account the operating features and mutual influence of all the main elements of the hydraulic drive, as well as the features condition of the working fluid. It has been established that the theoretical curve obtained as a result of modeling the acceleration process of a hydraulic drive with a planetary hydraulic motor adequately describes the process under study with probability alpha equals 0.95. Consequently, All the results obtained by modeling the working processes occurring in a hydraulic drive with a planetary hydraulic motor are reliable, and mathematical dependencies. A dynamic model and a program for determining adequacy can be recommended when studying hydraulic systems and their elements. Thank you very much for your attention.
Let me introduce our presentation. The theme of our scientific work is nanocomposite for protection against thermal infrared imaging detection system. The wide application of materials for electromagnetic radiation absorption is mostly associated with the rapid development of information technologies that cause modern electronic pollution. So, based on technological, operational, and structural considerations, the polymer absorption electromagnetic radiation nanocomposites can be produced as polymer, ceramic, and organic composite. Such materials combine components, properties, and have high spectral, physical, chemical, and strength characteristics. So the aim of our scientific research is to investigate the polymer, ceramic, and organic nanocomposites against thermal infrared image detection system. We design a ceramic and organic polymer composite using a complex spheral systems comprising silicon carbide, chromium oxide, and graphite and potassium titanides. In those slides, you can see our research methodology. As polymer matrix, we use epoxy resin. As filler, we use silicon carbide, chromium oxide, graphite, and potassium titanides nanoparticles. Experimental methods includes mixing epoxy resin with different fillers, and next curing polymer, ceramic, and organic composites for 2 hours under 16 degrees. Research methods include the recept thermal infrared imaging of polymer composite in industry temperature measurement thermal imaging camera LT3. Next you can see our scientific results. According to research findings in slides, nanocomposites treated with potassium titanides had the highest impact and lower intensity thermal infrared imaging spectrum bands. Analyze the figures shows that the degree of thermal screening for the epoxy resin system with 20% weight potassium titanides is almost 18%, while the thermal shielding level for epoxy resin is with 20% weight silicon carbide is only 15%. In those slides, you can see the infrared imaging spectra of our research composites. The gathering thermal infrared imaging spectra of polymer, ceramic, and organic composites with different fillers, we can see the result of combined studies leads to the conclusion that the nanocomposite modified with potassium titanides are the most effective in the reducing the intensity of thermal infrared imaging spectrum bands. Such data obtained are good in agreement with the previously formed assumption that this crystal structure of potassium titanides should provide effective thermal imaging and telemagnetic shields when introduced into polymer thermosetting and thermoplastic matrix. So the results show that the nanocomposite modified with potassium polytitanide have the greatest effect on reducing the intensity of thermal infrared imaging spectrum bands. The degree of thermal screening for epoxy resin system with 20% potassium titanides is almost 18%, and the maximum temperature reduced for those systems from 26 to 30 degrees. Additionally, it's demonstrated that the examined nanocomposite can protect people from being detected by the thermal infrared imaging equipment. Polymeric, ceramic, and organic nanocomposite can be produced using various methods for thermal infrared imaging detection system in screen and nets. So thank you very much for your attention.
Today, dear participants, I'd like to present my report of a work improving the performance of a centrifugal compressor through computer-aided design and optimization of blade thickness. High-pressure compressors are one of the most common pneumatic machines in industry and transportation. Classical design methods for such machines are based on flow modeling techniques in two-dimensional and one-dimensional formulations. These design methods lead to the creation of fairly perfect structures, but their characteristics can still be improved. In general, there are two approaches to improving performances: changing the blade profile with subsequent physical or numerical modeling, or using CAD models. CAD can significantly reduce design time and improve projects to increase overall compressor efficiency. Therefore, the task of finding perfect designs for the impeller of the compressor using modern CAD software becomes urgent, which can significantly improve the main characteristic of a pneumatic machine. In addition, the development of highly efficient design methods can significantly reduce energy consumption and ensure sustainable development. Today, there are a large number of different software products for compressors: CAD, Extreme, ANSYS Vista, etc. However, their use does not guarantee to obtain optimal impeller characteristics in automatic mode. Often it's necessary to optimize the geometric parameters of the blade to obtain the best characteristics. This can this takes some time and can lead to deterioration in some of the compressor energy parameters. Therefore, after the design, it's necessary to verify the characteristics experimentally or numerically, based on the joint solution of the Reynolds equations with the turbulence model. The aim of the study is to improve the characteristics of the centrifugal compressor impeller with a vaneless diffuser by designing it using modern CAD calculation methods and optimizing the blade thickness. Research task you can see at the slide, and the study consisted of three stages. Firstly, the results of experimental investigations of the baseline compressor were compared with the results of computational fluid dynamics (CFD) calculation. The mathematical model is presented at the next slide, and in the second stage the model was verified and the limits of its possible use were determined. In the third stage, the flow part of the centrifugal compressor impeller was designed using the ANSYS Vista CCD CAD system in the ANSYS Workbench environment, based on the parameters of commercially available compressor. An ANSYS student license was used, which limits the machine to 500,000 elements. After designing the new impeller, it was optimized based on changing the blade thickness and selecting the optimal one, which allowed to increase in efficiency of designed compressor. The main design parameters are mass gas flow rate equals to 2.1 kg per second, total to total pressure ratio equals to 3.4, which corresponds to the characteristics of a commercially available compressor. After obtaining the geometric parameters of the compressor flow plot, the ANSYS BladeGen software model was used to adjust the blade and the main geometric parameters of the compressor, so that the created compressor did not differ from the baseline compressor in all dimensions. It's clear that the result of computer-aided design is the compressor flow part, which is considered optimal by ANSYS Vista CCD according to the selected criteria. But this flow part is not suitable for comparison with the baseline serial compressor. Therefore, the blade thickness and overall dimensions were changed in this designed flow part to match the production part. Thus, the newly designed compressor may have characteristics that are difficult to predict without a three-dimensional CFD simulation. The need to change the geometric parameters of compressor to match the overall geometric dimensions of the baseline compressor led to the need to optimize blade disc thickness. The optimization was carried out by searching for thickness from 2 to 5 millimeters and finding thickness that corresponds to optimal efficiency of the designed centrifugal compressor. The use of the ANSYS Turbo grid software model to create a hexagonal grid allowed, with the restriction on the number of elements, for a student license to obtain a sufficiently high quality mesh for a qualitative study of the characteristics. The mesh was consisted of 500,000 elements in order to comply with ANSYS license terms. Modern flow modeling is more often performed using the SST turbulence model. The comparison criteria were the polytropic efficiency of compressor and mass flow rate. At the slide, you can see a computational model of the centrifugal compressor impeller using a sectoral modeling approach, which significantly reduces the required number of elements for calculation but has an error in calculating the dependence of the main parameters on the angle of flowing part. The mathematical modeling is based on the solution of the continuity equation, Reynolds equations, turbulence model, and energy conservation equations. The condition of zero velocity was set on all wall surfaces. The calculation was performed until the residuals of the basic equations were reduced to values 10 in a power minus 5, and the flow rate became constant over the iterations. At the slide, you can see the equations were used to determine the main integral parameters of the compressor, total to total pressure ratio, and polytropic efficiency. Also at the slide, you can see a comparison of simulation results of the baseline centrifugal compressor and its experimental values. It can be observed a good correlation between experimental and calculated data. If we compare the full characteristics, it can be observed the coincidence of parameters, but with a shift in the flow characteristics by 0.3 kg per second, which can be explained by the imperfection of the model due to the occurrence of additional losses. It's advisable to calculate the entire computational domain without using the sectoral approach. Nevertheless, the maximum discrepancy in determining the ratio of total to total pressure is equals to 8% in the zone of optimal flow rates with a flow offset. Without the offset, the error was significant and reached 17%. The maximum error in determining the efficiency is 9%. In the zone of optimal values with a flow characteristic offset, the error in calculating the efficiency does not exceed 2%. In the calculation, the compressor characteristics breaks down early and at lower flow rates, which leads to significant calculation error in this zone. Slide 11 shows a comparison of the impeller characteristics of the baseline and the designed optimized compressor. In addition, this figure shows the characteristics of compressor with a baneless diffuser. The location of the efficiency maxima approximately coincides and corresponds to the mass flow rate of 2 kg per second, while the efficiency of the impeller designed with the help of CAT systems is 6% higher. At the same time, the total-to-total pressure ratio is reduced by 18%. When using the vaneless diffuser, the difference in the total-to-total pressure ratio is reduced to 9%. The high performance area of the impeller has been significantly expanded for the optimized impeller. This range has increased by more than 3 times. Even at a very low flow rates, the polytropic efficiency is only reduced to a value of 80%. In the optimum efficiency zone, the power consumption for the designed impeller is reduced by 20% to 240 kilowatt. The average values for the baseline impeller is 300 kilowatts. The analysis of streamlines makes it possible to determine the separation from the impeller blades and optimize the shape of the blades. Analyzing these lines, it can be concluded that the serial baseline compressor has 2 separation zones, at the blade bending point and at the outlet. The turbo surface runs in the middle of the height between the hub and the shroud. The designed impeller has a more perfect distribution of pressures for the splitter with approximately the same characteristic as the pressure distribution of the main blades of the impeller. It was obtained that the location of the efficiency maxima approximately coincides and corresponds to the mass flow rate of 2 kg per second, while the efficiency of the impeller designed with the help of CAT system is 6% higher. This may be due to the peculiarities of the impeller operation. Analyzing the operating parameters of the new optimized impeller, it can be seen that it operates in subsonic flow conditions, unlike the baseline one. These same flow features can lead to an increase in calculation error, which requires more careful use of the solver, which should consider these effects. So it was the limitation of the work, and we should use a supersonic solver for the simulation in the future to obtain more careful results. To further improve the designed compressor and increase its efficiency, it's necessary to replace the vaneless diffuser with a vent diffuser, but this may reduce the range of effective operating modes. That is why it was very important for the designed compressor to obtain a wide zone of efficient operation in terms of mass flow rate. The development of machine tools, especially CNC machines, has led to the fact that in modern production facilities it is possible to make vanes of almost any shape, which makes it possible to conduct research and analysis of characteristics of centrifugal compressor without considering the complexity of impeller production, and as it was 30 years ago. And at the previous slide you can see the conclusion. I will not repeat them, only I need to say that characteristics of centrifugal compressor with a vaneless diffuser were improved by designing the modified impeller, by optimizing the blade thickness and using the method of modern cut incorporated in the ANSI software. And the high performance area of the impeller has been significantly expanded for the optimized impeller. This range has increased by more than 3 times. Even at very low mass flow rates, the polytropic efficiency is only reduced to a value of 80%. In the optimum efficiency zone, the power consumption for the designed impeller is reduced by 20%. So it's all my report, and thank you very much for your attention, and I will be very glad to answer your question if you have it. Thank you very much.
Dear participants, my name is Tatiana Navrodska. I represent the research team for Ternopil, Ivan Puluy National Technological University, Ukraine. In our current research, we are focused on the study of power parameters of the screw spiller forming. Introductions and major challenges. Screw spillers are used as transport and technological elements in various types of machines and mechanisms, and fears of the all is screw conveyors. My method of screw spiller manufacturing know the choice of the optimal methods of screw spillers manufacturing, and the racing design of the forming tool is determined by the following factors: the size and shape of the screw spillers, their physical, mechanical, and technological properties, and requirements for the accuracy of the workpiece and their surface quality. Therefore, the study a newly developed method of screw spiller welding with a rotating sleeve is relevant and allows to obtain a new production technology. Aim and research tasks. The research aim is to study the bending moments, force, and design parameters of the screw spiller manufacturing process by the methods of tape winding using a forming tool with a rotating sleeve. Research methodology. Several variants of screw spillers, winding methods, and forming tools with a rotating sleeve have been generated, one of which is presented in the poster. The process is implemented using a lathe and forming tool. When winding the tape on the rib with calibration on the outer diameter due to the bending force with its distributor over the contact zone of the clamping from the winding process has its own characteristics. To comfort the theoretical results, a set of experiments are conducted, study the process and screw spillers winding by the forming tool with a rotating sleeve for tapes up to 30 mm wide and from 1 to 3 mm thick. Forming tool was installed on a lathe. Cultivator 71 frequency converted with power suite software have been used to start the machine's main motor, adjust its speed, and take experiment data. To build a mathematical models that characteristical the dependence of the bending moment of the screw spiller's winding process. A full factory experiment is conducted. Characteristics of factory and values of their levels are given in the table 1. Spiller screw wounded in the packages are represented in the poster. Results of theoretical research include the analytical dependence for the determining the spiral thickness after forming by winding methods, the bending moment and force parameters for the screw spiller winding. Figures show the channel of the bending moment of the edge of the tape made of the steel material for the outer radius of the spiller and for the width of the tape. After processing the experimental data, the regression equations have been obtained, which reflect the functional dependence of the channel in the bending moments of the tape winding process. For the out radius of the frame, tape thickness, and tape width for the two steels. Figure of the poster shows the response surface and two-dimension cross-section of the response surface of the dependence of the tape winding bending moment. For the outer radius of the spiral, tape thickness and tape width for the two steels. Conclusions are shown in the poster. Thank you very much for your attentions. If you have any comments, questions and suggestions, please contact us by email.
Hello, I'm Elena Mikulic, Professor of Applied Mathematics and Mechanics Department of Lutsk National Technical University, and I want to present the result of our scientific research about propagation speed simulation analysis of wave in polymer auxetics. First of all, a little bit about introduction and major challenges. And auxetics materials is very interesting materials, and in recent year, the works of many scientists has been aimed to create new materials with additional functional capabilities that go beyond the properties determined of the composition of these materials. Such materials called smart materials. The expansion of their functional capabilities is justified based on peculiarities of their internal structure. In addition, it should be noted the recent development of the method for creation metamaterials that have a new behavior that is not characteristics of natural materials. Some of these materials have auxetic properties characterized by the negative Poisson's ratio. Auxetics are able to expand in the direction perpendicular to the action of their stretching force, which are justified by the negative value of Poisson ratio for them. Creating such materials open up a wide prospect for their application in various fields, particularly in medicine. Also, these materials have better vibration absorption properties compared to classic materials. In addition, such materials are characterized by better operational characteristics. They have smaller deformation with practically the same absorption characteristics. To date, many prototypes of auxetic materials have been created, and the technology for obtaining such material has been developed. The physical property of the foam are modified by a thermomechanical influence. Thermomechanical process used to convert conventional fluorite foam into auxetics. This process allow to produce auxetic structure with different bulk compression ratio. Compression tests have shown that auxetic foam have higher stiffness than a conventional foam, which means that auxetic foam could potentially be used in seat cushion, shoes, soles, etc. Therefore, the aim of the study of the The aim of this study of the change of is the study of the change in vibration absorption characteristics of open cell form in presence of auxetic properties within the framework of phosphorus elasticity. Research task to study the challenge in the characteristic of polymer auxetic materials based on analysis and comparison of shear rotation wave speed in uncompressed and compressed forms to compare dispersion properties of compressed and uncompressed form using developed approach which based on analytical calculation. Research methodology. The motion equation of phosphorus elasticity are formed by supplementing the corresponding motion equation in the classical cellular elasticity with additional equation of the micropolar elasticity, which accounts the dependence between the forces and couple stresses and this motion equation are written in form which present in the slide. For the possibility of using result of experimental investigation, physical and mechanical characteristics of form auxetics we use force and couple stresses representation within Erlangen formulas in form which are present in the slide. These formulas contains elastic constant required to describe an isotropic constrained quasar solid, and there are two groups of elastic characteristic which are same in the classical cellular elasticity, and other group are different from the classical cellular elasticity and characterize the microstructure of media. For determining the speed of shear rotation waves, we used analytical method which based on the wave mechanical principle. The characteristic equation for determining the speeds of wave propagation in structurally heterogeneous materials, and we write in form which is present in the slide. The formulas for calculation the speed of shear rotation wave equals elasticity we write in the form which present in the slide. These formulas contain the constant which determined by the ratio between shear and rotation speed of phosphorus elasticity. About results. To evaluate the change in the vibration absorption property of re-entrant structure polymer form, we investigate the change in shear rotation speeds with the frequency in uncompressed and auxetic medium. The numerical calculation are performed for the form materials with positive and negative Poisson's ratio. For the case of FRS received form and form with auxetic properties. Auxetic form materials was obtained from honeycomb open cell structure by a 3-axis which present in the left part of the slide, by triaxial compression and thermal heating to the softening temperature of foam, which present in this picture, and after cooling we obtain the re-entrant structure with negative Poisson ratio, and structures this model of the structure are present in the picture which located in the part in the right part of the slide. And numerical analysis for the case of the internal microstructure of oxidized materials was modeled as a cellular structure with re-entrant elements. An open cell form with for numerical calculation will use values of mechanical characteristics for open cell forms with a cell size of 1 and 1.2 millimeters. In the bottom part of the slide presents the microstructure of open cell foam and microstructure compressed foam, which has oxidic properties. The mechanical characteristics of S-receive foam as present in this part of the slide. For the numerical calculation, we use such physical characteristics and mechanical characteristics such as cell size, density, shear modulus, characteristics, length characteristic in torsion and bending, coupling number, and Poisson ratio. Negative Poisson ratio form obtained by comprehensive compression and heating to the softening temperature. For the case of volume compression ratio 3.2, the physical characteristics of the obtained oxidic form are present in this part of the slide. All this result was obtained in the works of Roderick Lakes by experimental investigation. We use this data for simulation analysis. Numerical calculation were performed for the case when the frequency is lower than characteristic frequency, which are lower for the case of S-receive form than of oxidic form. In 1.6 times. In figure, which are present in the slide, it is shown the results of numerical calculation of the change in speed of shear rotation wave in the S-receive form and form with oxidic characteristics, and numerical results present in this figure are for the both of speeds, first speed and second speed. However, second speed has in the slide present only imaginary part, and magnitude of this speed are different. Then the left scale corresponds to the value of imaginary part of second speed, and the right part correspond to the value of first speed. Analysis the numerical results present in this figure we can see that the speeds of shell rotation waves have not only different order, but has the characteristic of change in frequency as the frequency increase, the second speed decay, and the speed and the fast speed increase asymptotically. And numerical result confirms and compressed form. In the compressed form, there is a decrease in propagation fast speed in comparison with non-compressed form. This improves the vibration absorption properties of such materials. In addition, the numerical calculation was performed for the case when the asymptotic value of characteristic frequency for the both of this case and for the auxetics and SRC form, this value are practically same, and this is numerical result confirm that there is a significant non-linearity relation between the non-linearity for the both speeds of these waves in auxetics and in the SRC form. The main conclusion of the works are disparity properties of shear and rotation waves allow studying the influence of the microstructure of materials in cost-rate elasticity, both in theoretical and experimental study. Also, the obtained results make it possible to determine the change in characteristic of auxetic materials during the transformation or of the later from the opposite structure. The results of numerical calculation demonstrate that the compression of full materials to auxetic materials does not significantly increase to operational frequency range for such materials, but there is a change in asymptotic characteristics. The developed approach can be predict mechanical behavior and optimize the mechanical characteristics of materials with a negative Poisson ratio. This approach can be used to evaluate the degree compression to change from mechanical and vibration absorption characteristics. First of all the team of Lutsk National Technical University want to express the gratitude to the armed forces of Ukraine for the opportunity to provide the continuation of scientific research. The work performed within the state grants of applied research methodology of predicting mechanical behavior and optimizing the effective characteristic of foam and porous materials, and also express sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. And I also want to express my gratitude to the organizer of the conference who are taking care of the development of scientific research in such a difficult time for Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, I with great pleasure answer for them.
Hello everyone, I'm Galina Kabalava. I work at Admiral Makarov National University of Shipbuilding at the Heat Engineering Department. And now I want to present you our team research, which dedicated to investigate thermophysical processes in the thermopressor for contact cooling systems. Introduction and major challenges. Complex cycles with cyclic air intercooling can be used to increase the energy efficiency of gas turbines. There are some of contact cooling techniques that can enhance the efficiency of multi-stage compressors, which is critical for gas turbine performance. However, if the workflow is inefficient, there is a risk of droplets entering the compressors of the gas turbine engine. Aim and research tasks. As you can see, it has been formulated some of research tasks and ways to solve them. The main goal of this research is to investigate and evaluate the performance of the thermopressor as an innovative technology for compressed air cooling in gas turbine systems. So we analyzed the aerodynamic and cooling characteristics of this apparatus under various conditions, including 3 schemes of complete and incomplete water droplet evaporation. Research methodology. On the left side is shown a multi-stage compressor. As you can see, the thermopressor is installed between the low and high pressure compressor. In the scheme, the apparatus is used for contact cooling of compressed air. A thermopressor scheme of which is presented here is a 2-phase jet apparatus in which the air pressure and air cooling are increased by removing heat from the airflow. With proper organization of the evaporative contact cooling processes, the effect of thermogas dynamic compression is taking place. We analyzed 3 variants of evaporation of water injected into the airflow, complete evaporation in the evaporation chamber, then additional evaporation in the diffuser, and incomplete evaporation with obtaining smaller droplets at the outlet of the apparatus. Simulation of water evaporation process was carried out by using computer CFD modeling techniques. Eulerian Lagrangian model was used to compute the 2-phase flow. The calculation is carried out in the following order. First of all, the airflow was calculated without taking into account the influence of the injected water droplets. After that, we calculated the discrete phase in the Lagrangian approach based on the calculated airflow field. Then the main parameters of the 2-phase flow at the thermopressor outlet were defined. And finally, we simulated the thermopressor operation and determined of gas turbine main characteristics with intercooling by using this apparatus. The thermopressor model and boundary conditions are presented here. The model has following geometric characteristics. The length, thermopressor length is 387 millimeters, and the evaporation chamber diameter is 25 millimeters. The parameters of the airflow at the inlet of the thermopressor are presented here, such as air pressure, temperature, air velocity, and others. These parameters correspond to the parameters of the cycle gap between the compressors of the gas turbine. Water droplets were taken spherical shape and were injected in the same direction as the flow. Results. As a result of computer simulations, the values of the main characteristics such as absolute pressure, temperature, particle mass concentration were obtained. So you can see the field distribution of these parameters. The increase in absolute pressure is 2 kilopascal or 1%, while the inlet temperature decrease is 133 Celsius degrees at the outlet, this temperature. Then the results demonstrate that the greatest effect from thermogas dynamic compression is observed with incomplete evaporation, with obtaining smaller droplets at the outlets, smaller droplets, water droplets from the diffuser part of the apparatus, while the increase in pressure is, as I said, 2 kilopascal or 1%. With incomplete evaporation, the droplet diameter decreased, as you can see, and at the outlet from the diffuser of the thermopressor, the dispersion average is 18 microns. The obtained diameter of water droplets meets the requirements for the dispersion of the two-phase flow before the high-pressure compressor stage. Excess water already will evaporate in the flow path of the compressor. This amount is up 4%. The thermopressor operation as part of the gas turbine was simulated. The apparatus was used for contact cooling, and it was installed, as I said, between low and high pressure compressor stages. Depending on the total compression ratio, the air temperature between compressor stages is decreased by 60, 130 Celsius degrees. Such a temperature decrease under thermogas dynamic compression conditions allows increasing the pressure by 2 kilopascal. A decrease in compressor operation and a simultaneous increase in the amount of the working fluid in the cycle makes it possible to increase the gas turbine efficiency by 1-2%. In comparison with intercooling of air by using a surface air cooler with this type of cooler. In this case, the specific fuel consumption will decrease by 5-10 kilogram per kilowatt and hour. At the same time, the gas turbine specific power is increased almost up to 5%. So, conclusions. The main of which is that the thermopressor provides effective fine atomization of water. The droplet diameter at the outlet from the apparatus does not exceed 18 microns, and therefore a more effective isotherm of the compression process in the high-pressure compressor occurs. So the application of the thermopressor can be an alternative to traditional air cooling methods and leads to improve of gas turbine efficiency. So the presentation has been finished. Thank you for your attention. And I'm very pleased to be here with you all. Thank you.
Dear participants, my name is Alexander Shorinov. I represent the research team from National Aerospace University Kharkiv Aviation Institute, joint stock company Motor Siege, and Zaporizhian Machine Building Design Bureau Progress State Enterprise, named after academician Ivchenko. Among my colleagues, Anatoly Dolmatov, Yuri Neveshkin, Konstantin Balushok, and Konstantin Danko. In our current research, we are focusing on corrosion resistance of cold spray aluminum-based coatings deposited on magnesium alloy. Cold spraying is one of the methods of thermal spraying of coatings in which powder particles are accelerated in a supersonic nozzle and create a dense coating layer after contact with the substrate. Features of the process is that that upon impact the powder particles are in non-molten or solid state with a temperature lower than the melting point of the material from which they are obtained. The low specific gravity combined with high strength, good damping ability and other properties cause the use of magnesium alloy in aircraft engineering. This is especially important for such industry as aviation and automobile, for which vehicle weight reduction is an urgent task. However, low corrosion resistance limits their widespread utilization of magnesium alloys in the industry. There are causes of magnesium alloy corrosions, and the existing protection methods have been analyzed in our research. It was shown that the technology of low pressure cold spraying is a promising, environmentally safe and effective corrosion protection method and can be successfully used for repairing case-shaped parts made of magnesium alloy with production and operational defects. And actually in this slide you can see some examples of such defects, like corrosion of magnesium alloy. A relatively low operating temperature and absence of oxidation and fast transformation of coating and substrate material, as well the simplicity of the process and equipment provide vast opportunity for the use of cold spraying technology for the deposition of coatings on parts made of aluminum, magnesium, titanium alloys. Traditional methods of coating spraying like detonation, plasma, high velocity oxy-fuel and so on are complex and even impossible for coating deposition on the materials mentioned above due to their sensitivity to high temperature. So the research aimed at at further improving and developing their cold spraying technology to implement it in the maintenance and repair of light alloy parts, such as magnesium alloy. Determination of rational spraying parameters and search for the optimal powder mixtures to ensure the specific powders of the surface layer are essential stages in the development of technological recommendations and coating deposition process. The research tasks are shown in this slide. Commercially available aluminum-based powder mixture were selected as the powder material in the current research. Figure 1 shows scanning electron microscope images of powder mixture used in the research. And in this table, shows powder mixture composition and particle size. So, coating deposition was performed using low-pressure cold spraying machine DMET-405 at the Department of Aircraft Engine Manufacturing Technology of the National Aerospace University Kharkiv Aviation Institute. A corrosion resistant test was performed by exposure to salt fog in the climate chamber. An accelerated corrosion test in the salt fog chamber was performed in accordance with ASTM B117. The mass loss of samples due to corrosion without and with coatings was determined by weighting on a laboratory scale with high accuracy. Metallographic analysis was conducted using the scanning electron microscope. Image G software was used for porosity analysis of the deposited coatings. Here in this slide we can see the microstructure of deposited aluminum-based coatings on magnesium alloy samples before the corrosion resistance test. From the analysis of the microstructure of the deposited coating, it can be seen that there are no cracks or particularly large pores in the coatings. The microstructure of the coatings is dense and the boundaries between the coatings layer are barely visible. The interface between the coatings and the base materials is free of defects, and no peeling of the coatings is observed. Depending on the composition of the powder mixture in the photographs of cross section presented in this figure, highly deformed metal particles of aluminum and zinc can be seen in the structure, and at the same time undeformed particles of aluminum and undeformed particles of ceramic particles can be seen clearly visible. Here this slide show the results of the analysis of coating porosity. Analysis of photographs of cross section of the resulting coatings show that the composition of the powder mixture is not the main factor influencing the porosity of the coating structure. From this figure, it can be seen that the average porosity value of the studied powders was about 2%. which is typical for coatings obtained by low-pressure cold spraying. The porosity of coating made from powders containing ceramic particles is slightly smaller compared to the porosity of coating made from aluminium and zinc powder mixture, which may be due to the damping effect of the coating structure by ceramic particles. The mean mass loss value of uncoated and coated samples from the studied powders are shown in this slide. Based on the results of a test of the corrosion resistance of coatings on magnesium alloy substrate under the influence of a salt fog, it can be concluded that aluminium coatings obtained by cold spraying provide a reliable protection of magnesium alloys from corrosion. This is a result for uncoated samples. To sum up, cold spraying aluminum-based coatings do not have throughout porosity and provide reliable protection of magnesium alloys against the influence of an aggressive corrosive environment. And the second point is the results obtained can be used to develop technological recommendations and process for applying cold spraying coating to part made of magnesium alloys to provide them from corrosion in main and repair production. Thank you for your attention.
We present to your attention a report on the topic Simulation of thermal stresses in multi-layer plates of non-canonical shape by Natalia Smetankina, Sergei Misyura, Evgenia Misyura, Tatiana Sychova, and Andrei Sychov. Introduction and major challenges. A topical problem in modern engineering is reliable determination of temperature fields and stresses in structures. It has been multi-layer structures are being widely used in areas of aircraft, airspace, transportation, and energy systems because of their incredible features such as a high stiffness and low weight, sound and heat insulating properties, protection against the influence of aggressive environment and radiation. The most studied are homogeneous structures having a simple shape under steady-state thermal effects. This is due to difficulties in solving problems of heat conduction and thermoelasticity of multi-layer structures of complex configuration under the action of unsteady heat sources. In this study, we analyzed thermal stresses in multi-layer plates of non-canonical shape when subjected to internal heat sources. The stresses are evaluated analytically, and the results are evaluated by comparison with experimental data. Aim and research tasks. The research aim of this study is to develop an approach of solving thermoelasticity problem for multi-layer plates of complex shape subjected to interlayer unsteady heat sources. Research tasks. Describe behavior of multi-layer plate on this basis of the refined first-order theory. Obtain temperature distributions as a solution to the unsteady heat conduction problem. Solve the thermoelasticity problem of multi-layer plates of non-canonical shape with interlayer heat sources. Analyze the stress state of elements of multi-layer aircraft glazing under the thermal loads using the proposed approach. Research methodology. Consider a multi-layer plate of non-canonical shape consisting of layers of constant thickness. Convective heat transfer occurs on the top, bottom, and side surfaces of the plate. The plate is heated by interlayer impulse sources, location of which is shown by a dashed line. Behavior of the plate is described in terms of the refined theory that takes into account transverse shear strains in the layers. Displacements are presented in the form. From variation principle, we obtain the equation of the thermoelastic equilibrium of multiple plates and boundary conditions of the boundary L. Temperature distributions are obtained by solving the unstudied heat conduction problem. Heat conduction equation and boundary conditions on surfaces and layer contact of the plate are derived from the heat balance variation equation. We present temperature and intensity functions of internal heat sources as a series expansion using Legendre polynomials. Solution of boundary value problem is carried out by embedding method. The idea behind the method is as follows. The original plate is embedded in an auxiliary plate. Shape of auxiliary plate and boundary conditions are selected so that a simple analytical solution can be obtained. In this study, a rectangular simply supported plate is used, see Figure 2. It is possible to obtain a solution as trigonometrical series expansions. To meet preserved boundary conditions, auxiliary plate is exposed to additional compensating loads distributed along contour L. Compensating loads are included in equations of equilibrium in integral form. From condition of meeting boundary conditions, a system of integral equations is formed to determine compensating loads. To convert integral equations into their algebraic analogue, displacement and compensating load functions are expanded into trigonometrical series. As a result, the system of integral equations is transformed to a system of linear algebraic equations. After finding the compensating loads, displacements, strains, and stresses in the layers of the original plate are calculated. Results. To confirm reliability of numerical results, thermal strains in a 5-layer plate under a heat sources were compared with experimental data. The plate has the following composition: 5, 3, 15, 2, 20, where thickness of layer are given in millimeters. No parenthesis is a silicate glass. In parenthesis is a polymer material. Table 1 shows material characteristics of layers. Plate shape is described by Lame curves equations. The heat source is located between the first and the second layers and is shown by dashed line. Conditions of free convection are fulfilled on outer surfaces of the plate. During experiment, initial and ambient temperature was 20 degrees. Experimental study was carried out at the Antonov State Enterprise. Table 2 presents strain on top surface of the first layer in the point C as different times Strain comparison demonstrates that numerical results are very close to experimental values that indicates reliability of results. The method was applied to study multi-layer aircraft glazing under real operating conditions. Convective heat transfer occurs on surfaces of the glazing. Between the first and second layers, there is a film heat source. The characteristics of the materials are given in Table 1. Shape of the glazing is shown in Figure 5. Figure 6 shows temperature distributions for different time points and distribution of maximum principal stress sigma 1I over the glazing thickness in point C, indicated in Figure 5. Figures are also shows the structure of layers. Stress is shown at the moment of time when temperature on surface with the heat sources is maximum. The heat source causes a sharp change in temperature and stresses at the interface between the first and the second glazing layers. These results are in good agreement with the physical meaning. Such stress change can be lead to glazing failure. In this study, the stresses did not exceed the permissible values. Let's move on to brief conclusions. A method has been developed for solving the problem of decoupled thermoelasticity in multi-layer plates of non-canonical shape in plane under the action of interplayer film heat sources. The method of solving the heat conduction and thermoelasticity problems are consistent, allowing to account for influence of thermal loads without introducing additional hypothesis temperature distribution. The calculated and experimental values of strains of a 5-layer plate are compared. Their good agreement confirms validity of results and performance of the proposed method. The result of the study can be used to improve the heating systems in multi-layer glazing of various vehicles, as well as to analyze the thermal stress state of various structures of complex shape. Here is the content information. Thank you very much for your attention.
Greetings. We bring to your attention a presentation of a scientific study of the topic implementation of the methodical system for the development and application of eco-oriented pedagogical technologies. Introduction and major challenges. Ukraine shares the goals of the EU's climate policy. Our country was one of the first in Europe to ratify the Paris Climate Agreement. In August 2020, the government of Ukraine informed the EU governing bodies of Ukraine's participation in the European Green Deal. Green competencies consist of 12 competencies grouped into 4 areas. Competencies embodying the values of sustainable development, sustainability, justice, promotion of nature. A system of competencies for understanding sustainable development, critical thinking, ability to formulate and solve problems. Competencies for predict a sustainable future, literacy, adaptability, research thinking. Competencies of political leadership, individual or collective activity to implement the ideals of sustainable development. Aim and research tasks. The research aimed to describe the system for development and introduction of eco-oriented pedagogical technologies (EPT) in the professional training of engineering students. Research methodology. The following methods were used in our study: theoretical analysis and generalization of pedagogical and methodical literature of the chosen problem to outline the principle and categorical apparatus used for the research. Empirical methods were used for observation of the educational process. Conversations with students, teachers. A pedagogical experiment was provided to check the effectiveness of the methodical system after its implementation. Research results. Analysis of the category pedagogical technology shows that structure of environmentally oriented pedagogical technologies includes 1. Conceptual part of environmentally oriented technology. Short description of concepts, hypotheses, relationships which could help understand it. 2. Content part. Goals of environmental education, scope and nature of the content of environmentally oriented education. 3. The procedural part in the technological process. Organization of the educational process, methods of cognitive environmental activity of students, methods and forms of teachers' work, diagnostics of learning. 4. Software and methodical support of the environmentally oriented educational process, curricula and programs, teaching aids, teaching and diagnostic tools. 5. Professional component, reflection dependence of successful functioning and reproduction of the designed environmentally oriented pedagogical technology on the level of teachers' pedagogical skills. Environmentally oriented pedagogical technology have the following features. They are more complex, being fragments of environmental education of society with their structural and functional diversity. They are complex and highly complex systems, which are a combination of certain subsystems that combine a significant number of elements and connections. They are characterized by less determinism and rigidity. As a rule, they are adaptive systems characterized by flexible parameters and the ability to change towards the needs of the environment. Time-moving systems. Their activities can determine a content of pedagogical technology, or they can act as a mechanism for its implementation, have certain conditions and results, which give dynamics to ecologically oriented pedagogical technology, make it process that is constantly changing. Ecologically oriented pedagogical technology are characterized by variability, that is, diversity caused by the presence of individuals with their individual uniqueness, while person acts as driving force of these technologies, determining their diversity. Ecologically oriented pedagogical technologies should be translator of such widespread principles of society as efficiency and optimality, systematicity, goal setting, self-development, synergy and humanism. System becomes an eco-oriented technology when it is defined as a certain construct for realizing urgent needs of a person, society and environment. Representatives of most regions of Ukraine and the city of Kiev took part in the anonymous survey conducted to study current state, the Estonian stage of the development and application of EPT in the professional training of engineering students. According to respondents, the following factors reduce quality of wet schools: distance learning and poor methodical and material and technical equipment. Teachers use eco-oriented pedagogical technology in their professional activities from time to time, constantly and not at all. The most important for development and application of EPT in teachers' professional activities are the use of internet resources and in-depth study of new developments in teaching methods. All respondents get the necessary information of environmental issues mainly from the internet. To cover environmental issues in their professional activities, they most often use verbal or visual and interactive methods. To organize environmental activities, respondents lack environmental knowledge, methodical developments, and practical skills. We understand red lines of teachers of wet schools to develop and apply environmentally oriented pedagogical technology as an integral formation of personality that is complex, multifaceted, contradictory, gradual actions in the continuous process of theoretical and practical teaching activity. Their sustainable motivation and volitional efforts aimed at solving environmental and biological problems against the background of positive emotional perception of reality. The formation of beliefs and appropriate behavior and in solving pedagogical, ecological, environmental, and health protective tasks in synthesis with the established attitudes to the innovative organization of the educational process, namely the development and application of EPT named at mastering environmental knowledge and development the relevant skills of engineering students. Structurally, the readiness of teachers of wet schools to develop and apply environmentally oriented pedagogical technologies consists of following components: value motivational, informational knowledge, reflective active, control evaluative. On the basis theoretical analysis of modern scientific works on the research problem and results of the ascertaining experiment, 3 levels of red lines of teachers of wet schools to develop and apply environmentally oriented pedagogical technology are identified. High level, characterized by highly professional ability to develop these technologies for professional training of students. Middle level, associated with transfer of learned algorithm for their development and application to conditions of real educational process. Low level, inherent in teachers who use certain elements of environmentally oriented activities in professional training of engineering students based on the experience of colleagues. Respondents self-assessed their readiness to develop and apply ecologically oriented pedagogical technologies in the professional training of engineering students. Table 1 shows the levels of readiness of teachers for the development and application of eco-oriented pedagogical technologies. Assessment stage. By methodical of ecologically oriented education, we mean model of the educational process that reflects orderly relationships between goals of environmental education, ecologically oriented teaching technology, learning content aimed at sustainable development, participants in educational process, and the needs of the educational environment. Methodical system of development of application of EPT in vocational education is subsystem of the methodical system of environmentally oriented education. All systems are characterized by the following common features: integrity, complementary, structure, compactness, functionality, multilevelness, controllability, connection with the environment. The next slide shows the components of the methodical system for the development and application of EPT, in particular methodology component, content component, methods component, and evaluation and results component. The result implementation of the methodical system for development and application of EPT formative stage is the formation of the teachers' readiness to implement them in their own professional activities. The high level of readiness of teachers of lead schools to develop and apply environmentally oriented pedagogical technology ensures the successful socialization of education seekers and their cultural and ethical integration in modern society, and the leading factor in the ecological education of the individual is the universal human values learned by him or her while preserving the environment. You can see it in Table 2. Conclusions. The implementation of the methodological system for the development and application of EPT was carried out through the implementation of the following stages: diagnostic and prognostic, monitoring and diagnosis of problem of development and application of EPT that need to be implemented, advanced training of teachers on these problems. Project organizational, process of development and application of EPT, knowledge of the organization of psychological and pedagogical evaluation, application in technologies of a complex of techniques, methods, forms and means of ecological knowledge, and the development of a priority behavior in solving educational, environmental, nature protection and health improving tasks which will contribute to the achievement of harmony of relations between man, society and the environment. Innovation activity, pedagogical integration of the process of professional training, a phenomenon that reflects the most general and essential properties of phenomena in different sciences in accordance with the canons, personifying their most general properties and connections and uniting a complex of eco-oriented educational methods, and thus allows us to talk about this integrated set as an eco-oriented methodological system. A reflective evaluative, a presentation of the results of developed eco-pedagogical technologies, evaluation of the results of this activity, holding of conferences, webinars on the development and application of EPT, determination of changes in the level of teachers' readiness to implement them in their educational activity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear colleagues, have a good day. The study The Influence of the Impeller Interblade Channel's Roundness on the Energy Parameters of the Submersible Pump is brought to your attention. Last year, there has been a rapid increase in the cost of energy resources in European countries. Pumps and pumping equipment consume on average about 20% of the electricity generated by power plants. In view of this, the design of economical hydraulic machines from the point of view of cost of the life cycle is an urgent issue. It is worth noting that the main cost items in general life cycle cost structure of pumping equipment are energy consumed, material intensity, the cost of maintenance and repair, and other cost items. In view of this, the key directions for improving pumping equipment are increasing energy efficiency and reducing its weight and size indicators. As of the current moment, when designing blade hydraulic machines, the jet theory developed by Leonard Euler is used. In accordance with this, the authors of the study hypothesize the presence of a certain head which is created in the wall layer as a result of the action of viscous friction forces which can be determined by the dependence on the screen. In view of the above described, the authors of the research established the purpose and objectives of the research. The main aim of the research is to determine the degree of influence of the impeller interblade channel's roundness on the operation parameters created by the centrifugal pump. To achieve the said aim, the following tasks were formed. You can see them on the screen. Due to the construction of the impeller, it is physically impossible to fix the covered disc on it without the presence of blades. Thus, it was proposed to perform the research by modeling the pump's operating process. The calculation model was created in the ANSYS CFX environment. Water at a temperature of 20 degrees was used as the operation environment. The operation mode is turbulent. The standard K epsilon turbulence model was used to close the Reynolds equations. The calculation area consists of two elements: the stator, the flowing part of the diverter device, and the rotor, the impeller. An unstructured calculated grid was built for each of the elements of the operation area. The total number of elements of the calculation grid is about 2 million cells. Modeling of the operation process was carried out in a stationary setting. As a boundary condition at the entrance to the calculation area, the mass flow through the flowing part of the pump was set. The pressure equal to 10 megapascal acted as the boundary condition at the exit from the calculated area. Due to the presence of reverse currents, opening was set as a boundary condition at the outlet of the calculation area of the stator element. The rotation frequency for all experiments in the series has a value of 3000 rpm. To achieve the convergence of the results, the numerical study was carried out with the task of the interactions interface between the frozen rotor calculation areas. To refine the data, the obtained results were used as initial approximations when conducted a numerical study with the task of the interaction interface between the stage calculation areas. To achieve the goal of the research, a numerical study of the stage of a multi-stage sectional pump with the flowing parameters was carried out. Flow rate at the best efficiency point, QBEP, is about 180 cubic meter per hour. The nominal head of the stage at the back point is 125 meters of water column. We tested 4 models of impeller with surface roundness in the range from 0 to 100 microns. Based on the results of the study, it was established that the maximum level of the efficiency is achieved at a flow rate of Q equal 160 cubic meters per hour or 0.89 of QBEP. Figure shows the relative speed distribution in the interblade channels of the impeller. The figure shows the presence of a flow core, red color, and a wall layer near the disc surfaces, green color of the pump impeller. To determine the magnitude of the effect of the roundness of the walls of the interblade channels of the impeller on the pressure and energy parameters of the pump, a number of studies were carried out on the flowing part of the stage of multi-stage sectional pump using a bladeless impeller. First of all, the stage of the pump with the bladeless impeller with smooth walls was studied. The figure shows the presence of flow core and a wall layer near the disc surface, green color of the pump impeller. The nature of the wall layer is more pronounced than in impeller with blades standard. The next stage was the study of the operating process of multi-stage sectional pump with the bladeless impeller. The roundness of the interblade channels is equal 20.5 microns, which corresponds to the clearness of the surface after finishing. The pressure created by such an impeller is in the operation mode QBEP is equal to 2.99 meters, while the power consumed is 13.1 kilowatt. Thus, the energy efficiency of the operation process with such an impeller is about 11.1%. The figure shows the presence of a flow core, red color, and a wall layer near the disc surface, green color of the pump impeller. The nature of the wall layer is more pronounced than in the Model 1 impeller. At the next stage, a study of a degree of the pump with a bladeless impeller, the roundness of interblade channels is equal to 25 microns, which corresponds to the clearness of the surface after rough treatment. The character of the wall layer is more pronounced than in the impeller of models 1st and 2nd. During the last stage, a study of the degree of the pump with the bladeless impeller, the roundness of the interblade channels is equal 100 microns, which corresponds to the clearness of the surface after rough treatment. The head created by such an impeller in the best efficiency point mode is equal to 5.11 meters, while the power consumed is 20.5 kilowatts. Thus, the energy efficiency of the operating process with such an impeller is about 12.2%. The nature of the wall layer is more pronounced than in the impeller of previous models. According to the results of the conducted research, it was established that the roundness of the surface of the impeller disc has a significant effect on the amount of head created by it. Thus, the considered bladeless impeller with the roundness of the disc surface 0 microns model first created a pressure of 1.99 meters or 1.58% of the head that is created by a standard impeller. at the best efficiency mode. At the same time, a bladeless impeller with a surface roundness of 100 microns, model 4th, created a head of 5.11 meters or 4.06% of the head that is created by a standard impeller at the best efficiency point mode. At the same time, an increase in head is observed with an increase in the roundness of the walls of the impeller discs, which is explained by the expansion of the wall layer. As the roundness of the internal surface of the impeller interblade channels increase, the power consumed increases. In the considering study, the power consumed by the impeller with the roundness of the disk surface 0 microns, model first in the flow rate best efficiency mode, is equal 9,000 watt by the impeller with the roundness of the disk surface 100 microns in the flow rate mode best efficiency point is equal to 20 kilowatts. Such results are primarily explained by the 2.57-fold increase in head with increasing roundness. In addition, a certain increase in power consumed is due to an increase in hydraulic frictional losses of the liquid when moving along impeller interblade channels. Comparing the head created by a bladeless impeller and the hydraulic losses due to fluid friction along the interblade channels, it can be said that the head created by the impeller is dominant. This is confirmed by the fact that impeller efficiency with the surface roundness of the disk 100 microns in the flow rate mode best efficiency point is higher than efficiency of the impeller with a roundness of the disk surface 0 microns first model, namely 12.2% and 0.32% respectively. Thus, if there is a need for some small increase in the pump head, it is recommended to use impellers with unprocessed internal surfaces of the interblade channels after casting. Here you can see the conclusions of the research. An important aspect of the research results is the determination of the head of the bladeless impeller of the centrifugal pump with decreasing characteristics, namely those in which the head at non-calculated flow modes QBAP decreases when the flow rate decreases. This phenomenon is typical for pumps with a low specific speed less than 70. It is advisable to manufacture the impellers of such pumps with untreated internal surfaces of the interblade channels. In this case, the additional head created due to the expansion of the wall layer will allow to stabilize the head characteristic in the flow rate range between 0 to 0.5 of best efficiency point mode, which in turn will significantly reduce the risk of surging during pump operation. In particular, when conducting research at the mode 0.05 of best efficiency point mode, the head created by the bladeless impeller varied from 10.61 meters for model first with roundness 0 micron to 21.63 meters, model 4th with roundness 100 microns. We also thank our partners for making this research possible. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. We are ready to answer your questions.
Dear colleagues, I would like to present our report, Motivation Principles of Self-Management of the Personal Training of an Engineer in the Condition of Forming the Creative Competence of a Specialist. Authors Виктор Нагаев, Юлия Сагачко, Галина Нагаева, Сергей Червоный, and Evgeny Business. State by Technological University. Introduction and major challenges. In today's innovative educational space, one of the inhibiting aspects of increasing the efficiency of engineering training is the low level of student motivation for productive, independent work. Therefore, in the educational process of professional training of engineering personnel, the pedagogical problem of activating student independent work based on the introduction of motivation mechanism to encourage students to creative educational activities areas. In the pedagogical environment, the search for motivation factors, motivators of educational and creative activity, which form self-management skills of the future specialist engineer as a subject of engineering creative is relevant. Aim and research task. The research aim is to model the motivational mechanism of self-management of the educational and creative activities in the process of forming the professional and creative competence of future engineers based on the pedagogical principles of self-development and self-didactics. Research tasks. Analysis of the professional training of engineering personnel in relation to the organization of the independent work in the process of forming the creative skills, determination of the pedagogical condition of self-motivation of the professional training of an engineer in the condition of a creative educational environment, development of a model of self-management by motivated educational and creative activity of students, justification of organizational forms of activation of students' independent work based on the introduction of motivational levers for creative activity. Research methodology. Methodological approaches and methods. The scientific hypothesis is that a high level of self-motivation in the educationally activity of students creates the personal precondition for their creative activity, which is the basis for the formation of high level of professional competence of future engineers. The research used modern methodological approaches, systemic, competence-based, personnel-oriented, cybernetic. Theoretical and empirical methods, questionnaires, testing, time series analysis, modeling creative situation, pedagogical experiment, statistical analysis, reference comparison, in order to substantiate the mechanism of self-motivation of educational and creative activities in the process of forming the professional competence of future engineers. Self-motivation skills and creative direction of modern engineer are the basis of the effective production activities. Based on the modeling of production situation and the survey of engineer personnel of enterprises and organization of the Kharkiv region, we determined that only 16 to 18% of engineering specialists work at the level of creative experience. Also, scientific testify to similar trends which reflect the insufficient preparation of engineers for creative activity. The results of a sociological survey of production works of engineering specialists shows a significant percentage of respondents who proved the high importance of motivation support 84%, and the need for the formation of creative experience of future engineering personnel in the process of the professional training. Stage of a pedagogical experiment of the study of the process of self-motivation of educational activity of future engineers. Search stage of the pedagogical experiment. Purpose development of a research concept, identification of scientific patterns and principles of motivational activity of engineers, the complex of didactic means of motivational activity of students is substantiate the quantitative and qualitative composition of the participant of the experiment was established. Control stage of the pedagogical experiment. The research was conducted on the basis of the educational process of the state by Technological University of Engineers Specialists. The reliability of the scientific hypothesis regarding the effectiveness of the proposed model of self-management of the motivation of student educational activities was evaluated. Results. Modern model description. Figure 1 presents a model of the process of self-management of motivated educational activities of students in the process of forming the professional and creative components of an engineer. The structure of the model is represented by the following components: needs, interest, psychological structure of the individual, motives, purpose, motivational, educational, and creative activity, which leads to the appropriate level of situational from the realization of needs. The results of pedagogical research provide that the essential moment of high quality motivated educational activity of students is a combination of internal and external motives, taking into account the needs of a higher order according to Abraham Maslow. For this, it is necessary to humanize the educational process to develop didactic system with decentralized influence based on the process of self-motivation of students. Form and direction of self-motivation of students in the process of professional training of engineers. Our research has provided that the educational process built in the game form of modeling production situation creates an effective system of international motivation of future engineers for professional activity. In order to obtain a potentially stable motivational system for training engineering personnel, it is important to determine the valence of motives which determines the need to study the needs of student and provide such motivational factors and that would individually satisfy these needs. To organization and effectually motivational influence a three-level pedagogical technology management of motivational activity MMI of student has been developed. The main stage of MMI technology, motivational and value, planning, organizational, operational, control, and analytical. MMI technology level first, management in the teacher-student system. Second, management in the student and engineer system. Third, network management in the educational smart complex future engineer system. Mathematical model of motivation of self-management of learning in the process of engineer creative. Results of professional training depend on result of professional training, components of the psychological structure of the individual interest, needs, character, temperament, the educational activity, motivational of creative activity, the fairness of the assessment of self-management of learning, the value balance of motivational condition. Results of pedagogical experiment. The nature of the level of motivation of students according to the model of self-management of learning is significantly different from the similar indicator in the case of the traditional educational system. In the process of self-management, the motivation of future engineer is changer, which affects the psychological aspects for self-development. As a result, we have high creative activity, which ultimately leads to the professional growth of engineer specialists. Conclusion. The results of the study provide that the creative activity of students significantly depends on the motivational and value component of the organization of the educational process in the condition of self-management. According to the model of self-management of educational and creative activities, we exert a motivational influence on the psychological aspects of the individual activity, create clear positive idea of the algorithm for achieving an educational result. To increase the motivation of engineering creativity, didactic models, imitation games, case situation, variable forms of research activities, educational studies are proposed, which take into account the content of training of engineer personnel, as well as the individual psychological needs of an engineer specialist personnel. Pedagogical condition for the implementation of a scientific hypothesis. The result of the study confirm of hypothesis about the possibility of increasing in the motivation component of the educational process, so the implementation of self-didactic functions of studying self-management of educational and creative activities. An important pedagogical condition of this process is particular subject realization between the teacher and the student, within the framework of the implementation of facilitation functions by the teacher in the virtual environment. To realize the function of self-motivation of future engineers, it is necessary to difference pedagogical influence in the condition of direct management, soul management, and self-management of educational and creative activity in the condition of smart educational technology. Thank you very much for your attention. Speakers, Victor Nagaev.
Dear participants, your attention is presented to a report on the topic Application of expanded perlite in the composition of paper for writing and printing. Market offerings include a wide range of paper for printing, for the production of books, textbooks, notebooks, etc. At the same time, it should be noted that finished products are mainly made of offset paper, the indicators of which quite often do not meet the requirements of current regulatory documents. This is primarily related to the problem of the choice by manufacturers of raw fibrous semi-finished products and fillers for paper production. Writing and printing paper should be characterized by a set of indicators that ensure the high quality of products made on its basis, namely the appropriate level of mass per 1 square meters, mechanical strength, whiteness, and opacity. These indicators ensure the possibility of safe and effective use for the production of printed products of various types and purposes, including printed products for children, books, manuals, textbooks, notebooks, diaries, etc., according to governmental sanitary norms. The research aim is creating a competitive paper for writing and printing to ensure its high opacity and mechanical strength without reducing the whiteness index. Research tasks were to develop of paper with specified properties, which would meet the modern requirements for processing into various products. To achieve the necessary level of indicators that would satisfy the requirements for the quality of printing paper, ensure the uniformity and homogeneity across the entire width of the paper web, due to the use of fibrous mass with the appropriate sizes of cellulose fibers, the degree of grinding and the introduction of nanofibers, white pigments and special mineral fillers. To find effective ratios of various fibrous semi-finished products, their development during grinding and mineral fillers. A method of increasing the opacity and mechanical strength of writing and printing paper is proposed by finding effective ratios of cellulose fibrous semi-finished products, their development during grinding, and the use of expanded perlite mineral filler. For comparison, analog paper was tested, samples of which were made from paper pulp that has a composition of sulfate blanched pulp from coniferous wood and sulfate blanched cellulose from hardwood, with the ratio is 95:5 and the mass fraction of kaolin grade Kn80 is 14% of the completely dry fiber. Using standardized methods and equipments, the following indicators of paper samples were determined: weight of 1 square meters of paper, opacity, whiteness, smoothness of paper materials, destructive force, the breaking strength of the paper materials. On slide 11 in table 1 you can see that the best results in terms of opacity and paper strength are achieved for softwood pulp at a grinding degree of 42, 44 and 24, 26 for hardwood pulp. The results of the study of the development compositions sample 1, 2, 3 and their comparison with the indicators of the analog sample, sample 4, are shown in table 3. The given test results show that the production of paper according to samples 2 and 3 makes it possible to ensure the achievement of high opacity of the paper, the level of which meets the state requirements, not lower than 90%, and is ensured with a low content of fillers in the paper. This contributes to the preservation of a high level of mechanical strength of the paper in comparison with the paper produced according to the analog and the whiteness of paper. The structure of the obtained paper was also evaluated in comparison with the analog. Figure 1a shows the structure of paper developed using expanded perlite as a filler. Figure 1b analog paper filled with kaolin. The effectiveness of using the composition of sulfated blanched cellulose from a coniferous wood ground to a grinding degree of 42-44 and sulfated blanched cellulose from deciduous wood with a grinding degree of 24-26 in the mass ratio 85-90% and 15-10% respectively. This ratio provides increased opacity with maximum preservation of mechanical strength and whiteness of writing and printing paper. As a conclusion, we note the following. A fibrous composition was developed based on sulfate blanched cellulose from coniferous wood ground to a grinding degree of 42-44 and sulfate blanched cellulose from deciduous wood with a grinding degree of 24-26 in the ratio of 85-90%, 15-10% respectively. The use of expanded perlite with a mass fraction of 2-3 micrometers in the composition of printing paper made it possible to increase the opacity index while maintaining a high level of its mechanical strength and whiteness. Such paper can also be used for the production of special types of documents, materials, products, white goods, etc., for various fields of application. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Design improvement and computer modeling of the Finger grain crusher. Introduction and major challenges. Crushing of grain and grain materials is a widespread process in the food and processing industry, compound feed and food productions. At the same time, it is one of the most responsible and energy-intensive processes in the technological lines of modern enterprises. Hammer-type crushers are mainly used for these operations. As a rule, these crushers don't provide a stable quality of the product and produce up to 30% dusty, overcrushed fraction at the output when finally crushed, and up to 20% undercrushed fraction when coarsely crushed. From the analysis of the most common types of grain crushers, it is possible to identify themes that provide for the preliminary separation of the product grain entering the crusher and thereby ensure and higher quality of the final product. These themes can be divided into the following with an open crushing cycle, with recirculation of under crusher material, with multi-stage recirculation and crushing, with preliminary separation of the product and crushing of each fraction on separate parts of the rotor. The most promising in our opinion, is the last theme. These are direct impact crushers, which have minimal impact on the product. This avoids excessive grinding of grain and reduces energy costs. Aim and research tasks. The research aim is to establish optimal rates of the constructive parameters of the finger crusher. Research tasks. Determine the effect of the rotation frequency of the crusher rotor on the distribution of the speed of grain-air mixture flows over the volume of the working chamber. Determine the change in pressure in the chamber cavity. Determine the turbulent kinetic energy, ITS dissipation, and other process indicators. Research methodology. At the Dmytro-Motorny Tavria State Agri-Technological University, a method and equipment for crushing grain by direct impact of working bodies in the form of metal fingers had been developed and patented. On this basis, an experimental sample of a finger crusher with a preliminary separation of grain material had been developed for conducting experimental research, which is presented on this slide. Such a crusher is compact, doesn't require a powerful drive, and can be effectively used at small processing enterprises. The crusher is driven by a direct current electric motor and a V-belt transmission. The frequency of rotating of the rotor shaft changes continuously and frequently and is controlled using an electronic tachometer. The crushing chamber has a toothed disc with conical sloping corners for separation of the crushed products. establishing the necessary physical indicators of the process of movement and interaction of the crushing product and the working bodies of the crusher in laboratory conditions is difficult and time consuming, and is some data it is completely impossible. Therefore, in order to obtain a visual image of the process taking place in the working chamber of the developed crusher, we decided to apply modeling with the help of modern computing complexes. To determine the speed of flows inside the working chamber of a finger crusher. The most widespread software complex in these were bands was used, which is a computer system for designing and performing a connected interdisciplinary analysis using the finite element method. According to the specific parameter, 3D models of the crusher had been built for the first time in the SolidWorks computer program, followed by simulation of the process in the INSYST software complex. Samples of the developed models are presented on this slide. The effect of the rotation frequency of the crusher rotor on the distribution of the speed of grain-air mixture flows over the volume of the working chamber, the change in pressure in the chamber cavity, turbulent kinetic energy (ITS) dissipation, and other process indicators has been investigated. The modeling algorithm is shows on this slide. Results. The study of the influence of the rotor rotation frequency of the speed, energy, and other main indicators of the process was carried out at fixed values of the rotor rotation frequency 1500, 2000, and 2500 revolutions per minute, which corresponded to the circular speeds of the ends of the crusher fingers 47.1, 32.8, and 78.5 meters per second. For these time-to-time values, we obtained visual images of the lines of high-speed flows of the grain mixture in the cavity of the working chamber of the crusher and cross-sections of the velocity fields along the cross-section of the cavity of the working chamber. As can be seen from the figures, the geometric character of the trajectories of the high-speed flows at all investigated rotation frequencies has an identical appearance, and the visual images differ only in the scale of the speed values. Certain zones with different velocity values are clearly distinguished in the chamber cavity. The number of circulation movements of grain particles before exciting the crushing zone or removal from the crusher on each part to rotor is 3 to 8. Such values testify to the absence of conditions for over-crushing grain material and high energy efficiency of the finger crusher. The presented zones of changing the speed of movement of the air product mixture in the volume of the working chamber can provide specific information needed at the stage of calculation, design, and development of highly efficient structures of the crusher. To compare the data obtained by computer modeling with experimental data, we can use the new experimental studies of material distribution in the crushing chamber. We studied the output of crushed grain and the grinding model depending on the sampling zone and the frequency of rotating of the rotor. Sampling zones were selected at the following points. The first, in the upper part of the chamber, in the area of action of the upper row of the working bodies. The second, in the middle of the chamber. The third, in the lower part of the chamber, in the area of action of the lower row of the working bodies. And the fourth, on exit from the lowered sieve. The analysis of the dependencies shows that the grinding models in sampling zones first and second is minimal and practically doesn't depend on the rotating frequency of the crusher rotor. In zones third and fourth, the observed increase in the values of the grinding models of grain is explained by a greater accumulation of large particles, which require an additional impact for their crushing. Conclusions. An effective device for crushing grain material is a finger rotary crusher with a device for preliminary grain separation. This combination allows to rationally distribute grains by fractions, directing them to the appropriate part of the crusher rotor to avoid multiple impacts of the crusher working bodies on the grain, which reduces the content of over-crushed fraction and reduces energy costs. As a result of the NC simulation of the movement of the grain-air mixture in the crusher chamber, we had determined the number of circulation movements of grain particles before exciting the crushing zone or exciting the crusher on each part of the rotor to be 3 to 8. The speed in the main crushing zones, location of the fingers of the crusher rotor, to have fluctuations within 18 to 25%, which allows us to claim uniform crushing of particles and high energy efficiency of the crushing process in such crushers. The results of computer modeling correlate well with experimental studies of the grain grinding model, the value of which is 1.4 to 2.2 millimeters, which fully meets the exciting technological requirements in the processing and compound feed industry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good day. My name is Maxim Peresunko. I work at the Admiral Makarov National University of Shipbuilding. The topic for my presentation is analysis of cooling air at the inlet of marine engine with exhaust gas recirculation by ejector and absorption refrigeration. It was written in collaboration with Roman Radchenko, Victoria Korniyenko, and Denis Shalapko. I would to start with an introduction and major challenges. The ecological exhaust gas circulation leads to deterioration in the engine fuel efficiency caused by a slowdown in the combustion process and decreases in the operating cycle temperature. There are also energy losses associated with the recirculation and cleaning of gases in scrubbers with removing their heat by seawater. Taking into account the analysis, the approach to increasing the energy and environmental efficiency of a ship's diesel power plant do the cleaning cycle air and the engine inlet by refrigeration machines that utilize the heat of exhaust and recirculating gases is justified. This will not only compensate for energy losses caused by the recirculation of exhaust ecological gases, but also provide further reduction of fuel consumption. IMO Tier 3 standard sets a maximum value for specific NOx emissions depending on the nominal crankshaft speed. Analysis of data and conditions for reduction of the content of old soft components with exhaust gas internal combustion engine indicates their constant increase. These circumstances are encouraging diesel campaigns to further develop more efficient methods for emissions of harmful substances, taking into account all types of internal combustion engines, including large marine engines. Let's move to the next slide. The research aim is to reduce the amount of harmful emission from ship power plant with an EGR system while increasing the energy performance of the diesel engine. This is achieved by cooling the cycle air in the absorption chiller as well as by cooling the gases in the ejector chiller, which are bypassed by the EGR system. Research tasks: conduct an analysis of literary searches and analyze exist methods for cooling engine air and greening ship power plants. Identify the features of air cooling process in engine of ship power plant by recovering the heat of exhaust and environmental gases. Develop a circuit design for an air cooling system for engine of ship power plant with EGR system, ensuring increased environmental efficiency and fuel efficiency of engines. The next slide shows research methodology. The dry cargo vessels was selected to calculate the effect of air cooling at the inlet, which includes a marine engine from the leading engine building company MAN Energy, the engine 6G50ME C9.6 Tier 3 is diesel, low speed, and has the following characteristic: power 9288 kW, specific fuel consumption 165.8 gram kilowatt per hour. An EGR system is available to help meet Tier 3 regulations and reduce emissions. The amount of cold required to cool the engine air intake depends on the climatic condition along the voyage line. To calculate the characteristic of the engine, the route was chosen from the Ukraine port of Odessa to the Chinese port of Shanghai. The duration of the road is 24 days and the length is 50,023 kilometers. This slide shows the parameter of climatic conditions like seawater temperature, relative humidity, and outside air temperature during the voyage from the Ukrainian port of Odessa to the Chinese port of Shanghai. The values of ambient air temperature and relative humidity were taken each 3 hours along the voyage route by applying the program Meteomans.com. The next slide shows calculation formulas. Formula 1 is heat of the exhaust gas necessary for heating the condensate and forming steam, and calculated using parameters such as the heat capacity of the exhaust gases, their mass flow rate, and the temperature at the inlet and at the outlet. Formula 2 is the heat of recirculated gas is calculated using parameters such as the heat capacity of recirculated gases, their mass flow rate, and the temperature of the exhaust gases at the inlet and the outlet from the generator. Changes in climatic conditions during the ship route lead to the change in the thermal load of the engine cooling system, the cooling capacity necessary to cool the air at the engine inlet, and the required for the recovery refrigeration machine heat consumption. That we can see at the Formula 3. Formula 4 shows that the amount of environmental gases is calculated taking into account the amount of exhaust gases and the recirculation coefficient. According to the total heat of exhaust and environmental gases required for calculated in Formula 5. Sharing ejector chiller and absorption chiller can be a rational solution to the issue discussed. It is advisable to use the advantages of each of the heat-using refrigeration machines. Use of structurally simple ejector chiller, which mainly consist of heat exchangers. They can be easily installed on site and bulkheads in refrigerate and engine rooms. It is advisable to use highly efficient absorption chiller since they have a high thermal coefficient 0.6 to 0.7. Next slide shows a scheme of the developed air coolant system at the inlet of a marine engine in absorption chiller and recirculated gases in ejector chiller. This is possible due to the utilization of heat of exhaust and environmental gases. You can see in the slide the specific fuel consumption values of the base ship power plant with gas recirculation, the specific fuel consumption of the engine when cooling the air at the engine inlet due to the heat recovery of exhaust gases in absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.6 in figure A and thermal coefficient 0.7 in figure B, and recirculation gases in absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.2 and 0.3 during the voyage. The specific fuel consumption cooling the air temperature at the inlet of a ship engine by utilizing the heat of environmental gases in absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.3 and exhaust gases in absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.7 is 164 to 168 and 1 gram kilowatt per hour. Next slide shows cooling the air temperature at the engine inlet by utilizing the heat of exhaust gases in absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.6, 0.7 and environmental circulation gases in ejector chiller with thermal coefficient 0.2 and 0.3 allows increasing the overall fuel economy for the voyage. Figure shows that the air coolant system with the utilization of recirculation gases in ejector chiller with thermal coefficient 0.3 and exhaust gases in absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.7 at the inlet of the ship engine is most efficient and amounts to 10.5 tons. In the next slide, you can see total fuel economy reduction for 12 ship voyages by using air cooling at the engine inlet due to the utilization of exhaust heat in absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.6 and environmental gases in ejector chiller with thermal coefficient 0.2 in figure A and thermal coefficient 0.3 in figure B. When cooling the air at the engine inlet due to the recovery of exhaust gases heat in the absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.6 and circulation gases in ejector chiller with thermal coefficient 0.2 and 0.3, the maximum fuel economy is 136, 137 and 7 tons. In this slide, we can see the total fuel economy reduction for 12 ships voyages by using air cooling and at the engine inlet due to the utilization of exhaust heat in absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.7 and environmental gases in ejector chiller with the thermal coefficient 0.2 in figure A and thermal coefficient 0.3 in figure B. The largest annual savings in the case of joint cooling of the heat air at the engine inlet by utilizing the heat of environmental gases in ejector chiller and exhaust gases in absorption chiller is 78 and 2,000 American dollars, when ejector chiller thermal coefficient consists 0.3 and absorption chiller thermal coefficient 0.7. In the slide we can see absolute values of reduction of NOx and SOx emission during air cooling in the heat-using refrigeration machine. During the voyage of the vessels at the recirculation coefficient is 30%. Main topic of my presentation you can see on the slide. It's shown that the combined use of absorption and ejector refrigeration machine makes it possible to rationalize the cooling process at the engine inlet with different efficiency of transformation of heat into cold. At the same time, using the advantages of different types of heat-using refrigeration machine, simple design and the possibility of element-wise placement of ejector chiller in the engine room, heat exchangers on the side and platform with a low thermal coefficient about 0.3 and high heat transformation efficiency thermal coefficient 0.6 to 0.7 in monoblock absorption chiller requiring separate rooms. The air cooling system at the inlet of the ship engine in the utilization on recirculation gases in ejector chiller with thermal coefficient 0.3 and exhaust gases in absorption chiller with thermal coefficient 0.7 is more efficient. In this case, the specific fuel consumption consists 164 to 168 and 1 gram kilowatt per hour. The annual fuel economy is 154 and 8 tons. The largest annual saving is in the case of joint cooling on the air at the engine inlet by utilizing the heat of recirculation ecological gases in ejector chiller and exhaust gases in absorption chiller is 78 and 2,000 American dollars. It is important to note that such a system not only saves fuel and money, but also significantly reduces emission of harmful substances into the environment, such as nitrogen oxides and sulfur oxides, which helps improve the environmental efficiency of the ship's power plant. This allows to increase the environmental energy efficiency of the ship's power plant to reduce NOx emission by 10 and 2 to 10 and 6 gram per hour and sulfur oxides by 2.2 to 2.4 gram per hour. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everybody. Let me introduce our report, which is called Methods of Calculating the Basis Reinforced with Horizontal Elements, which was prepared by a team of scientists from Vinnytsia National Technical University, which is consist of Inna Kyritsa, Inna Vishtak, Bogdan Korchevsky, Sergei Sukhorukov, and me, Alexander Petrov. We hope that the results of our report will be useful for you. See you. Methods of calculating the basis reinforced with horizontal elements. Introduction and major challenges. The methods of calculating of the reinforced base, which has been created at the moment, can be divided into the following groups. Calculation by the methods of limits, equilibrium, calculation by numerical method, calculation based on empirical method, creation of special theoretical calculations using exact solutions and semi-empirical dependencies. The calculation of reinforced soil by the limit equilibrium method is mainly performed by adapting existing methods from calculating environmental retaining walls, embankments, and soil bases to the particulars of reinforced soil structures. The main disadvantage of this approach is the significant variation in the calculation results that arise from the assumption meant. The calculation of reinforced soil by the empirical method consists in finding the efficiency of reinforcement efficiency, depending on the following factors: the size of reinforcing elements, the distance to the reinforcing elements from the base foundation, load eccentricity, offset of the reinforcing element axis relative to the center of the model, angle of incipient of the equal load, number of reinforcement layers, rod spacing, diameter or thickness, reinforcing element, stiffness, roundness, backfill density, and humidity. The main disadvantage of this approach is the narrow range of applications. Therefore, it was decided to develop a calculation method that takes into account the specifics of reinforced soil performance based on a discrete model science when it's the using model, certain difficulties arose. The reinforced soil is destroyed due to the slippage of the reinforced element. The approaches proposed in this report will make it possible to widely use the method of reinforcement to strengthen the foundation of buildings and structures. Aim and research tasks. Aim of the research is the development of methods for calculating the reinforced base in case of two types of its destruction, as a result of rupture and splintering of reinforcing elements, as well as the study of the coefficient of friction of the reinforcement in the form of solid material and mesh on the oil, depending on the physical mechanical characteristics of the soil, of the cushion and reinforcement. Research methodology. The following methods were used in the research processes: analysis of literature sources, mathematical modeling of processes using the basic laws and of semi-elastic body mechanism, modeling theory and system analysis, numerical research methods, mathematical models, described system of differential equations, computer processing of information. Methods of mathematics and applied theory of elasticity, phenomenological theory of the deformability were also used to solve the problem set in the work. The problems were solved using the package of the applied programs MathCAD, Excel, and so on. Results. The calculation of the reinforced foundation based on the statistics method. The statistical method for calculating reinforcing soil was used in this work. Considering the processes of compaction of reinforcement soil, phenomena can be observed that have opposite effects on the soil's resistance to deformation. For the calculation of reinforced soil, it proposed to introduce a third event that takes into account the effect of reinforcement. It represents an increase in the resistance of the reinforced soil as a result of the inclusion in the rock of horizontal reinforcing elements that redistribute the applied load over a larger area of the soil, while uploading the overloaded zones and loading the underloaded ones. The dependence curve load relative deformation during adhesive failure has the following characteristics sections: downward convexity, linear growing section, and upward convexity. The same sequence is characteristics of Prokhorovsky formula. In the case of destruction due to the rupture of reinforcing elements, the curve has two sections, a linear growing section and upward convexity. It is shown in figure 1, which is characteristics of deformation during geotextile strength and soil compression. The rate of growth of this function depends on the parameters A1 and QA and the value of the critical load of the parameters sigma, theta, beta 1, beta 2, and Q. To illustrate the possibility of using the developed method for the calculating reinforced soil, it was compiled the results obtained using the method with experimental data, and to see it in figure 2, when the reinforced soil is destroyed due to the sliding of reinforcement elements in the soil. Soil characteristics is the Q 104 kilopascal, theta nu 0.27. The coefficient of friction of the reinforcement element on the soil is theta 0.3 and Q 30 kilopascal. We assume beta 1. As can be seen from figure 2, at the initial stage of the load, the correlation of theoretical and experimental data is not very high. With a further increase in the load, it improves significantly. This is explained by the influence on the first part of the theoretical curve, which has a downward convexity. When Q0 increases, the correlation also improves at the beginning of the load. The rupture of reinforcing elements occurs near the ends of the foundation, and the distance from the ends increases with depth. This fact established by field observation and the facts of stress redistribution between the reinforcing elements give ground to make the following assumptions using the known provisions of the statics of the bulk medium. And first is reinforcing element horizontally located at the depth h1 below the foundations, and we see it in figure 3. And it breaks the points of its intersection with a line coming out of the corner of the foundation and divided from the vertical by an angle P to 4 minus phi to 2. The load transferred to the reinforcing elements located below the reinforcing elements located above the conditions foundation with L1. In this case, the potential breaking points are located at the intersection of a line extending from the corner point of the conditional foundation and divided from the vertical by an angle phi, an angle that takes into account the distribution of load between reinforcing elements. Is on average equal to 3 degrees. Consider the given scheme. The reinforcing elements passes throughout the two characteristic sections. On the first, with the zone of active action of the load of the foundation, there are forces that brings the reinforcing element out of equilibrium, and at the same time a force that hold it. The boundaries of this action are determined by the specific strength. and the length respectively for the first and subsequent layers of the reinforcing elements. The second section, which faces outside the generation cones, is a zone of passive load where there is not load from the foundation, but where only retaining forces act. Within the active section, the stress of the reinforcing element varies according to the trapezoidal load. However, in the central section of length L2, the stress is contained, and in the peripheral section on the length L1, it is variable. Since there is no deformation of the reinforcing element in the section of length L2, since it is rigidly clamped due to significant normal stress and accordingly friction force. Then, taking this into account, the rectangular distributed load in the section of length 2L2 is attributed to the holding force. Then the equivalent load on the reinforcing elements will be distributed in the form of triangles in the section of length L1, and it's shown in figure 4. Conclusions. Most of the previously developed methods for calculating the reinforced base do not allow to calculate it as a result of the slip of the reinforcing element in the soil of the cushion to determine the value of its slip and do not take into account the real values of the physical and mechanical characteristics of the reinforcing element. And those methods that can calculate that about the values use models that require additional parameters that are not standardized, and therefore the accuracy of the determination is not high, which affects the accuracy of the result obtained. The methods of calculating the reinforced base is in case of two types of its distribution. As a result of rupture and sliding of reinforcing elements have been developed. The coefficient of friction of reinforcement in the form of the solid material and mesh of the soil was studied, depending on the physical and mechanical characteristics of the soil of the cushions and reinforcement. Comparison of the results obtained by the discrete model with the result of the calculation based on the method of other authors shown in this work showed better efficiency and accuracy, and the comparison with experimental results gave a maximum difference of up to 28%. The obtained result of calculation according to the second group of the limit stage states of foundations reinforcement with horizontal linear flexible elements will make it possible to widely use the method of reinforcement for strengthening the foundations of building and structure. And that's all. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, your attention is represented to the work called Metrological Support of the Thermal Vision Method of Defectoscopy of Non-Metallic Heterogeneous Materials. Nowadays, various non-metallic heterogeneous materials and structures are widely used in many industries. Undoubtedly, the use of such mediums and the quality of construction materials requires the development of countermeasures and measurement of their parameters. Measuring the characteristic of specified class of materials often requires the development of new or improvement of existing methods due to their specific characteristics. Undoubtedly, the most promising nowadays are non-destructive countermeasures and measurement methods, among which thermal methods can be singled out. Their advantage is visibility and absence of the need to use complex and expensive equipment. The work is devoted to the study of the influence of mechanical stimulation parameters on the distribution of temperature fields, with the acoustic infrared thermometric method of counterproducts made of non-metallic heterogeneous materials. Experimental studies of carbon plate defects in the form of dull drilling were carried out on the specially designed stand for the excitation of mechanical vibrations. The research aim is to study the influence of mechanical stimulation parameters on the distribution of temperature fields during the acoustic infrared thermometric method of counterproducts made of non-metallic heterogeneous materials. Research tasks are to determine the optimal condition of mechanical stimulation of thermal energy realized on structural defects on non-metallic heterogeneous materials, to develop meteorological support of experimental work, to conduct experimental studies on samples of materials of the specified class. We seize the perspective of using thermal methods to study and measure the characteristic of parameters of internal processes occurring in non-metallic heterogeneous mediums. Thermal control methods are based on the interaction of the thermal field of the object with the heat-sensitive element, the transformation of the parameters of the study's thermal field into electrical signal, and its transmission to the recording device. To date, the work of the source of thermal stimulation of defects is based on a mechanical method. Its advantage over classical methods of thermal excitation is the absence of temperature changes in defect-free zones. This makes it possible to reduce the signal-noise ratio and increase the accuracy of determining the location of the defect in the structure of non-metallic heterogeneous materials. The implementation of acoustic infrared thermometric method is based on the thermoelastic effect. Therefore, it is necessary to use the appropriate mechanical stimulation and frequency of which lies within the limits of the sound and ultrasonic ranges. You see on this slide schematic diagram of flow detection of conducts made of non-metallic heterogeneous objects using the acoustic infrared thermometric method. This slide shows the appearance and schematic diagram of the developed experimental stand for the excitation of mechanical vibration during the registration of defects in non-metallic heterogeneous materials, formation of cracks, delamination, etc. The stand contains a cast iron plate on which an unbalanced rotor electric motor is mounted. The plate is installed on 4 elastic flexible support rods, which are rigidly connected to the base of the device and the plate. A sample of the test material is presented against the end of the plate, which has the ability to change its position relative to the striker. The striker is installed in a clamping device with the possibility of movements along the test sample in the vertical direction for the possibility of changing the point of application of the shock pulse. The direction of impact forces pulse coincide with the oscillations of the plate in the horizontal plane and perpendicular to the plane of the sample. In the initial position, the top of streaker is tangent to the surface of sample under investigation. The optimality of the mechanical influence was determined from the point of view of its duration, frequency, and direction of outspread of oscillation. At the same time, the temperature contrast was used as optimization criterion as a natural characteristic of comparing thermal control procedures. Control of experimental samples in the form of carbon plate with defects in the form of dull drilling was carried out. The sample was installed on the base of the technological equipment and fixed to the experimental stand, taking into account the anisotropy of physical and mechanical properties of the material under study, including stiffness and accordingly the natural frequency of oscillations. The control was carried out in two positions of the plate relative to the direction of propagation of mechanical oscillations at the angle of 45 degrees to the fibers and perpendicular to it. On the 7th slide, you can see thermograms obtained during mechanical stimulation with the frequency of 78 Hz of thermal processes using the acoustic infrared thermometric method of flow detection of the carbon plate. On the 8th slide, you see the results of research on the selection of optimal parameters of mechanical stimulation of thermal energy in the acoustic infrared thermometric method of flow detection of non-metallic heterogeneous materials. Slide 9th shows the graphs obtained from the results of the studies given in Table 1 and 2. The analysis of results of the study of experimental samples leads to the following conclusions. The temperature difference in the defective and defect-free zones changes slightly over time, although the dependence graphs have some maxima. Accordingly, at these moments of time, higher visual contrasts are observed on the thermogram of the investigated surface. The decrease in in delta theta with an increase in the time of mechanical stimulation is most likely due to a greater diffusion of the thermal energy in the material, similarly to how it occurs during optical stimulation. The dependence of temperature contrast of the frequency of oscillation of mechanical stimulation of thermal processes is noted. Moreover, according to the data of tables 1 and 2, the absolute values of the temperatures in the defective and defect-free zones slightly increased with the frequency of mechanical oscillations. This most likely is realized to the change in the total energy of vibrations introduced into the material, which is, of course, one of the main factors that affect the amount of thermal energy realized during the control of products by the acoustic infrared thermometric method. As expected, the distance from the point of their application of the defective zone is a significant factor of influencing the temperature contrast between defective and defect-free zones. It is shown that the anisotropy of the physical and mechanical properties of a non-metallic heterogeneous material in a different direction of outspread of mechanical vibrations leaves an imprint of the pattern of thermal fields excited by the acoustic infrared thermometric method of flow detection of products from the specified class of materials. Thank you for your attention.